Chapter 828. The divine sealed decree flew out and turned into an eternal divine splendor. It eliminated the owners of the two ancient imperial weapons one after the other. This was too shocking. Those who could sense the situation here were all shaken. A vast divine might covered the sky, making people involuntarily kneel down. This is the aura of a great human emperor. It really is the manifestation of an ancient great emperor. At the end of the lofty mountain range, the emperor who used the extreme ancient weapons turned pale with fright. It was as if he had been struck by lightning. He was frozen on the spot, and then a deep fear emerged. Just now, the ancient imperial weapon didn't even have time to revive before the holy light obliterated its owner. Everything happened too quickly and left everyone shaken. Quick! Hurry and retrieve the imperial weapon, don't make any mistakes. Some people were anxious and scared out of their wits. This was related to extremely serious consequences. What kind of terrifying power was this? Even the ancient imperial weapon didn't have time to revive and couldn't stop it before its owner was eliminated. It was almost impossible for something like this to happen. Everything showed that the ancient great emperor hadn't died yet. There was still someone alive. Otherwise, who could do all this? The ancient imperial weapons are divine. Even if they fall into the hands of others, they will still fly back. An ancient king who had lived for an unknown amount of time appeared and spoke from the depths of the lofty mountain range. What? The other party ignored them and didn't even look at them. He didn't care about the two ancient imperial weapons that were about to revive. The faces of the people from the two great imperial clans became even paler. The fear in their hearts deepened. Was this really the manifestation of an ancient great emperor? He didn't care about the fall of the two imperial weapons at all. Hong! A dazzling beam of light shot out, reaching up to the 9 heavens and down to the 9 underworlds. The divine splendor of an ancient great emperor covered the world. The divine sealed decree erupted with endless light and an unparalleled divine might. In a flash, the light illuminated the entire northern region. It was extremely brilliant. Then, there was only darkness. It flickered for a moment and rushed into the clouds, disappearing into the 9 heavens. The divine sealed decree had disappeared. This kind of power, this kind of aura, it truly is the might of an ancient emperor. In the depths of the mountain range, the expressions of the ancient clan elders were solemn to the extreme. Many people rushed into the distance and retrieved the ancient imperial weapons, no longer daring to act blindly without thinking. In the distance, in the sky above the Jade Lake, the eternal universe furnace, void mirror, an eternal universe furnace shook for a while before slowly fading away. The power of creation disappeared, leaving behind only some chaotic energy. After an unknown period of time, everyone came back to their senses, and all of them subconsciously let out a long breath. However, the ancient kings kneeling on the towering platform took a long time before they slowly stood up. Their faces were as pale as paper and they swayed. After experiencing such a calamity, they were both mentally and physically exhausted. Their entire bodies were covered in sweat. The terror they felt just now was something they would never forget for the rest of their lives. The world was silent. No one spoke. Everyone stood there silently. None of the cultivators from the various races said anything. Today, quite a few ancient kings came, but most of them died. There weren't many left, the losses world-shocking. If news of this got out, no one under the heavens would believe it. The appearance of the divine sealed decree toppled everything. Killing ancient kings was like cutting grass. They were instantly turned to ashes, filling their bodies with fear. It was something that would be hard to forget for the rest of their lives. The ancient kings who survived were merely those who experienced it personally. They reported to the various races that Wu Shi was still alive, and the most radical ones were wiped out. What exactly happened? Finally, someone arrived at the Jade Pool and asked about the changes here. After another period of time, powerful cultivators from various races appeared, all of them eager to know the truth. Everything that had happened just now had shocked many of the great powers of the northern region. Soon after, the Jade Pool was in an uproar. people could no longer remain calm. The news flew in all directions and spread to the other great regions. Everything that had happened today was a world-shaking change. Flying over thousands of mountains and rivers, crossing great rivers and grasslands, the eastern wasteland, central continent, southern mountains, northern plains, and western desert were all shaken. When the 10,000 ancient races understood everything, they immediately fell silent, unable to utter a single word. This was a great calamity for them. Within the Jade Pool, Yi Fan understood that everything that had happened was a plot. The divine kings and the others had worked together to lead it. It was the same as his previous thoughts. However, he couldn't do it because he lacked that kind of formidable strength. Meanwhile, the divine kings and the others could and had the ability to take the next step. However, he was the one who started all of this, and it was all because of him. Ever since he rang the bell of the beginning, everything had a trajectory, and the saints of the human clan had taken action to perfect his original intention. He and Zhang Lin had killed the Valley of Gods, but it was like killing a chicken to warn the monkeys. However, the white-robed divine king had done even more. How many ancient kings had fallen on the sky-connecting platform? The blood-soaked meeting had been fought to the point where everyone was terrified. The white-robed divine king was definitely not the only saint of the human race. They had only pushed him out to contend against the various kings alone, establishing their might and establishing an unrivaled image. Just one divine king had drawn the attention of the ancient ancestral kings, and they had fought until rivers of blood flowed. Heavenly King Skyfall had appeared, and then the God Seal list had been activated to kill the most radical ones. This was the true example of killing the chicken to warn the monkeys. Killing such a group of people was more intimidating than anything else, and then the God Seal list had appeared, frightening everyone with the fact that Great Emperor Wu Shi was still alive. This plan was very risky, and it had almost gone out of control. The attack of two ancient imperial weapons was too dangerous. From this, one could see the strength of the ancient race. They had truly reached an unbridled level, daring to kill a sacred place like the Jade Lake. The person controlling the God Seal list must be very strong. At the very least, it should be a legendary great sage. Yi Fan thought to himself and frowned at the same time. Even if the God Seal list had been revived and had boundless divine might, it would still be extremely difficult to create the aura of a great emperor. The caster had most likely paid a great price. In particular, the God Seal list had flown away to kill the person holding the ancient imperial weapon. Even the great sage would find it difficult to break free from the shackles of time and space. Who knew how much cultivation he would have to consume? The God Seal list has killed everything. The ancient race will most likely be quiet for a long time. There will probably be a peaceful negotiation after this, Yi Fan said to himself. If a few human saints appear one after another at this time, it will undoubtedly be shocking. Yi Fan was thinking about who would appear. A divine king in white had already caused the world to darken and ghosts to cry. If a few more saints appeared after the primordial antiquity era, the deterrent effect would increase. Putting aside whether Great Emperor Wu Shi's appearance was real or fake, just the appearance of a few saints was enough to make the ancient races feel extreme fear. This was because the divine king in white had demonstrated to them how unparalleled the saints who appeared when the rules of heaven and earth didn't allow them to prove their Tao were. If Yi Fan had stirred up a cool breeze, then the divine king and the others had stirred up a shocking hurricane. They had magnified what he wanted to do countless times and carried out comprehensive perfection. While he was thinking about the causes and details of this battle, the ancient races were also thinking about it. The appearance of the God Seal list had shocked many races, including the royal family. At this moment, all the races felt a bone-piercing coldness. If a great emperor of the human race was still alive, it would be useless even if they invited a few great sages and quasi-emperors to help. The God Seal list has appeared. Is Wu Shi really still alive? This was a secret place that only the supreme figures of the royal family could enter. There were a few people sitting cross-legged. Their bodies were blurry as if they had almost merged with the great Tao of heaven and earth. If it wasn't for Wu Shi, even if he knew all the secrets of the God Seal list, knew all its profundities, and had enough time to revive it, it would still be difficult to use this kind of divine might. An extremely ancient voice came from a hazy figure of chaotic chi. It's not impossible. If two great sage or a quasi-emperor were to take action and pay the price of blood, there is a certain chance of success. Another voice sounded, as if it had traveled through the heavens. Regardless of whether it is the real wuxi or the fake, it still proves how terrifying the human race is. There are unmatched experts still alive. At this point, this mysterious place quieted down. There were no more sounds and the blurry figures all disappeared. Everything was as Yi Fan predicted. 2 days later, a few powerful ancient kings personally came. They were no longer overbearing and seemed like they wanted to sit down and talk things over. The original representatives of the various races didn't leave. When they saw their own ancestral kings personally come and restrain their holy auras, they were all shaken. Everyone knew that a relatively peaceful era had arrived. In the future, it would be difficult for there to be any conflicts. It was just that they didn't know how long this would last. The Jade Lake Pure Land was now truly peaceful. The tense atmosphere was swept away. The human cultivators all had smiles on their faces as everything calmed down. The 9 Phoenix ancestral king has arrived. Many ancient races were shocked. They recognized one of the participants. The one who came was a terrifying existence from the Blood Phoenix Mountain Imperial family. He was on the same level as Heavenly King Skyfall and was known as the 9 Phoenix King. During the archaic years, few were his match. His appearance triggered a huge commotion. Those who understood him all knew how terrifying he was. His name shook the archaic world. The past unmatched emperor of fighting had said that his aptitude wasn't bad. Even though it was a casual sentence, to be able to obtain the evaluation of an ancient emperor was an unmatched glory. The entire world would naturally know about this and everyone would feel reverence towards him. Then, an even greater commotion erupted, triggering a huge wave of chaos. The second saint of the human race appeared, leaving all clans shaken. The number 1 bandit of the northern region, the Old Undying, appeared. He wore a spacious black robe that not even the heavenly eyes could see through. It was to the extent where it was unknown whether he was male or female. The human race has a second saint? All clans were shocked. A white-clothed divine king slaughtered until corpses covered the ground. The kings were all terrified, and now a second one appeared. This was undoubtedly shocking. The storm didn't stop there. Not long after, the third saint of the human race appeared, triggering another clamor. All clans were alarmed, and the human race was boiling. Even Yi Fan didn't expect this person to appear. It exceeded his expectations. He wasn't a stranger, but rather an old man he had seen before. His figure was stooped and he was incomparably old. He was the gatekeeper of the heavenly Jade Holy Land in the northern region. No one would have expected this. He said he was a descendant of heavenly Jade. I think he should be one of the lucky survivors from back then. Yi Fan was a bit dazed. He still remembered the scene of him entering the desolate stone square with the Crimson Dragon Daoist. At that time, the Crimson Dragon Daoist was startled and left. Now, he understood everything. The appearance of 3 saints from the human race naturally shocked the ancient races. Many ancient kings felt restraining fear and became incomparably cautious. At this point, the effects of the battle with the white-clothed divine king were undoubtedly evident. Everything didn't stop there. Not long after, the 4th saint of the human race appeared, triggering a wave of cheers. This was a type of sudden happiness. Meanwhile, the ancient races were all dumbfounded. How could another one appear? This saint came from the extraordinary warrior manor in the central state. He was an old manor lord who had already retired for many years. His successors had already died several generations ago. The ancient races were greatly shaken by the appearance of 4 saints. After the news spread, there were immediately ancestral kings who rushed over in person because this was far beyond their expectations. Moreover, it was rumored that a great sage would come. This was an existence who was invincible in the heavens and earth. He had only lost once in his life, and that was to an undefeatable existence in the past, the Emperor of Fighting. There were many cultivators in the Jade Pool. People came and went as the meeting opened. Yi Fan saw a familiar figure. It was an exceptionally beautiful youth with red lips and white teeth. His eyes were bright and clear, and he was even more beautiful than a woman. It's her. Xia Jiuyo. Yi Fan was startled. He still remembered this exceptional genius. When she was 12 or 13 years old, she was already stronger than all the saint children. Now, so many years had passed, and it was unknown to what extent she had grown. The two of them had fought before. At that time, he had even smacked the butt of this cross-dressing girl. This world-shocking genius was so angry that she wanted to skin him alive. Is it really him? An old friend from back then. Not far away, the Central Emperor gazed in another direction and stood there in a daze. Yi Fan turned around and just happened to see his expression. He followed his gaze in astonishment and was immediately stupefied. The proud girl Xia Jiuyo was already walking in that direction while supporting an old man. It's him, the sickly old man. Yi Fan was astonished. After that, a window in his heart was suddenly pushed open, and a lot of the fog dispersed. He immediately thought of many things. The Central Emperor was someone who died early 9,000 years ago. He was sealed by the Qishir manor and was able to revive. This kind of heroic genius who died early, and the old friend he knew was naturally a hero from 9,000 years ago. Tracing back to the endless river of time, who was the most suspicious person? There was only one person, and that was the unrivaled Gai Jiuyo of the past. His name shook the heavens and earth, and he was someone who almost corroborated the Tao. When the genius girl Xia Jiuyo chose her name, she must have been influenced by him and purposely used that word. The sickly old man was Gai Jiuyo, and he had walked all the way from the ancient river of time to the present world. This was truly frightening. Thinking back to the various events at the Qinling Celestial Pond, the sage who had helped him was undoubtedly Gai Jiuyo. Only he could have used the army formula to interfere with the extreme Tao Emperor weapon and save his life. Furthermore, the investiture of the gods had left the holy cliff and appeared here. Only this human race's great sage could use the army formula to control it. The cause and effect were all connected, and Yi Fan had a feeling of sudden realization. Senior. Yi Fan quickly chased after him, extremely excited. The two people in front of him stopped. The genius girl Xia Jiuyo had delicate features and was stunning. She was still dressed as a man, but she was no longer as arrogant as before. Time had worn away her edges and corners. When she met Yi Fan this time, she was very calm. As for the sickly old man, he had a sickly look on his face. After seeing him, he smiled, looking very ordinary and ordinary. Senior, I've always wanted to repay your great kindness in the past, but I couldn't find any traces of you. I have the undying true dragon elixir here. It can extend your lifespan, said Yi Fan. In the past, when Gai Jiuyo attacked in the Qinling Mountains, he had said that his lifespan was exhausted and he was about to die. He could only use the god rule once in a very long time. After controlling the investiture of the gods, he didn't know if he had injured himself. Yi Fan was incomparably worried. If he wanted to extend his life, this great sage definitely couldn't die. Don't worry, I'm fine. Controlling the investiture of the gods was done by me and another person. Moreover, I've obtained a few king medicines, so I can live for a few more years. The sickly old man smiled and was very easygoing. Yi Fan was relieved. With such a person overseeing things, there was nothing to worry about. Perhaps even the ancient race's great sage would come in person. This storm has come to an end, and there won't be any more waves. There will be a relatively peaceful period in the future. You guys should grasp it well. Chapter 829. There will be a period of relative peace, so make good use of it. Old man Gai Jiuyo spoke very lightly, but Yi Fan was both touched and heavy. It was really not easy to come by. This was a situation that was created by a few saints. How many people could understand the difficulties and dangers involved? They could die at any time. Especially with the attack of two ancient imperial weapons, this situation became chaotic. If it wasn't someone like Gai Jiuyo, who would have the courage to kill those with imperial weapons? With the revival of the ancient imperial weapons, even the great sage would die with a grudge. Even someone as powerful as Gai Jiuyo would not have survived if he hadn't mastered the army formula. Seniors and the others worry about the world and are worthy of respect. I didn't have to do anything before, Yi Fan said. No need to be modest. Gai Jiuyo really couldn't tell that he was a peerless figure. He looked sickly and didn't have the demeanor of a supreme expert. He smiled and said, "We just perfected it." Yi Fan didn't say anything more. The ones who were really modest were these human saints. They must have had a detailed plan. Even though they didn't show themselves, they had foresight. A true virtuous sage would always stand at the highest peak and look at the path that the world couldn't see. Beside him, Xia Jiuyo was in a white dress. She was as stunning as she used to be, overshadowing even fairies. She had changed from a stubborn and willful girl to a peerless beauty. Now, many things could be understood. Back then, Xia Jiuyo had clamored to refine Yi Fan's saint blood into a treasure pill. She must have done it to prolong her master's life, but it was also out of filial piety. The sickly old man's life had dried up. This girl must have been trying to find a way to live a few more years in this world. After thinking this through, Yi Fan felt that the domineering girl in the past wasn't so annoying anymore. Instead, she seemed a little cute. He couldn't help but laugh. "If you dare to look at me one more time, I'll refine your eyes into magic lamps." Xia Jiuyo's lips curled up slightly. Her big eyes flickered with a cold light. Yi Fan, he was just thinking that this girl had changed and become a lot cuter, but he was immediately threatened, leaving him speechless. As the saying goes, a leopard cannot change its spots. Although her peerless appearance had softened a little, she still had a proud heart, and her strength had not changed. The sickly old man walked forward with the help of the genius girl. He was ready to participate in a small meeting that only the sages and ancestral kings were allowed to enter. It concerned the peace of the world in the future. Outside the Jade Pool, an ancient war chariot was approaching. It was covered with axe marks and arrow holes. It was obvious that it had gone through many bloody battles. The 9 primordial fierce beasts that were pulling the carriage all spat out divine light. Each of them was incomparably terrifying, and their auras were frightening. 1 or 2 of them were close to the sage realm. "It's him, the Qilin Heaven ancestral king from the Fire Qilin Cavern has arrived." "That's right, it's the Qilin Heavenly King. He's on the same level as the 9 Phoenix King, and he's a terrifying existence that has the chance to become the great sage." During the primordial era, he moved unhindered through the various regions, and it was difficult to find a match for him. The 9 Phoenix King had been praised by the unparalleled emperor of fighting in the past, and the one who had come was naturally a blazing sun among the ancient races. Many ancient races came forward to pay their respects. They felt that the Jade Pool meeting this time was too extraordinary. Even the 9 Phoenix King and the Qilin Heaven ancestral king had arrived. It could be said that the ancient races attached great importance to this meeting. However, what was unexpected was that the Qilin Heavenly King was stunned as soon as he got off the war chariot. Then, he quickly walked forward and bowed to an old man. Many ancient race experts were stupefied. What kind of existence was the Qilin Heavenly King? He was actually bowing to an ordinary-looking old man. "Greetings, great sage Hunshuo." The moment the Qilin Heavenly King's words came out, everyone was petrified. Then, there was a put-ong sound as the ancient races all knelt down and called out to the great sage. This was a very ordinary old man. Rather than calling him an ancient race, it was better to say that he was a human. He looked like an old man from the countryside, and even his clothes were the same. There really was a great sage who had come. This made this meeting even more extraordinary. Everyone was shocked that such a character had appeared. One had to know that how many great sages could there be in an ancient planet? In the era when ancient emperors didn't appear, they were definitely unrivaled existences. The great sage Hunshuo's name shook the ancient times. He had only been defeated once in his life, and he was suppressed by the other party with a single hand. However, this wasn't shameful at all, because the other party was an undefeatable existence, the Emperor of Fighting. Who dared to challenge the ancient emperors? Forget about the result, just this kind of courage was admirable. At that time, the ancient times were greatly shaken. Although the great sage Hunshuo mocked himself and said that he was courting death because he didn't know the immensity of the heavens and earth, it didn't damage his prestige. Instead, it shocked the entire world. Back then, the Emperor of Fighting only laughed it off and didn't injure him. Moreover, he even said that he wasn't bad. This could be considered a type of praise and obtained the ancient emperor's approval. No one would have thought that the great sage who had only been defeated once in his life would really come. Although there were rumors, no one believed it at first. The great sage Hunshuo let the Qilin Heavenly King get up and they walked towards the Jade Lake Pure Land. He immediately saw Gai Jiuyo and his body trembled. He didn't let the Qilin Heavenly King accompany him anymore. He walked forward alone and caught up with the sickly old man. He said, "The human race is really admirable. What is there to talk about? Myriad races coexist and the world is at peace." Gai Jiuyo smiled. That's right. The emperors of the ancient times and the great emperors of the human race were all magnanimous and said similar things. The great sage Hunshuo nodded and sighed. He said, "It's better for the characters above the great sage to not appear in the future. Leave the world to the later generations." The sickly old man Gai Jiuyo also nodded and said, "I think even the great sage shouldn't appear. For example, with my old arms and legs, it's still possible for me to ruthlessly wipe out a royal family. Not to mention those vigorous ancestral kings. If they are angry, it's not impossible for them to kill millions of corpses and end a few races. For the peace of the world, for the hard-won peace, it's better to let them cultivate on their own." The great sage Hunshuo was stunned. Then, he smiled and said, "We have to give the young people some chances." The old man Gai Jiuyo squinted his eyes and said, "The ancestral kings and sages have cultivated for many years and they all crawled out from mountains of corpses and seas of bones. It's useless to engage in so-called life and death battles to break through. Didn't the strongest bloodline of the ancient emperors awaken in this generation? I'm looking forward to it. Aren't the most outstanding prodigies of the myriad races also full of vigor? They all need a stage, so let's leave the world to them. There are indeed a few bloodlines of the ancient emperors. 1 year of cultivation is equivalent to 100 years of cultivation for others. Their talents are rare throughout the ages. The princes of the human race weren't all used up during the Dark Age, right? In such a great era, the path of the ancient emperors paved with blood and bones is really cruel." The great sage Hunshuo muttered to himself. The central emperor watched Gai Jiuyo disappear into the distance. There was a moment of silence before he sighed softly. Although they were old acquaintances, he didn't go forward to meet them. Everyone had their own different path. Life experiences were different, so the trajectory was also different. As long as one's life had not reached its end, there would be all kinds of possibilities. Everyone was the only protagonist in their own life, but at the same time, they were also the supporting characters and passers-by in the lives of others. Yi Fan sat quietly at the Jasper Lake. He waited for a long time, but the old woman of the same generation as the crazy old man didn't appear. He sighed. An era had come to an end. Such a sage had fallen in the birthplace of the northern celestial light. However, no one knew that the sage's later years were like this. It was more or less miserable, and there wasn't even someone to send her off. Withering, the curtain had come to an end. The wind rose, and the fallen flowers drifted. Although there was a delicate fragrance, it was very sad and beautiful. An era had come to an end. The wind grew stronger, and all kinds of petals fell and withered. Yi Fan sat alone for a long time and felt a chill. In the end, only the sage and the ancestral king were discussing. Outsiders didn't know what kind of quarrel they were having, but there were occasional bursts of anger and coercion, indicating that the scene was not peaceful. "Little Yi, you're here. I've been looking for you for a long time. Come, let's go drink." Li Tian walked over, his eyes sizing up the various beauties as he laughed. "Little Yi, let's go." Drink to your heart's content today, and the future will finally be peaceful. Then, damn it, let's go kill that heavenly prince and that watermelon yuan goo. Li Heishui also walked over, hugging a wine jar and burping. Yi Fan smiled and walked back with them. In front of them, the southern demon, Qi Huishui, the central emperor, Ji Ziyue, the Jasper Lake Saintess, Ji Haoyue, the monkey, and the divine silkworm Taoist were drinking together. It was very lively. Duanda was playing the role of a useless advisor, giving random ideas to Dongfang Man, urging him to challenge the heavenly prince and kill him to avenge his brother. As soon as he returned, Li Tian was filled with all kinds of jealousy and hatred. He saw his senior brother Yan Ishi drinking with a girl from the far ancient imperial family. Damn it, a real primordial divine girl. People like my senior brother should be struck by lightning. With him here, I lack a sense of existence. Li Tian was indignant. She's the sister of the fire unicorn. Yan Ishi said this as if nothing had happened. He was dressed in white and his face was like jade, otherworldly and refined. What? Ancient imperial bloodline? Don't provoke her. Li Tian's expression changed. He then said, leave it to me from now on. Everyone was speechless. In the distance, a girl in purple walked by. Duanda immediately poked Yi Fan and said, Purple Mansion Saintess, innate Tao embryo, this is a good opportunity. Knock her out and carry her away. In the future, we can cultivate a second Wushi. Everyone rolled their eyes at him. Suddenly, there was chaos outside the Jade Lake Pure Land. It was as if chickens were flying and dogs were jumping about. Someone was cursing and the faint barking of dogs could be heard. At this moment, Yi Fan jumped up with an incomparably excited expression and said, It's the Black Emperor. How can this be? I saw it die with my own eyes. It was killed for us. Li Heishui's mood immediately became downcast. It's him, there's no mistake. Yi Fan rushed out. Seeing this, the others also stood up and followed. Outside the Jade Lake, a big black dog was sticking out its red tongue. It was as robust as a bull, and its black fur was shiny like silk. Black Emperor. Yi Fan was excited. It really was him. You are still alive. Li Heishui was also excited and rushed over. Everyone was dumbfounded. This dog really wasn't dead and had come out alive and kicking. His life was truly tenacious. Why is there a ruckus as soon as you appear? Behind them, someone laughed and said excitedly. Who am I? Everyone's eyes are on me. The wind and clouds move for me, and heaven and earth cry for me. Only a place with me will there be glory. The big black dog was arrogant and boasted shamelessly. His skin was extremely thick. Boom! Within the Jade Lake, another wisp of the aura of a saint erupted. The noise was so loud that many people heard the sound of the ancestral king's meeting. No, absolutely not. Why can't a saint-level figure make a move? Why? Everyone was shocked. Clearly, a deadlock had appeared in the meeting. When the Black Emperor who had just arrived at the Jade Lake heard these roars, his expression immediately became solemn, and his entire body shone. I'm going to do something big. After saying this, he spat out a golden paper that was extremely brilliant, and the aura of a supreme great emperor rushed out. What is this? Yi Fan asked in surprise. Great Emperor Wu Shi's decree. The Black Emperor said solemnly. What, this really is, that's right, it really is. The Black Emperor nodded seriously. Chapter 830. Really, this decree, is real? Li Heishui felt his mouth go dry. He swallowed with difficulty, feeling incredulous. This golden paper was majestic, sacred, and auspicious. The aura it emitted made people want to bow down. This kind of thing was difficult to imitate. It was definitely an artifact of an ancient emperor. How is this possible? Is there really an emperor alive in the present world? Even the monkey was shocked, as if he had heard that the emperor of fighting had been resurrected. The large black dog raised his massive head proudly. His entire body was radiating with divine light, and it could be said that he was a dignified and divine being. Of course. Let me see what's written on it. Yi Fan stretched out his hand. He was excited. Intuitively, he knew this was a divine paper. This involves the mysteries of the heavens, and not just anyone can see it. Seeing that we're all acquaintances, just give me a holy fruit or half a stalk of undying divine medicine and I'll let you see it carefully. The Black Emperor put on airs, bared his white teeth, and said in a very confident manner. Sure enough, his nature was hard to change. Yi Fan went up to snatch it, but his mind was shaken. There was a kind of emperor's might that made him feel very uncomfortable. I'll give you half price because we are acquaintances. If that damned fatty who steals graves all day wants to see it, everything will be doubled. The large black stared at Duanda. Wu Shi is still alive. This is too ridiculous. The heartless Taoist rubbed his nose. At this time, Yi Fan had already held the Wu Shi decree in his hand. The divine paper was surrounded by light, making his body look auspicious and sparkling. He turned it over and over, feeling a kind of vastness and majesty. He was engulfed by a sacred light, but he didn't see any words. How is it? Stunned, right? Do you not recognize the words on it? Do you need me to teach you the Supreme Emperor's language? The large black dog said arrogantly. What's written on it? Let me see. Li Tian couldn't wait. He took it from Yi Fan's hand and stared at it for a long time. This wordless heavenly scroll is so King profound. Really? Let me have a look. Duanda came over to have a look, but at the same time, he was very vigilant in case of being bitten by the dogs. Based on my many years of experience in tomb raiding, this wordless heavenly book doesn't have any King words. Fatty Duan came to this conclusion. Damned dog, are you messing with us? Woof, I took the wrong card. Sorry, it should be the other card. The large black dog scratched his head, an embarrassed expression on his face. To think that I thought it was a wordless heavenly book. What a waste of my sincerity and respect. It turns out that it's just a blank piece of paper. Li Tian was the most indignant. I came here in a hurry, so I grabbed a few more. I didn't think that I would make a mistake just now, the large black dog explained guiltily. What? A few at once? Isn't that too cheap? Everyone was dumbfounded. Don't doubt me, the large black dog said. This time, it's definitely the real deal. Once it appears, everyone will have to pay their respects to it. Are you all ready? Go to hell, you took a stack of decrees at once. Who would believe you? Even Li Heishui cast a vote of disbelief. The large black dog spat out divine papers in succession, and they were all wordless heavenly books. The papers flickered with holy light, and had the aura of an ancient emperor. However, they were all wordless. Damned dog, you really know how to mess things up. Yi Fan wanted to kick him. Only Duanda kept the papers, wanting to take them for himself. His eyes shone with a thieving light, and he said, good stuff, there are really a lot of papers specially used by ancient emperors. *CK, fatty, if you dare to swallow one, I'll bite you 10,000 times and take you as my human pet. The large black dog spat out the papers as he threatened fiercely, and said, these are all used by me to make my bed. Really, King, extravagant. The eyes of the habitual tomb raider Duanda were bloodshot. You really have Wu Shi's decree? Li Heishui was doubtful. Boom. Suddenly, the whole heaven and earth trembled, and a majestic aura spread out. A divine paper shone brilliantly, and it had an unusual aura compared to the other papers. That's it. They walked into the Jade Lake, and along the way, many people felt their hearts palpitate. It was as if they were facing an eternal monument, and they almost all knelt down. This time, the large black dog held his head high. He didn't have to pretend to be dignified and holy anymore. This piece of paper illuminated every inch of his body, and his whole body shone with dazzling holy light. Be careful, I'm going to use my divine power. At this moment, he only used a little bit of his divine power, and this piece of paper instantly seemed to have a life of its own. Boom! A terrifying wave spread out, instantly surging like a vast ocean, engulfing the Jade Lake. A few ancient characters appeared on the divine paper, profound and difficult to read. Above the 9 heavens, streaks of auspicious light descended, and treasured lotuses grew on the ground. All kinds of multicolored light rose, and it was a scene of holiness that engulfed the large black dog in the center. To be more precise, it entwined the decree, turning it into an eternal light. This kind of aura couldn't be faked, and it belonged to an ancient emperor. It wasn't a divine power that could suppress the heavens, but it was as majestic as the vast ocean. Indistinctly, celestial music could be heard, and in the distance, all kinds of spirit beasts began to fly, and all the flowers in the Pure Land immediately bloomed. What? The decree of an ancient emperor has arrived? In the Jade Lake, many ancient kings stood up in shock, and even the saints of the human race were no exception. Their senses were the clearest, and with their cultivation levels, it was easy for them to come into contact with Tao marks of this level. There isn't the intimidation of extreme divine power, but it can't be wrong. This is the unique aura of an existence like the archaic emperor. An ancient king said with a trembling voice. Let's go and take a look. Great sage Hunshuo was very calm. He stood up, and walked out. Gai Jiuyo also stood up, and walked out with the others. They could clearly see a divine paper floating in front of them, and a large dog with its head held high was enveloped by divine splendor. There were 4 words on the decree, and they were intimidating. The strokes were vigorous, and the pressure made it hard for one to breathe. And this kind of spiritual pressure was something that only ancient kings would feel fear, and their bodies broke out in cold sweat. Ordinary people didn't have the qualifications to feel this kind of spiritual pressure, and it was difficult for them to trigger this kind of spiritual pressure. The more powerful one was, the more horrified they would be. Is this really the decree of an ancient emperor? An ancient king asked with a trembling voice. Indeed. The Black Emperor was incomparably arrogant, and said loudly, "This emperor will personally read out Great Emperor Wu Shi's decree." Great Emperor Wu Shi's decree. As soon as these words came out, the Jade Lake immediately exploded, and everyone couldn't help but cry out. They all stared in this direction, at the Black Emperor, and immediately flared up. The divine paper shone with boundless brilliance, becoming more and more resplendent, illuminating the heaven and earth. The holy splendor scattered to every corner, making people feel reverence and peace. Who are you? How can you be sure that this is Wu Shi's decree? An ancient king asked. You asked the right question. Listen up. This is the first time this emperor has revealed his true identity in the world. The Black Emperor swept his gaze in all directions, and standing on the high platform, he said, I am the Mountain Protector Black Emperor under Great Emperor Wu Shi. The Jade Lake quieted down, and everyone stared forward, looking at it, looking at the decree, and they were indescribably amazed. The ancient race's people frowned even more. The word emperor had a special meaning, and this dog was so rebellious, daring to use such a name. It made them feel uncomfortable in their hearts. You guys still don't know who it is? There are some ancient records that Great Emperor Wu Shi adopted a young dog in his later years. Duanda spoke from within the crowd. It's him. I've heard of this kind of secret before. A few sect master level figures said in shock. The Jade Lake immediately became noisy. A dog caused a huge commotion, bringing along Great Emperor Wu Shi's decree, leaving everyone indescribably shaken. Nonsense, this emperor is a natural-born sacred emperor, the reincarnation of a deity. The Black Emperor boasted shamelessly. What mountain protector Black Emperor? It was definitely a mountain protector beast, magnified endlessly by it. Yi Fan and the others cursed inwardly, but they were also quite shocked. This was the first time the Black Emperor revealed his origins. What words are those? Why can't we decipher them? An ancient king was endlessly bewildered. They had long realized that this was the work of a great emperor. These are the special words used by ancient emperors and great emperors after comprehending the Tao. Great sage Hunshuo said. After carefully studying it, he read out those ancient words and said, "There is no saint under the heavens." Correct, there is no saint under the heavens. Gai Jiuyo also said. Hiss. The group of people sucked in a breath of cold air, all of them stunned. Was this the meaning of Great Emperor Wushi? He issued this kind of decree, leaving everyone shaken. If you don't believe me, you guys can take a look. The Black Emperor was extremely generous, bringing out the divine paper. The group of ancient kings were horrified, all of them retreating, and only after a long time did they slowly surround it. After watching for a long time, not a single person said anything, all of them silent. A great emperor was still alive, was he going to seal them? I've already said before, saints should hide their cultivation, leave this world to the youngsters. Gai Jiuyo said. Great sage Hunshuo's expression was cold, and he said, good, good, good. The myriad races will coexist, and the future will be very peaceful. They invited this decree into the secret land of the Jade Lake, and continued to discuss. However, the style had already been decided, and no matter how noisy the people outside were, everything was about to come to an end. In a place where no one was around, Yi Fan grabbed one of the Black Emperor's large ears, and asked seriously, "Is Great Emperor Wushi really still alive?" Of course, Great Emperor Wushi is peerless in the heavens and earth, and he wanted to suppress the celestial capital. Unfortunately, he left the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and could not be found. He was lonely for tens of thousands of years, invincible in the long river of time, the large black dog replied with certainty. Where is he? Li Tian's eyes shone, and he couldn't help but move closer, asking as if they were close friends. How would I know? I haven't seen him for many tens of thousands of years. He has probably entered the celestial realm, the Black Emperor said. The group of people were petrified, and then they all pounced, grabbing his neck. At the same time, they asked, where did that decree come from? F***ck, you are all blaspheming the great Black Emperor. Let go. The Black Emperor coughed. Hurry up and tell me, where did that decree come from? The group of people were strangling him to the point where his eyes were about to roll back. I said, let go. That was written by Great Emperor Wushi more than 100,000 years ago, and I used it as a bed cushion. The Black Emperor stuck out his tongue, and revealed the truth. The group of people were all dumbfounded. This decree had actually been taken out from a dog kennel? Could this dog be any more ridiculous? He had deceived a group of ancient kings. The decree is real, and there is no mistake, but it does not mean that, the large black dog mumbled. The phrase, there is no saint in the world, was not aimed at all the saints in the world, but rather at a kind of moral character. There was no one in the world who could become a saint, and there was no perfect person in the world. The heaven and earth are damaged, and humans are also flawed. A flawless person will be destroyed, and immortals will no longer exist. The Black Emperor muttered, and said a few words. Back then, he had not heard it clearly, and only remembered a few words. Do immortals not exist? Duanda muttered to himself. Then, he shook his head, saying that this was impossible. Great Emperor Wushi said that there are no immortals in this world. I think he saw a place where there were immortals, so he disappeared, ascended, and went to another world, the large black dog said. Damn dog, just how many secrets are you still hiding from us? Hurry up and tell us. Yi Fan did not let go. Brat, you ran away for 12 years. What exactly did you encounter in the realm of stars? Hurry up and tell us, the large black dog retorted. The Jade Lake meeting soon came to an end. Not long after, a piece of news that shocked the 5 regions spread out. There were no saints in the world, and the world was about to be at peace. Is this a sign of peace? I think it's the opening of the path of blood. The bloodline of the ancient emperors has not been depleted. Is the son of the great emperor of the ancient ages about to be born? Some people who had cultivated for a long time immediately smelled the scent of blood. Brat, let go of me. This time, I have suppressed all the races, and in terms of merit, I am the greatest. Regarding everything related to the investiture of the gods and great Emperor Wu Shi, I have silently made an enormous contribution, enough to shock the heaven and earth and make ghosts and gods weep, the Black Emperor shouted. I want to ask you, where did little Nan Nan go? She ascended. The Black Emperor's words caused Yi Fan to stumble in shock, and he almost fell to the ground. Chapter 831. Little Nan Nan had ascended. When this news came out, not only did Yi Fan stagger, the others were also stunned, and couldn't speak for a while. Who are you lying to? Tell me, where did she go? Did you lose her? Yi Fan grabbed his black hair that was like a lion's mane. It's true, I swear I didn't say anything false. I saw it with my own eyes. Flowers floated in the sky, and celestial music played. Then, she flew into the sky, and I couldn't catch up to her no matter how hard I tried. The large black dog pointed at the sky and swore. That year, Wu Zhongtian, Li Heishui, and the others were ambushed, and Lu Ko was directly blasted into a bloody pulp. If the large black dog hadn't appeared in time, everyone would have been killed. That time was too dangerous. First, there was the inheritor of the demonic heaven-devouring art, then there was the winged servant of the heavenly prince, this mountain eagle. Finally, there was the mysterious and unknown incomplete 9 apertures creature, the large rock head. It was truly terrifying. The Black Emperor saved them with formation patterns, but he was hit by someone. A divine light entered the region gate and slashed him out of the void. Even if he had iron bones, he was still broken into pieces. Little Nan Nan fell from his body and cried loudly. She shook him with her 2 little hands, calling him to wake up. She lay on his body and cried her heart out. Yi Fan could imagine that scene. Little Nan Nan treated him and the Black Emperor as the closest people. At that time, he wasn't by her side, and only a large dog accompanied her. Little Nan Nan must have been heartbroken. Later, the pursuers approached. The large black dog recounted the events of the past, and was slightly disappointed. Little Nan Nan was sorrowful. She cried as she tried to carry him on her back and run. She stumbled, and kept falling. I will definitely kill those people. Yi Fan clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Finally, the man and the dog were surrounded. But at that moment, little Nan's small body actually emitted a brilliant light. The heavens descended, and celestial music played. It was as if she had ascended, and she soared into the sky with the Black Emperor. No one could catch up. When we reached the outer realm, her tears immediately helped me recover. That feeling was too mysterious. Even now, the Black Emperor still felt that it was inconceivable. Then, it was swept down from the sky by a streak of Tao light, falling into a great wasteland. It survived. At that moment, the Black Emperor seemed to have gone mad as he carved the great Emperor's remnant marks. It was rare for him to be accurate, and he directly arrived in outer space, returning to that place. However, he never saw Nan Nan again. Ever since that day, he had completely lost track of her. Over the years, the Black Emperor had spent most of his time in the sky above this ancient star, but in the end, he had never seen little Nan Nan again. Why is it like this? Yi Fan was dumbfounded. Poor little Nan Nan. Ji Ziyue said softly. She really liked this little one. She always wanted to tease her, but she disappeared just like that. The others also frowned. Many of them had seen the little girl before. She was obedient and cute, never growing up, yet she disappeared just like that. Everyone was worried. Ascend to heaven? Who could believe it? Don't worry, I feel that no one in this world can kill her. There is a special characteristic on her body that I have only sensed from one person in my life. The Black Emperor said. Yi Fan finally knew why the greedy and arrogant big black dog was willing to be little Nan Nan's mount. It was a pity that he couldn't see that little girl anymore. Everyone gathered together and talked about their own experiences, and the Black Emperor also revealed many secrets. Gu Tianshu was still alive. This was another piece of earth-shattering news that the Black Emperor revealed after admitting that he had followed Great Emperor Wu Shi. This time, They could enter the Holy Cliff because the Black Emperor understood the killing formation there and told them the various secrets of the investiture of the gods. Gai Jiuyo and Gu Tianshu were able to solve the mystery. Of course, the two of them also borrowed an extreme emperor weapon and temporarily suppressed it on the Holy Cliff. Now, they should have retrieved the investiture of the gods when they returned. The saints have sacrificed a lot and done many things, but they have never mentioned it. It is not something that outsiders can understand. They felt respect in their hearts, but they also became more aware of their own shortcomings. They needed to quickly increase their strength during this rare period of peace. I can sense the aura of the Tai sovereign sword, the great Xia prince said. The little nun also nodded seriously. That kind of power was connected to their bloodline. Everyone was shocked. There was still an extreme emperor weapon in the Jade Lake. If they really fought, the North region would be flattened. The human race had prepared a lot. It is undeniable that in this world, some forces only care about themselves. They don't care about what will happen after their death. However, the great sects are still very responsible and will look far ahead, Ji Haoyue said. If they really fought, the ancient race would definitely suffer heavy losses. Unfortunately, they have more than one great sage. Even if they killed Great Sage Hunshuo and the ancient kings present, it would be useless, Yao Yuekong said. In the end, the Jade Lake meeting came to an end, and people from all sides left in batches. Of course, there were still many people who had not left. Many familiar people gathered and drank to their heart's content. After all, a rare period of peace had arrived. A person with a very high status found Yifan. It was Lin Daochen, the vice manor lord of the Qishir manor. He told him that in a few years, a path to the outer realm would be opened. After so many years, the Qishir manor finally made a decision. They once again invited Yifan and told him that if he was interested, he could make a trip to the Central Plains. 9 great accomplishments Saint Physiques. How many of them have set foot on this path, and some have returned alive? The reason why the Azure Emperor could prove his Tao in the post-antiquity era is also related to this path. The shortest is a year's worth of cultivation, and the longest is a lifetime in the outer realm. Lin Daochen didn't say much and only left these 3 sentences before leaving. Yifan stood there in a daze. After pondering for a long time, he suddenly raised his head and found that Lin Daochen had also gone to find the wavering light saint child, the southern demon, and the central emperor. The final selection hasn't been decided yet, or will the people going this time surpass the previous ones? Yifan was astonished. Even that bastard Duanda had been found. Even the Ji clan's little moon was one of the candidates. She was quite open and had a bright smile on her face, looking eager to try. Pang Bo had once told him that the journey to the outer realm was a path stained with blood. Since ancient times, only a few people had returned alive. I say, Lord Black Emperor, look over there. There's a fellow that suits you quite well. Li Tian pointed in the distance. It was an ancient creature with a dog's head, a human's body, and a pair of pure white divine wings on its back. A divine halo enveloped its head, making it look quite holy. Too ugly. The Black Emperor said with his tongue hanging out. Immediately, a terrifying pressure spread over. The divine halo around the dog-headed angel's body became even more resplendent as it looked over coldly. Don't say any more, it's a bit smelly. Damn, too bad it's a male. The Black Emperor cursed drunkenly. Bang! The group of people were sent flying. The place where they were drinking exploded, and the ancient creature left the Jade Lake. This is an expert from the heavenly dog race. The Jade Lake Holy Maiden warned them not to speak carelessly. Finally, it was time to part. Yifan and the others were going to leave this pure land together. In the coming period of time, the 10,000 races would reproduce and recuperate. There wouldn't be any great battles, but no one could relax. The Black Emperor was drunk. His tongue was hanging out, and he stood up straight. He was actually together with Duanda, and the two of them had their arms around each other's shoulders. It was very disharmonious. The two of them didn't have much of a natural disposition. It was quite strange for them to be together like this. No matter how one looked at it, they were a pair of greedy and shameless people. I am lightning, I am light, I am the only legend. The Black Emperor howled dryly, startling countless wild ducks. Break and then establish and then break, the elephant is formless, the Lord is nowhere to be seen, I am your only sacred emperor. Duanda also howled drunkenly. Then, the two bastards finally revealed their true colors. They fought against each other, attacking each other secretly, seizing each other's treasures, god weapons, and other things. F***ck, tomb robber, don't think that I don't know that you've been eyeing the Purple Mountain for so many years. You dare to covet my nest? If I don't bite you to death, my human pet will tremble in fear, woof. Damn dog, don't think that I don't know your background. The limit of a great elite is fake. You break and then establish, and you go back and forth. You always want to steal my heaven-engulfing demonic lid. My uncle boundless celestial being. You dare to attack me. Neither of them were kind people, and once they were together, they would definitely fight to the death. However, the others didn't try to dissuade them. Instead, they clapped their hands and cheered them on. Woof, woof, woof. After so many years, the large black dog had already become a supreme great elite, and was even close to the severing Dao tier. Meanwhile, Duanda was also strange and unfathomable. It was impossible to tell how powerful he was, and he fought evenly with the large black dog. Both of their objectives were to seize treasures, and the secret techniques they used were unheard of. They could capture ancient weapons from the bodies of others. In the end, the large black dog stopped first, and solemnly announced a ceasefire. Then, he ran off into the distance. In front of him were the people from the various holy lands. They were about to carve formation patterns and leave. There were many young disciples among them, and a purple-robed young woman among them was undoubtedly the most eye-catching. She was innately compatible with the Tao, and if she didn't deliberately suppress her aura, it would be like a heavenly curtain pouring down from the sky. Even so, she was still surrounded by all kinds of light of the Tao, and she was indescribably holy and otherworldly. Coupled with her peerless beauty, she was like a fairy from the 9 heavens who had descended into the world. She was the holy daughter of the Purple Mansion. The large black dog was wearing a pair of flowery underpants, and he ran over on his hind legs. He was incredibly fervent, and he said, for the sake of quelling the chaos, for the peace of the entire ancient planet, and for the future of the human race, please give birth to an innate saint body Tao fetus. Outside the Jade Lake, the various forces were petrified, and the people from the Purple Mansion were also stunned. The heaven and earth suddenly fell silent, and there was a deathly silence. However, this didn't last for too long. The people from the Purple Mansion all shouted, and all kinds of light flew out toward the Black Emperor, causing him to cover his head and scurry away. Of course, they didn't kill him. Now, everyone knew that he was a divine dog that followed Great Emperor Wuxia. If they really killed him, there might be a great calamity. I'm serious. Great Emperor Wuxia asked me to find a successor, and it has to be an innate saint body Tao fetus, the large black dog said in a fervent voice from afar. You're not lying? If that's the case, I ask the Supreme Great Emperor to issue a decree. To everyone's surprise, a living fossil from the Purple Mansion Holy Land actually said such a thing. Of course it's true. To tell you the truth, Great Emperor Wuxia himself has an innate saint body Tao fetus. Otherwise, how could he have swept through the 9 heavens and 10 earths and become invincible? He wandered through the endless river of time, lonely and unmatched. He needs someone with the same physique to inherit his Tao fetus. The large black dog swore solemnly, and he almost cursed himself. There was a fervent expression on his face, and he moved closer to the people from the Purple Mansion Holy Land, speaking so loudly that his saliva flew everywhere. Pung! Little Moon of the G clan made a move. This was a rare instance of violence. She borrowed an extra-large divine hammer from Duanda. It was even larger than a house, and she smashed it on the back of the Black Emperor's head, causing him to faint. Brother, drag our dog home and throw him into the woodshed. Ji Ziyue threw down the large hammer, clapped her hands, and summoned Ji Haoyue. It's fine, leave it to me. Brother Duan is also a brother. I don't have any other strong points, but I'm good at excavating the remaining value, and I can use my eyes to discern the beauty of the world. The unscrupulous Taoist priest stepped forward, wanting to strip the large black dog clean. Yi Fan hurriedly stopped him. Otherwise, if the black dog woke up, he would definitely go crazy, and the entire north region would hear the dogs barking every night. Let's go, everyone. May we meet again. The prince of the great Xia, the little nun in white, Yao Yuekong, and the others left one after another. Let's go as well. What plans does little Yi have for the future? Li Heishui asked. I want to establish an incomparably great sect, Yi Fan said. Let's establish a sect together and choose 2 neighboring mountains. These days, if one isn't a sect master, they don't even have the confidence to get close to an archaic divine girl, Li Tian said, sighing that the archaic divine girl was too powerful, and it was a little hard for him to handle. They hadn't walked far, and the jade lake behind them could still be vaguely seen. Suddenly, a dazzling brilliance appeared in the void. A sword sealed the sky. This was a fatal blow. A demon sword dripping with blood was as fast as lightning, stabbing towards the top of Yi Fan's head. It was terrifying to the extreme, and it escaped his spiritual senses. If it was a normal person, they would undoubtedly die, and there was no way to evade it at all. It was exceptionally sharp, and this was a thunderous strike from a king of assassins. At this moment, Yi Fan surprisingly calmed down. His heart was empty, and his body was like a green rainbow. He used the line formula, and by a hair's breadth, he evaded this attack, shifting thousands of meters away. Pooh! However, blood splattered. It was as though someone had long predicted that he would flee here. An assassin king of assassins appeared from the void, piercing a demon's sword that was dripping with blood into Yi Fan's body. Little Yi Fan! Ji Ziyue exclaimed in shock. She instantly rushed over, and the others also acted. Don't come over, all of you retreat. Yi Fan roared, his voice like thunder, causing the entire mountain range to tremble. If it was someone else, their body and soul would have long since been destroyed. Because although the 2 who acted were extremely old, they had already succeeded in the 3rd slash of immortals, and were incomparably terrifying. Such characters could be said to be a fatal blow to a 2nd-level immortal foundation cultivator. If it was anyone else, it would be very difficult for them to revive. Only the saint physique was special. His flesh was incomparably tough, withstanding the impact of a king-level expert, not allowing the laws to dissipate, and forcibly breaking that demon sword. However, Yi Fan was also bleeding profusely. He was injured, and his golden saint blood was dazzling to the eyes. His blood chi rumbled like thunder, rumbling and seething. Hell, the mortal world, the 2 of us cannot live under the same sky. Yi Fan pointed to the heavens and swore. The others were also enraged. At this critical juncture, the ancient killer god dynasty actually wanted to strangle the saint physique of the human race. This caused the eyes of everyone to turn red as their anger soared to the heavens. As expected, there are all kinds of people. Even Duanda's countenance changed. For the sake of the human race, some great sects didn't hesitate to fight to the death, doing their best to resolve the crisis. Even taking out an emperor-ranked weapon was nothing. But for some great sects, they didn't care about what would happen after his death. From the start to the end, they only cared about their own benefits, afraid that the saint physique would grow stronger and uproot them. When the Prince of Grand Xia said that the Grand Sovereign's sword was also in the Jasper Lake, everyone was still sighing. The radiance of humanity was always very resplendent, but in the blink of an eye, they encountered such a thing. *CK, little Yi Fan risked his life to enter the Violet Mountain and did so much. Where are these inhumane bastards? When everything calmed down, they actually acted against him. They deserve death. Li Heishui was infuriated. The rise of a supreme sect would always be accompanied by a storm of blood. In the next 100 years, let's build Yi Fan's supreme sect on the ruins of the mortal world and hell. Li Tian spoke. Chapter 832. Qi. The killer god Imperial Court's person turned into an afterimage. A blood sword appeared in front of him, breaking through the restrictions of time and space. Killing intent pervaded the air. He still didn't give up and unleashed a thunderous attack. Chong! Sparks flew in all directions like a meteor shower. The instant Yi Fan evaded with the row technique, he pointed out a finger radiance to probe this person. The blood sword patterns didn't move in the slightest and only released chong-chong sounds. Biting cold killing intent and heaven overflowing killing intent were like a group of archaic vicious beasts charging crazily, engulfing the wasteland as they charged over. The other killer king also arrived. Their attack didn't work, but they didn't leave. Instead, they wanted to use their king-level power to suppress and kill Yi Fan. When one was powerful to this degree, killing sect masters was like cutting grass. I was just waiting for you guys to come. Yi Fan was truly angry. He did everything he could to deal with the archaic king race, yet in the end, he was treated like this. He didn't use heavenly tribulation because he didn't want to use it up now. However, he wasn't willing to let these two go either, even if they were terrifying immortal kings. Hong! In the distance, the monkey took action. He brandished a large iron rod that was full of bumps and hollows. It wasn't very smooth. This was an archaic vicious weapon from back then. He turned into a streak of golden light and rushed over, smashing towards one of the killer kings. He was already at the third immortal severing Dao. Even though he had just stepped into it, he was still the son of an ancient emperor. His strength was great enough to catch up to kings who had cultivated for many years. One of them immediately gave up on Yi Fan and went up to block the monkey. He wanted to stall for time and let the other kill Yi Fan. He thought that nothing unexpected would happen because the immortal king killed sect masters as easily as plucking flowers. Yi Fan didn't have anything to hide. He immediately brought out that divine shell. He definitely wouldn't let these two go. Hong! Like a flood that overflowed into the heavens, a wave of blood energy pierced through the heavens. A majestic pressure pervaded the air. From the distance, it looked like a great golden furnace that immediately covered this place. Holy might! An unstoppable holy might! Go! This killer king was immediately horrified. He quickly called out to the other person and turned around to run. They would never face those who surpassed themselves head-on. They focused on assassination. None of you will leave today. Yi Fan roared furiously. With a loud roar, a golden ripple rushed out like a vast sea. Pooh! The king of assassins coughed up a large mouthful of blood on the spot and almost fell from the sky. Although it was not a saint's law, it was still a sonic boom of this level. He naturally could not withstand it. That's right. None of you can escape. Monkey swung his cudgel and chased after another king of assassins. Whoosh! The two killer kings entered the void, disappearing from where they stood. However, Yi Fan sneered and chased after him with the row formula. This kind of secret technique was useless against him because he had already read the ancient scrolls of the Celestial Court. Boom! At this moment, he didn't need to use any laws. He punched out and the golden blood energy surged forward like a divine sea. Pooh! The void collapsed, and a person spat out a mouthful of blood as he fell out. He didn't even look back as he continued to flee. The blood sword in his hand was broken, and one of his arms was bent beyond recognition. You really did obtain the legacy of the Celestial Court. King of Killers growled. Ah! Yi Fan shouted and spoke the six-syllable mantra. His physical body hummed and trembled slightly. Suddenly, a golden wave rushed out and caused the void in front to collapse. Ah! King of Killers screamed miserably. His divine laws couldn't injure this sacred shell, and he was seriously injured once again. Yi Fan's eyes were suffused with a cold glint as he used the row formula. His body turned into a beam of light and arrived in front of the King of Killers. He stretched out a large hand and grabbed the King of Killers. In terms of speed, none of the current kings could compare to him. There was simply no hope of escaping. Yi Fan grabbed him back like a little chick. In the distance, the monkey was bewildered. Although the fiery eye's golden clarity hadn't been shaken off by that king of killers, he was also about to disappear. He couldn't completely break through Hell's concealment technique. Boom! Yifan arrived and blasted that shriveled figure out of the void with a punch. He then followed up with a heaven-overturning seal. Ah! With a loud cry, this person's bones were also broken. In the end, the monkey's jet-black cudgel also smashed down, smashing half of his body. Yifan was like dragging dead dogs. He placed the two killers together. They were both heavily injured and on the verge of death. Their bodies were spasming. We risked our lives to enter the Purple Mountain and did our best to suppress the Divine Spirit Valley. Patriarch Origin Heaven even lost his life. Where were you guys at that time? We just got a peaceful period, but you guys can't sit still anymore and want to kill me. I'll skin you guys alive. Yifan's foot almost squashed one of their heads. His heart was filled with rage. He had paid a lot, but these two assassin organizations had come to assassinate him at this juncture. It made it hard for him to calm down. There's something wrong with these two. They've reached the three immortals slaying Dao, but they're not that strong. There seems to be a problem somewhere. The monkey was quite sharp. They're half-primordial spirits. Duanda walked over and searched their bodies with great familiarity. In the end, he kicked them twice and said, "They're kings of assassins, but they don't even have a decent treasure." The important figures of the god dynasty of assassins were all very cautious. They would always leave a path of survival for themselves. These two king bodies were shells left behind by their predecessors. They weren't their true bodies. They were only half-primordial spirits. No wonder. I was wondering why they were so weak. They don't match the strength of kings at all, the monkey said. Yifan reached out with a large hand and stripped their primordial spirits. In the end, their heads exploded on the spot and turned to dust. Not only are they ruthless to their enemies, but they're also ruthless to themselves. Half of their primordial spirits have been destroyed just like that. Li Heishui sighed. Hell, the human world, if you don't erase your names, then I will. Yifan looked into the distance and said with a powerful voice. Pang Bo, Dongfang Yi, Wu Zhongtian, and the others were either dead, injured, or missing. Their hatred had long since been irreconcilable. What do we do now? Do we establish an unparalleled sect or go find the secret place of the two god dynasties? Li Heishui asked. They all felt that they should first use their own connections to find various clues about the two god dynasties and understand them thoroughly. After all, it was an immortal inheritance from ancient times. In the past, I established a mining sect on a whim. Now, it has moved to an oasis. We can meet there. Yifan gave an address in detail. The monkey was used to being alone, but he also said that he would go to the mining sect soon to help. Duanda even patted his chest and said that he would definitely find the cemetery of the ancient god dynasty of assassins and turn it upside down. Li Heishui could ask the 13 great bandits for advice, and there was no need to mention Ji Ziyue and her brother. The Ji clan most likely had top-secret information. Dongfang Man could ask the clan elders. After the large black dog woke up, his drunkenness disappeared. He bared his teeth and made a fuss, asking who had hit him. Everyone pointed at Duanda. Damn it, you guys are so mean. I'm going to escape. Duanda disappeared with a whoosh. He was the first to disappear into the horizon. Woof, woof, woof. The large black dog chased for hundreds of miles. He rubbed the big bump on the back of his head and returned without success. He clamored that he would definitely take Fatty Duan as a human pet in the future. In the end, they went their separate ways. Li Tian and Yan Ishi didn't understand this world. They were in the dark and could only follow Yifan. It's time to return the treasure. Yifan said. The matter of the North region was over. The ancient saints had gone into hibernation. Their cultivation was complete. The sky-devouring demonic jar had been returned to its respective owners at the Jade Pool. The sacred shell had to be returned. Once again, they came to the small world of the Green Flood Dragon King. Yi Fan and the others received a very high standard of courtesy. Many ancient demons came out to welcome them. Yi Fan naturally wouldn't be careless. He performed all the necessary etiquette. Then, he saw the Red Dragon Taoist, thanked the son of the Flood Dragon King, and returned the sacred shell. This was an invincible human-shaped weapon. Although the demon race was generous, they weren't so generous as to casually gift a sacred shell to others. Moreover, undercurrents were turbulent in the world. At any time, there might be a dark upheaval. The demon race really needed this sacred shell. With it to activate the weapon of the demon monarch, its power would definitely increase by several times. Do you still want Ryu to come back? If necessary, I can immediately call her back from the western desert, the Red Dragon Taoist said. There's no need. Not for a very long time. Yi Fan sighed. He told him about this trip and said, I hope that there will never be a need for Azure Emperor to come into the world. That day will never come. After saying this, Yi Fan stood up under the flickering divine brilliance of the Red Dragon Taoist. He walked out of the great hall and headed outside. He was going to see an old friend. The last time he came, he was filled with worry. The main reason was to borrow the sacred shell. He didn't stay for even a moment. Now, everything had finally calmed down. Who are you going to see? Li Tian asked with a mischievous smile. A demoness. The Black Emperor curled his lips. He didn't forget the demoness named Qin Yao. When the palace collapsed, he was buried alive. A cold wind blew over. Yi Fan felt his entire body go cold. He climbed up the mountain peak. The pines rustled, but the pavilion was no longer there. There was no sign of life at all. In the depths of the pine forest, there was only a lonely grave. The mound of earth wasn't big, and there was a stone tablet with the name Qin Yao clearly engraved on it. Yi Fan felt a chill from head to toe. When he came here again, his old friend had already passed away. They were separated forever. How could this be? He was absent-minded and then incomparably sad. After traveling for more than 10 years, he actually only saw her grave after returning. He stood in front of the grave in a daze. What? Do you feel a tinge of guilt or sadness? You could see her a few more times in the past, but you never came back. In the end, you crossed the star domain alone. A young lady in golden feather clothes appeared and said coldly. Yi Fan recognized her. Her name was Jin Yen, a demoness of this small world. Back then, she was extremely loathsome, but now, he couldn't feel a trace of anger after hearing her words. There was only silence. The pines rustled. This place was very desolate and lonely. There was only a lonely grave like this. It made one feel sad. Light footsteps could be heard. 3 demonic race men appeared. They were Bai Feng, Jin Yu, and Ku Zhu. They were Qin Yao's pursuers back then. How did she leave? When did she die? Yi Fan asked after a long silence. She died less than 200 days ago, Bai Feng replied. What? Yi Fan was dumbfounded. This was about the same time as his return. She was very happy after learning of your return, but she quickly became silent again and began to cultivate bitterly, Ku Zhu said with a hoarse voice. Why? What exactly happened? Yi Fan looked at him. Because you and us are people of 2 different worlds. Your cultivation is too high. She did her best to catch up, but in the end, something went wrong, Ku Zhu said in a low voice. Isn't it laughable? Jin Yen wiped away her tears and placed several bouquets of pure white flowers in front of the lone grave. To you, she might just be a passerby in your life. She doesn't count for anything. But to her, it's different. The wind became stronger. The pines rustled as if they were sobbing. The lonely grave made one feel sad. Yi Fan stood there in a daze. If you had never appeared, she would have lived very well. Perhaps she would have already become Dao companions with one of Big Brother Ku Zhu and the others. These calm words were transmitted through the wind. It was like a blade hacking at Yifan's heart. He became even more silent. He couldn't say anything, only feeling a wave of bitterness. There is no need to feel sad, no need to feel dejected, because there is no need. After many years, perhaps you will remember her. You might even feel some bitterness sometimes, but what does that matter? She is only a part of your life that can be considered profound. But in the end, a scenery is a scenery. It will never be the most important brand in the depths of your heart. In the past, Jean Yen was very loathsome. Now, she said words that Yifan couldn't refute. He couldn't refute her words either. Every word hit the nail on the head and opened up wounds. Chapter 833. 12 years had passed, and when he looked back, things remained the same, but the people had changed. The pine forest was deep, and all that remained was a lonely grave. He would never see that woman again, forever separated from the heavens. The wind blew the pure white flowers Ku Zhu and the others brought, scattering them messily on the grave. There was a trace of desolation and a few wisps of fragrance. This was Qin Yao's life. Who was a passerby in whose life? The scattered flowers, the ice-cold steel, the lonely grave, there was no need for an answer, no need for further words. A fine rain began to pour down from the sky. It wetted the pure white flowers, diluting the delicate fragrance, adding a trace of coolness. Last time you came, you left right after meeting Senior Crimson Dragon, not even stopping for a moment. Have you never thought that there would be an old friend here, a woman you interacted with in the past? Jean Yan's voice became very loud, as if she was extremely emotional. She clenched her fists and glared at Yifan. Are you in such a hurry? Is there some world-shaking matter waiting for you to do? Are you going to mend the heavens? There is a woman here, lying in an ice-cold coffin. Is she really that insignificant? You've long forgotten, even if it was just for a moment. Jean Yen pointed at him, her body trembling in anger. A pine forest, a grave, a single person. The world was cold and bleak. Rain poured down. Yifan stood there for a long time. What could he say right now? Qin Yao had already withered like a flower, her life reaching its end. She blossomed brilliantly like fireworks, and then returned to eternal darkness and silence. Jean Yen, Ku Zhu, and the others had already left. There was only Yifan on the mountain. Under the rustling of the rain, he faced the new grave alone. The rain became heavier and heavier, finally pouring down in torrents, drenching him from head to toe. Water droplets continuously fell down, even on his face. His lips moved, his voice hoarse. It was impossible to hear clearly in the wind and rain. He had already cultivated the heavenly eye, so he could see through the muddy water, through the grave. He could see the crystal coffin underground. That woman was ice-cold and silent, not moving at all. Her beauty was gone, but her appearance hadn't changed. She lay quietly and bleakly in the coffin. She was close, yet he couldn't touch her, as far as the horizon. One step to life, one step to death. Even if there was only a layer of earth between them, it was still difficult to touch. Separated by a netherworld, it was difficult to pull back. Yifan sat in front of the grave and placed his hand on the soil, allowing the rain to pour down on his body. He spoke softly until daybreak. On the second day, the rain did not stop, but it was much lighter. The pine forest was shrouded in mist. Yifan took one last look at the grave and descended the mountain step by step. He walked very slowly, leaving behind footprints. At the foot of the mountain, Jean Yen, Ku Zhu, and the others stood, watching through the misty rain. Finally, Jean Yen couldn't hold it in any longer. She pointed at him and said many things, as if she were venting her anger. Some of the words were harsh, unpleasant, and hurtful, but Yifan couldn't refute them. Some of the words might not be the truth, and they stabbed into his heart. I say, sister, when it is possible to let someone off, one should forgive them. Would Yifan be willing to see such a scene? Who would be willing to see an old friend die? Who would be willing to see life and death part? If he didn't have urgent matters to attend to, why wouldn't he stop? Li Tian asked. Let's go. Yi Fan stopped Li Tian, not letting him say anything else. He walked into the distance step by step, leaving this place that made him so sad that he couldn't say a single word. That little girl really wasn't bad. How could she die just like that? What a pity, the Black Emperor mumbled. It was unknown just how many cultivators had fallen on the long path of cultivation. In reality, there were large numbers of people who couldn't make it through and perished at every stage. Those who could succeed were all heroes. This was a ruthless path to begin with. Those who set foot on it would experience many cruelties. What they heard were the legends of the heroes whose names shook the world. Who would pay attention to the decline of a small cultivator? In reality, there were many sad songs on the path of cultivators. However, apart from those famous heroes, who would pay attention to the joys and sorrows of others? Yan Ishi patted Yi Fan's shoulder and didn't say anything else. They left this place, traveling 90,000 li in one go. Where are we going? What are we going to do? Li Tian asked. I'm going to undergo tribulation, Yi Fan said. Where do you want to choose? The Black Emperor laughed dryly. Use your brain and think carefully. Find an important place between hell and the human world. I want to resist the heavenly tribulation in such a place, Yi Fan said seriously. He sealed a part of his nascent soul in Yan Ishi's goddess furnace. He didn't place it on his celestial platform, forcefully delaying the arrival of the tribulation. Let me think carefully. It's been too long. That place is just a remote corner of the world. I wasn't too clear about it in the past, and now, I've almost completely forgotten about it. The large black dog scratched his head and began to ponder. They began to wander around the north region like a group of ghosts, and also like a group of death gods. They all knew that Yi Fan was full of depression and needed to find someone to kill. In these few days, they tried to find some light topics to avoid the heavy atmosphere. Of course, they didn't avoid the topic of Qin Yao's death. I've always been surrounded by flowers. If I leave for 12 years, there will most likely be many women who will clap their hands in joy. F***ck. Li Tian cursed. None of you can do this. You have to learn from me. Use great willpower, great wisdom, and great fearlessness to sever everything. Bury them in the grave in your heart, and they will never have to worry. At this point, the Black Emperor poked Yi Fan, and said, For you, there will be an additional experience. The opportunity for the 3 slashes of Tao might come early. Severing Tao. Yi Fan looked into the distance, and said, Let's go. We'll find hell and the human world first. Brat, have you thought about it? What kind of Tao do you want to sever in the future? The Black Emperor asked seriously. Yi Fan thought for a moment, and said, I can't sever whatever I want. If I think about it seriously, perhaps severing my entire Tao is the most suitable. There are too many fetters and shackles. The Black Emperor, Li Tian, and Yan Ishi all wore awkward expressions. You can't be serious, right? Cut yourself off? What kind of joke is this? Since ancient times, who has done this? Even if you want to commit suicide, you can't do this. The Black Emperor scolded. Yi Fan said, severing the Tao, that is a very long time ago. In history, the strongest few monsters were comparable to the young Great Emperor, but in the end, they all fell. My Tao seems to be very difficult to sever, let's finish the tribulation first. According to the Black Emperor's ancient memories, he searched many places, but to no avail. After hundreds of thousands of years of ups and downs, the world had changed greatly, and many of the old places had changed greatly. Furthermore, in the past, it wasn't very clear about these 2 great killer divine dynasties. It didn't know where the important places were, and had only vaguely heard of them. On this day, they arrived at a desolate mountain outside of Kaiyuan City in the northern region. They immediately stopped and walked towards the mountain. Because, they had heard from Li Heishui that his grandfather, Li Heng, had died in battle to save them. the few of them decided to pay their respects. It should be that stone cliff. A broken spear was stabbed into the cliff. The blood had long since dried up, forming a human shape. It was dark red, a ghastly sight. One could imagine the miserable state at that time. Li Heishui had once said with tears in his eyes that his grandfather had been nailed to the cliff by an old assassin from the Hell God Imperial Court with a spear. One could imagine that a white-haired old man had died in battle to save his descendants. Looking at the broken spear and the dried blood, the few of them gritted their teeth. Half a month later, the Black Emperor brought them to the western part of the northern region. It remembered that some things had happened here in the past, and it was related to the Hell God Imperial Court. After walking into an ancient mountain range, there was no sign of life. Not even a blade of grass grew, and they still didn't discover anything. They were almost completely disappointed. They couldn't even find a living fossil like the big black dog, so who else knew? Found it. Suddenly, the Black Emperor shouted excitedly, pointing at a mark that was almost worn away by time, saying that this was a dark mark of hell. They must be in this mountain range. Be careful, don't be discovered by them, and search slowly. Finally finding some clues, they were naturally extremely cautious. After spending several days, they hid in the dark, and only rushed out when they saw a black-clothed man disappear on a cliff, pouncing over there. Yes, I understand now. There is a small world here that was opened by an ancient sage. It is an extremely important secret place in hell, the Black Emperor said. In hell, apart from a supreme ancient palace, that was where their foundation was. There were also 18 layers of hell, which were the 18 main branches that extended from the roots. The 18 layers of hell were extremely important. They were all small worlds in ancient times, independent of the great world, and almost impossible to find. They were incomparably mysterious, and were all important places. A small world opened by a sage. Their foundation is really deep. You all wait outside, I will go and cross the tribulation. Yi Fan said. Thinking of Pang Bo's life and death still unknown, Lu Ko being blasted into a bloody pulp, Dongfang Ye's blood staining the falling eagle cliff, Li Heishui's grandfather being nailed to death, and so on and so forth, the blood in his heart was boiling. From today forth, there will be one less layer in hell. This is the first debt I will collect. Yi Fan's voice was deep and cold, ringing through the entire mountain range. He already found the entrance, retracting his primordial spirit from the goddess furnace, and then walked in with a single step. At first, the Black Emperor, Li Tian, and Yan Ishi were still a bit worried, following him inside. In the end, black smoke immediately rose from their bodies, hurriedly withdrawing. There is no justice in the heavens. The lightning tribulation is so great, how can there be human lightning and some celestial court's ancient watchtowers? Li Tian had never seen such a terrifying heavenly tribulation before. We should still back up, this place isn't safe either. This small world will definitely collapse, and those who are stuck inside are all finished. The Black Emperor bared his teeth, smoke coming out of his mouth, all of the hair on his body standing on end. They decisively backed up, only stopping after moving far enough. Everything was as they expected. This small world had existed since the ancient times, and after more than 100,000 years, it had long become unstable. The heavenly tribulation descended, and in the end, it collapsed. Ah, miserable cries sounded. This small world was hacked through, and now it was adjacent to the great world outside. Everything could be seen. The lightning turned into a sea, and the thunderstorm connected to form a blazing purple light. This was a human tragedy. After this collapsed small world appeared, all types of miserable scenes could be seen. Large amounts of human figures turned into scorched corpses, and countless palaces became ruins. This was an important place for assassins. Experts were as common as clouds, and everyone was passively facing tribulation, unable to escape. Even though they were trying to break out of the encirclement, the tribulation clouds continued to surround their heads, and heavenly lightning struck down continuously. There was nowhere to escape to. This was especially the case when Yifan turned into a streak of humanoid lightning, chasing after experts everywhere. Wherever he passed, everyone would definitely be turned into ashes. There is a king. There is actually a powerful king here. The Black Emperor, Li Tian, and the others quickly discovered an extremely powerful existence with world-shocking strength. His heavenly punishment was boundless, forming a vast ocean. It's an assassin king who tried to assassinate Yi Fan last time. It's his aura. Who would have thought that his true body would be here? Ah, miserable cries sounded everywhere, and people continuously turned into ashes. This place became a living hell, but this time, it was someone else who came to take their lives. There was no suspense in this battle. After Yi Fan rushed over, he locked onto the assassin king. An even more vast sea of lightning descended, and he was blasted into ashes. The battle flattened this place, leaving behind only a vast expanse of ruins and human-shaped ashes. That day, the eastern wasteland was shaken. A secret area of the infernal realm was picked by someone, and from then on, there was one less layer of the infernal realm. Yi Fan said that since the human world and the infernal realm wanted to play, he would accompany them to the end. Next, he was going to hunt down their divine sons and goddesses. At the same time, he offered bounties to everyone in the world, offering generous rewards. Regardless of whether it was providing information on the assassin divine dynasty or killing them, there would be sky-high rewards. The world was in an uproar. Was a single person going to start a war against two great ancient assassin divine dynasties? Everyone was moved. Chapter 834. The northern region had just calmed down, and the ancient saints went into hibernation, welcoming a period of relative peace. At this moment, Yi Fan's declaration of war against the ancient killer god dynasty spread throughout the world. The 13th level of hell has been broken through. It's really unbelievable. All the assassins have been turned into ashes, and even the small space opened up by the ancient sages has collapsed. The heavenly tribulation of the saint physique is truly terrifying. It destroyed a level of hell alone, wiping it from the world. It's extremely powerful and shocking. In the outside world, everyone was discussing this matter. Yi Fan wanted to fight against the two divine dynasties alone, and the whole world was paying attention to it. The saint physique has passed the heavenly tribulation. This time, he has reached the great circle of the second level of immortal foundation. If he doesn't sever his Tao, who can contend against him? During this period of time, the world was not peaceful. All the sects were guarding against the attacks of the ancient races, and very few people paid attention to Yi Fan's cultivation. Now, they suddenly realized that he had grown to a very terrifying level. However, people didn't think that Yi Fan could win. Even if he used the heavenly tribulation to flatten the 13th level of hell, they didn't think that he could fight against the human world and hell alone, because it was too unrealistic. The ancient killer god dynasty has never been destroyed. Even in the most severe period of history, they still survived when the Holy Lands joined forces. In that battle in the past, heaven and earth collapsed, blood flowed like rivers, and ghosts cried and gods howled. Corpses piled up into mountains, and the celestial court turned into ashes. Hell and the human world retreated, but they didn't stop. Everywhere was noisy, but Yi Fan and the Black Emperor were relatively calm. They walked among the barren mountains of the northern region, not in a hurry to do anything. This is a dragon vein, there should be many divine roots underground. Yi Fan stared at a mountain ahead. On the way, they dug up more than 10 mountains, and their harvest was plentiful. They didn't rush to continue at all, and used this to calm their emotions. After all, they were going to face two divine dynasties. When a true sect is established, there are too many formation patterns that need to be inscribed. The more divine roots, the better. Let's quickly accumulate them. The large black dog embezzled all the divine roots. Let's go, we can't dig this mountain anymore. As soon as he dug halfway, Yi Fan immediately stopped. There were ancient creatures underground, and they were definitely powerful existences. They began to plan to hunt down the divine sons and daughters of the two major assassin organizations. However, they didn't find any clues in the following half a month. This is the calm before the storm. They must be calculating where we are. When the time comes, they will strike like lightning. Say, do you think there's an existence like Killer Saint in these two assassin organizations? Li Tian asked a terrifying question. It's hard to say. In the ancient times, they killed saints endlessly, but now, we don't know. The Black Emperor said. Finally, on this day, many places in the eastern wastelands were covered in snow-white flowers. Large areas were dyed with blood. The two ancient divine dynasties made a response, declaring that they would kill the human race's holy bodies. More than 10 years ago, you already put me on the kill list, but haven't I still lived well until now? On that day, Yi Fan stood out and mocked coldly, appearing in the divine city of the northern region. Moreover, on this day, Yi Fan announced to the whole world that killing the lowest level person in the God dynasty would be rewarded with 10,000 divine roots, killing a disciple would be rewarded with 100,000 divine roots, killing an important figure would be rewarded with 1 million divine roots, and killing a divine son or a big shot would be rewarded with 10 million divine roots. I'm about to become the Yuan Taoist master, so the divine roots won't be a problem. Moreover, they'll all be xenogenic or divine roots. Even if I provide just one piece of information, I'll be rewarded with divine roots. Yi Fan directly declared ruthlessly. He was going to start a great war that would engulf the entire eastern wastelands. He was going to use all his power to eradicate the assassin organizations. He was extremely forceful and direct. If anyone can provide the location of the people of hell and the world, and take the head of their leader, I'll give them a piece of phoenix blood gold. In the end, Yi Fan released world-shaking news, displaying the immortal material exclusive to the great ancient emperors. It shook the entire northern region and quickly spread throughout the world. A piece of phoenix gold, that's right, it's a piece of true phoenix blood gold. There isn't a single trace of impurity, and there are 9 phoenixes curling around it. Auspicious energy surged and rushed straight into the heavens. That day, the divine city of the northern region erupted with commotion. Everyone went crazy. This world-shaking news immediately spread everywhere, flying into the great powers. It really is a piece of phoenix blood gold, a priceless material. It's something even the great ancient emperors yearn for even in their dreams. It's the same material as the Jiang family's eternal universe furnace. That day, the 5 regions were in an uproar. It was unknown how many cultivators' blood was boiling. The phoenix blood moved people's hearts, and it was unknown how many people's hearts were moved by this kind of immortal material. A fist-sized piece like this, if forged cleverly, could definitely form a Tao weapon. If there were still great emperors in this world, they would definitely pay attention to it. Yi Fan didn't care at all. At this point, there was nothing to be afraid of. Everyone knew that he had the myriad energy cauldron on him, so another piece of enviable immortal material wasn't that big of a deal. Do you all dare to kill me? If you can provide the location of the 2 great ancient divine dynasties' palaces and take the heads of their leaders, I'll even give you the seed of the Qilin divine medicine as a reward. When Yi Fan released this news and personally took out the purple Qilin sealed within the divine source, another storm swept through the eastern wasteland. Crazy, too crazy. With so many immortal treasures, it will drive everyone to attack the divine dynasties. Everyone had indeed gone crazy. With so many benefits, no one could remain calm. Killing an ordinary disciple would give them 100,000 kilograms of origin. The temptation was just too great. After Yi Fan announced the news, he immediately fled into the distance, disappearing without a trace. He didn't want to become a living target for the divine dynasties. Draw everyone in the world to target the 2 great ancient divine dynasties and kill them together. After a few more years, Yi Fan might really become the Yuan Taoist master. Those origin resources really aren't a problem for him. He wants to use the people of the world to exhaust the 2 ancient organizations. Everyone understood his intentions, but they were still tempted. The reward was too generous, and almost everyone wanted to find some clues. The storm this time was even greater than what everyone had imagined. Even the ancient races participated, and many strange and powerful creatures moved out. Find the ancient palace of hell and the human world and kill one of their leaders. Will I be able to obtain the phoenix blood scarlet gold? Let me give it a try. No one would have thought that an ancient emperor's son would say these words. He was extremely interested in Yi Fan's reward and was the first to step out from the ancient races. Huang Shudao came from the Blood Phoenix Mountain. He was a low-key and incomparably mysterious ancient prince. He rarely appeared in the world, and very few people had seen his true appearance. Back then, the Heavenly Prince personally invited him to come out and kill the monkey, but he was refused. He said that he only wanted to exist in this life, never expecting that he would appear in the world at this time. However, soon after, everyone knew why he was interested in that phoenix blood scarlet gold. It was because what his clan cultivated was phoenix immortal force. The phoenix gold could be used as a primer to corroborate the Tao. Large amounts of ancient race experts participated, exceeding Yi Fan's expectations. It also made many people who were interested in the reward feel pressure. This was a powerful competitor. Meanwhile, not long after, another piece of news spread. Another ancient prince also expressed that he was going to take action. Not only was he interested in the phoenix blood scarlet gold immortal material, he also desired the Qilin divine medicine. The Fire Qilin child appeared. He came from Fire Qilin cave, always lingering outside Origin ancient mine. The people of the world didn't know what he wanted to do. This time, not only was he going to take action himself, he also drew over a few experts from his clan. They had to obtain the Qilin seed, because it was rumored that this was their past divine medicine, but it flew away during a great calamity. It could be said that Fire Qilin cave's people were extremely fervent and anxious, using all types of methods to contact Yi Fan. They were willing to use exceptional divine objects to exchange for it and immediately purchase it. What a coincidence! Yi Fan immediately laughed. He never expected the Phoenix Blood Scarlet Gold and Qilin Divine Medicine to startle even the two archaic emperor clans. It is worth being on guard. If Fire Qilin Cave's people become desperate and directly take action against you, then it will be troublesome. The Black Emperor said worriedly. Yi Fan nodded and said, "This is indeed a problem. However, if we use it well, it will become a murderous immortal sword. Who knows, it might truly be able to destroy hell and the human world." The Qilin Divine Medicine seed was something he wouldn't give away no matter what, because every single ancient emperor had one. It was something that couldn't be exchanged for millions and millions of gold. They naturally wouldn't show themselves, but they still responded. They still had the same condition, that if they wanted to obtain the medicine, they had to find the two great assassin dynasties' ancient palaces and kill one of their leaders. Huang Shudao himself was one thing, but the Fire Qilin had drawn out the people behind him. This was very terrifying. If they really attacked, even the assassin dynasty would be terrified. Great! Although it is a double-edged sword, if we use it well, destroying hell and the human world will no longer be a delusion. Li Heishui clenched his fists when he heard the news. From that day onward, the eastern wasteland was no longer peaceful. Soldiers were everywhere, and many people began to search for hell and the human world. Yi Fan transported an Source Mountain into the God City. It was filled with xenogeneic source sources, and there were many bowl-sized God source sources mixed in. Light shone in all directions, and the entire city was bright at night. How long had it been? He had suddenly produced such a pile of treasures, shocking everyone. There were countless treasures, and they shone brightly. Many people regretted that they had recruited Yi Fan when he was still weak. They wouldn't have fought and killed him. Now, his source techniques alone were enough to shock the world. People like the Yuan Taoist master were both frightening and fearful. This was what everyone felt. Everyone was envious, but no one dared to have any improper thoughts. This was because Yi Fan had simply piled the treasures into Tianxian Old Stone Square. Now, no one dared to go in. They already knew that the gatekeeper was a human saint. Anyone who dared to rob there would be looking to die. At the same time, people were shocked. How did Yi Fan get involved with this saint? And he didn't treat him like an outsider. This made the hearts of those who had strange thoughts turn cold. Of course, this time, Yi Fan was completely thick-skinned. He truly displayed the scene of crazy Ol fighting the kings in the Ziwei segmentum, and then he piled the sources in. He didn't care about these sources. Even if this human saint was unhappy, he could throw them all away. At the very least, he had the effect of a tiger's skin. When it came to saints, even the Fire Chelan cave would have to think twice. Now that the saints were in hibernation and didn't appear in the world, they couldn't provoke them either. Yi Fan disappeared from the divine city once again. In just half a month, the results were obvious. More than 20 disciples and 2 old assassins from the 2 divine dynasties had been killed. It was laughable to say that there were many incidents when they came out to carry out assassination missions. After being discovered, people gathered to attack them, and they were hunted down instead. The eastern wasteland couldn't calm down. A source mountain was piled up in the divine city for people to collect. There was also a piece of phoenix blood gold and the seed of an immortal divine medicine. These days, there were bloodshed every day. Hell and the human world's missions failed time and time again. Those who dared to appear would be hunted down by a group of people. It was a tragedy. I'm so poor that I only have sources left. With the Heaven's Source technique, I can smash you to death with sources. The Black Emperor shouted. He embezzled divine sources all day long. His big mouth stretched to his ears and hadn't closed it for the past few days. Yi Fan thought he had concealed himself very well. It was difficult for outsiders to discover him, but he didn't expect to be found today. Moreover, it was an unexpected person, Old Saber Honcho. In the past, he, Li Disheng, Old Saber Honcho, Yao Guang Saint Child, Jade Lake Saintess, and others entered the absolute beginning forbidden area. A series of strange things happened there. After they parted ways, he never saw Old Saber Honcho again. He didn't expect him to suddenly appear today. It was very mysterious. My grandfather wants to see you. He was already so old, yet he said such an inexplicable sentence the moment he arrived. Why? Yi Fan asked in puzzlement. He comes from the celestial court. The mysterious and powerful Old Saber Honcho's words stunned Yi Fan and the others. Chapter 835. Did the celestial court, the inheritance that made even the ancient saints change their expressions, still exist in this world? Yi Fan and the others were all stunned, unable to say anything for a long time. More than 100,000 years ago, all the Holy Lands joined forces and even used the extreme Emperor weapon to finally uproot the Celestial Court. Everyone knew about that battle. Is the Celestial Court still in this world? Yi Fan asked. This was a very serious question. For him, it was a matter of life and death. Perhaps there would be an unimaginably great enemy. That was because the Xing character formula and a scroll of the Celestial Court scriptures were on him. If the Celestial Court still existed in this world, they would definitely think of a way to take it back. Old Saber Honcho seemed to have guessed what he was thinking and said, "You don't need to worry, my grandfather doesn't have any evil intentions. He simply wants to see you." The Black Emperor immediately set her eyes on him and circled around him. She stuck out her bright red tongue and asked, "Back then, the ancient palace of the Celestial Court wasn't breached?" "Breached, everything was destroyed. This is all I know, there's no need to ask anything else." Old Saber Honcho said straightforwardly. "All right, I'll go see your grandfather." Yi Fan said. If the other party wanted to harm him, he wouldn't have appeared in such a manner, so he wasn't too worried. Li Tian, Yan Ishi, and the Black Emperor wanted to go together, but Old Saber Honcho flatly refused. In the end, only Yi Fan went with him. Be careful, the ancient divine court is not a good person. Don't be fooled by them. The Black Emperor reminded. Yi Fan nodded. The human heart was the most complicated. Sometimes, the judgment that one thought was accurate might not necessarily be correct. Perhaps it was to make him relax and scheme for the Xing character formula on him. They went all the way north and finally approached the divine city. Old Saber Honcho's grandfather was waiting here, overseeing this eternal city. Yi Fan didn't want to enter this place again because a storm was already brewing. He had spoken here twice, so who knew how many pairs of eyes were staring at him, hoping that he would appear a third time. With the Guardian of Merak here, no one dares to cause any trouble. It's beneficial to you, so my grandfather is waiting for you here, old Saber Honcho said. Is that so? There's one thing I've always wanted to ask in detail, but I never had the chance to. Yi Fan didn't say much about this. Instead, he mentioned an old matter. What is it? Old Saber Honcho asked. That year, after we got out of the absolute beginning Forbidden Land, someone attacked us at night and killed Elder Yao Guang. Did you do that? Yi Fan couldn't forget that incident. It's definitely not me. After what happened, I became the biggest suspect and had no choice but to leave, old Saber Honcho said. Then, he said something that made Yi Fan shiver. That year, they weren't the only ones who had entered the absolute beginning Forbidden Land. Someone else had fallen behind them. It can't be an ancient being, right? No, it's a powerful human expert. He was walking on the footsteps left by Yao Guang's saint son. More than 10 years ago, Yi Fan's cultivation base was low, so it was impossible for him to have such a sharp spiritual sense. He couldn't sense the powerful stalker behind them. After so many years, he finally knew that there was another unknown person who had entered the absolute beginning Forbidden Land with them. That year's incident was a bit terrifying. That person was very powerful. We were afraid of each other, and neither of us dared to act blindly without thinking. Old Saber Honcho's words revealed that person's cultivation base. At the very least, he was a peerless expert. So, that night, it wasn't Yao Guang's saint's son who took action, Yi Fan muttered to himself. No, it should be him. With my many years of experience, that person was protecting Yao Guang's saint's son. Moreover, the two of them were in contact, old Saber Honcho said. So, that was his path protector. Yi Fan was startled. So, I had no choice but to leave that night. After I escaped, they would definitely make a move on me. There must be some unspeakable secret, old Saber Honcho said. Yes, fortunately, senior, you left in time. I think that peerless expert personally went to kill you, but he missed. At the same time, it also allowed me to avoid a disaster. Cold sweat appeared on Yi Fan's back. That year, it was really too dangerous. Being able to avoid a disaster was really because of all kinds of reasons. Only until now, when he knew the truth, did he feel terrified. Even if he was Yao Guang's saint's son, it would be difficult for him to have such a protector, because that person might be even more powerful than Yao Guang's saint master, old Saber Honcho said. He obtained another inheritance. If I'm not wrong, it must be that indestructible heaven technique. Yi Fan had a premonition long ago, but after directly confirming it, he was still shocked. Yao Guang's saint's son hid himself very deeply. Old Saber Honcho was startled. This heavenly technique was world-shaking. It was passed down from generation to generation, but no one had ever seen it. It was the most mysterious. Just like the Wuxia scripture, it never appeared in the world, but it couldn't stop people's desire and reverence for it. It was as clear and distant as the bright moon in the sky. The indestructible heaven technique was created by Ruthless in his later years. It competed with heaven and earth for luck, seized the good fortune of the past and present, shed his demonic shell and aged body, and used it to give birth to a divine fetus, beginning a new life. Old Saber Honcho muttered to himself in horror. This kind of technique was too mysterious, it had never been seen in the world. Ruthless was world-shaking. After comprehending his whole life in his later years, he left behind such a scripture. How terrifying would it be? Since ancient times, it was unknown how many people wanted to dig out this scripture, but they could only sigh in vain. Unexpectedly, a successor had appeared today. Talented people appear in every generation, each dominating the world for several thousand years. Moreover, an unprecedented great era has arrived. Ruthless' unique mysterious technique has appeared. I wonder when the Wuxia scripture will appear. Could it be that it must have an innate divine body? Old Saber Honcho muttered to himself. They entered the divine city. Yi Fan was very cautious. Hell and the human world were definitely the source of terror, he didn't dare to lower his guard. Old Saber Honcho's grandfather was called Chi Luo. The place he chose was very gorgeous. It was suspended in the sky, an ancient watchtower connected to each other. It was built with 5-colored jade. Rumor has it that it was supported by the Southern Mountains' demonic imperial palace. Chi Luo was very old, he was leaning on a crutch. One of his eyes was very turbid, the other was a black hole, as if it was connected to a black hole in the universe. It was extremely terrifying. At his level, even if he was really blind, he could still refine his body. Unless it was a great Dao injury, he would be able to recover. Yi Fan didn't believe that he was blind in one eye. No matter how he looked at it, that black hole seemed like it contained a terrifying Dao law. Perhaps it even contained a Dao weapon. Chi Luo stared at him for a very long time. Especially the black hole that shot out a strand of black light, it was even more terrifying. It was as if it could penetrate his body. It can't be wrong. You have obtained the Xing formula, and you have read the ancient scrolls of the Celestial Court. However, you didn't cultivate much. He was very direct, saying such words as soon as they met. Yi Fan was very calm, but he was shocked in his heart. This old man was very powerful. With just a glance, he was able to see through Yi Fan's depth. He was definitely an expert. Unless you become the Yuan Taoist master, otherwise, no matter how you disguise yourself, you won't be able to hide from the heavens, will I? The old man laughed. What advice does Senior have for me? Yi Fan asked. Chi Luo immediately burst into tears. He cried until the entire palace rumbled and was on the verge of collapse. He was so shocked that even the sky was trembling. This kind of cultivation was indeed astonishing, far surpassing that of a super expert. He was definitely a world-shaking character who had already severed his Dao for many years. Senior, you are. Yi Fan didn't understand. The heavens have taken pity on us and didn't sever the inheritance of the Celestial Court. Finally, there is someone to continue it. There is finally hope to avenge the hatred of our ancestors. The old man cried loudly. Yi Fan felt his blood run cold. What was this old man trying to do? Could it be that he wanted to drag him into becoming enemies with the whole world? One had to know that the destruction of the Celestial Court back then was the joint effort of all the Holy Lands. It was rumored that the undying Imperial Court of the Central Plains also seemed to have contributed. Our ancestors proved their Dao by killing and killed many experts from the Holy Lands. Later on, they besieged us, but we don't hate them. This is the karma of heaven and earth. However, the Celestial Court overlooked the world. How could it be destroyed in one fell swoop and even uprooted? The old man wiped his tears. It was unknown whether he was really sad or if he had this kind of habit, but he cried until the void was about to collapse. It was the underworld and the human world who leaked the address of the Celestial Court and secretly took action. Yi Fan was surprised to hear this. The destruction of the Celestial Court actually had the shadow of the other two killer divine dynasties. As expected, there were all kinds of secrets. Because they know that as long as the Celestial Court exists, it will always look down on them and will never be able to surpass them. After a long while, Chi Luo finally stopped crying. Yi Fan's ears were ringing non-stop. This old man's strength was too terrifying. With a cry, the Dao patterns were densely covered. If it wasn't for his divine physique, his physical body would have already been shattered. Senior, what do you want me to come here for? The one-eyed old man wiped his tears and stood in front of the window with the help of his crutch. He said, actually, it's nothing much. I just want to see what kind of person you are. Seeing is believing. Yi Fan didn't say anything and just looked at him calmly. A while ago, the underworld and the human world sent out all their assassins and even their trump cards. Wang Ting's body and spirit were almost destroyed, but he was saved at the crucial moment by an immortal crane. Yi Fan was shocked. Even Wang Ting became the target of the two divine dynasties. This was somewhat out of his expectation. At the same time, the immortal crane saving him made him shiver. He had long heard rumors that Wang Ting was gifted when he was young and was carried away by a divine crane. That was how he became a legend. A stray dog wants to be beaten by everyone. Since ancient times, the underworld and the human world have been envious of our celestial quartz line, secret, but in the end, they couldn't get it. Now, they have their eyes on his forwarding, secret. Once this secret is mastered, one can predict all opportunities. For an assassin, it is the same as the line, secret, and can be called a supreme technique. In that case, their main purpose of killing me is for the line, secret, and not because of the previous enmity. Yi Fan scoffed coldly. It's like this. They have always been thinking about our celestial court's supreme secret technique. It can break through all formations like walking on flat ground. It can go anywhere in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. After it is refined to the extreme, it can even evolve into the God's law, time. Old Saber Honcho stood at the side and didn't say anything. He was quietly listening to the conversation between his grandfather and Yi Fan. After a long time, Qi Luo said again, "There are many experts in this ancient watchtower built from multicolored jade. Not only are there Blood Phoenix Mountain and Fire Qilin Caves far ancient imperial family, there are also many young experts from the far ancient tribe. There are also dozens of assassins from the underworld and the human world. It seems their divine sons and daughters are also here." Yi Fan stood up and said, "What do you mean? I want to see how you'll perform under the siege of so many young elites. Oh, I forgot to mention, Fire Qilin's younger sister, Huolin, is also here. She is a princess with the ancient emperor's bloodline. She is incomparably powerful. She has personally come here." Yi Fan's expression changed. The divine sons and daughters of the underworld and the human world are known to be able to kill all kings. They are much stronger than the saints. It is not surprising that the immortals have slashed the path 3 times. You have to perform well, don't let down the celestial court's prestige. After Qi Luo finished speaking, he shouted toward the outside of the ancient watchtower, "The human race's sacred physique is here." "You old bastard!" Yi Fan cursed. Murderous intent soared to the heavens in all directions. Pillars of qi pierced through the heaven and earth. Blood energy covered the sun and rushed up. Dozens to 100 great experts surrounded the ancient watchtower. Chapter 836. Palaces made of multicolored jade stones emitted a faint radiance one after another. They were connected together and hung in the sky. At this time, the blood energy was like pillars supporting the sky. They were thick and majestic, piercing through the clouds and connecting the heavens and the earth. Over 100 experts were glaring at them like tigers watching their prey. Yi Fan was quite straightforward and didn't say anything else. He wanted to open the realm gate and leave, but he was astonished to find that the void was locked and he couldn't escape. Dao patterns were arranged like wriggling ancestral snakes, densely covering every inch of space. These were precisely the divine patterns formed by Qi Luo's crying. Yi Fan was astonished. This old man was too powerful. His cries were like blades as he carved divine patterns in the void, forming the power of laws that weaved in all directions. He turned around to leave, breaking open the window and leaping out. However, what he saw made him shiver inwardly. Even in the outside world, there were all types of fine Dao patterns that were like little snakes, but also like little divine phoenixes dancing about, locking down heaven and earth. The entire sky was sealed, so it was impossible to open the realm gate. He could only rely on his own strength to break through. He clenched his teeth and said, "Old thing, you really know how to cry." Qi Luo was all smiles as his single eye squinted into a reclining silkworm. Meanwhile, old Saber Honcho was petrified and didn't say anything. Yi Fan didn't even turn his head back as he rushed into the distance. He couldn't stay here for long and had to break out of the encirclement. Otherwise, there would be a world-shaking bloody battle. Human Saint Physique, where do you think you're going? The fallen wing race's Lu Dongfa is here. In front, a handsome young expert appeared. He rushed out from an ancient watchtower with 54 pairs of ink-black wings on his back. They were like a black cloud with blood-colored lightning curling around them. "I heard you don't put the younger generation of our archaic immemorial era in your eyes. Today, I'll fight with you." Yi Fan was astonished. No matter how he looked at it, this young ancient race expert was like a fallen angel from the other side of the starry sky. He knew that this was definitely the hatred Duanda had attracted for him. Cursing the heavenly prince and calling Yuan Gu a watermelon made the other ancient races feel that he was too arrogant. Clang! The 54 pairs of wings on Lu Dongfa's back vibrated like the cry of a sword. Immediately, demonic energy overflowed into the sky. Blood-colored lightning surged over like a long river, tearing apart the sky. It was extremely terrifying. Yi Fan drew a line with his right hand, and a round taiji appeared. It spun in the void and guided the god rule that the blood-colored lightning had evolved to the other side. Roar! Suddenly, a loud roar sounded. It was like the roar of a bull from the heavens, shaking the ancient walls of the divine city. The sound traveled several hundred li. An existence that looked like an ox demon king wielding a heaven-supporting trident and covered in thick black fur, with a human body and an ox head, a wide mouth filled with fangs, and a pair of thick and sturdy horns, transformed into a black light and charged over. Buzz! The void trembled. His speed was too fast, arriving in the blink of an eye, clashing head-on with Yi Fan, smashing over like a small black mountain. I, Nyo-E of the demonic bull tribe, would like to experience the power of the human tribe's sacred physique. He released a great roar, blood energy overflowing into the heavens, demonic clouds covering the sun, the sound waves even splitting apart the entire sky dome. One could well imagine how ferocious he was. Boom! This black figure, which was as tall and sturdy as a mountain, was even heavier than a mountain. He directly engaged in close combat with Yi Fan, competing with his physical body. This part of the sky was smashed into pieces as if two ancient stars had collided. The shockwave spread far and wide, shaking everything in all directions. The rumbling sounds lingered on incessantly. The heaven-supporting trident shattered into pieces and flew out like a crow feather. It was directly broken by Yi Fan, who rushed forward to attack Nyo-E of the demonic bull tribe. Roar! This black figure, which was as tall as a mountain, flew out and let out a loud roar, causing the clouds in the surroundings to collapse. It was as if a huge mountain had fallen down. Nyo-E spat out a large mouthful of blood. One of his arms had been broken, and a terrifying palm print had appeared on his chest. All the bones in his body were cracking, and his thick ox hair was standing on end. As expected of the human tribe's sacred physique. Even the demonic bull tribe, which has boundless strength and intimidated the primordial times, is no match for him, said Lu Dongfa of the fallen wing race. Yi Fan didn't stop and chased after him with the row formula. He decided to kill the chicken to warn the monkey and end this Nyo-E of the demonic bull tribe. Moo! Suddenly, a terrifying demonic roar rang out. Nyo-E opened his mouth and let out a barbaric bull roar, causing the sky to collapse. In front of him was a vast expanse of whiteness that couldn't be seen clearly. Everything was filled with barbaric bull waves that could shatter space. Yi Fan was astonished. This move was similar to the secret technique used by the old man's mount in the Ziwei ancient star field. A single roar could cause mountains and rivers to collapse. It was very frightening and blocked his path forward. A figure was as fast as lightning, streaking across the sky in an instant. He opened his mouth and spat out a great Dao Law that poured down like a curtain from the heavens. He attacked amidst the terrifying barbaric bull waves, concealing all of his aura. Like a shocking rainbow, he rushed over in an instant, leaving behind the divine law of death. Humph! Yi Fan snorted coldly and rushed into the sky. He moved later but arrived first, cutting off the path. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist blasted out. He had been obstructed as soon as he came out of the ancient watchtower, so he really needed to use a powerful method to intimidate the enemy. This fist contained all of his battle chi, and it was tyrannical. The laws in the sky collapsed. The lightning-like figure didn't even have time to turn around and was drowned by the overflowing golden blood energy. With a peng sound, he exploded and died a violent death. During this process, there were still 3 ghost-like figures that rushed over. They swallowed and spat out divine laws as they worked together to surround and kill. Yi Fan turned around like a wolf howling at the moon. His entire body was shining, blazing like the sun. It was as if the primal chaos had submerged the world, and endless divine might surged. His body turned into a dragon-shaped curve as he flew out, cutting apart the sky and cutting apart everything in his way. Pooh! 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 Blood blossomed like a haze that dyed the sky. It was beautiful yet poignant. The three great experts were all cut in half. Blood splashed through the void, and their corpses fell to the ground. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. He blocked the heavenly feather race's Lu Dongfa, forced back the demon bull race's Niu Yi, and then quickly killed the four great experts. Yi Fan's clothes weren't tainted by blood. He stood in the sky alone, facing the experts of the various races. He was calm and composed, and a cold smile hung on his lips. The human race's sacred physique is worthy of its reputation. Your combat strength has reached such a level. Even among the younger generation of the various ancient tribes, there aren't many who can be compared to you, said the heavenly feather race's Lu Dongfa. In another direction, the demon bull race's Niu Yi's entire body crackled. Over 100 bones reconnected, and his body emitted a dazzling light. The black fur on the surface of his body became translucent. How terrifying! Can he really be compared to the bloodlines of the ancient emperors? It surpasses the strength of my race's physical body. In the surroundings, figures appeared one after another. They were densely packed and indistinct, surrounding Yi Fan. They were all great experts, and not a single one of them was weak. No wonder you dare to humiliate the heavenly prince and challenge Yuan Gu. You are indeed very strong. A woman whose entire body was enveloped in raging flames spoke. This was a young expert from the Fire Cloud race. During the Archaic era, the myriad races were at war. Experts were as common as clouds, and the younger generations were endless. The human race's sacred physique couldn't create any waves. On the other side, a man with a sparkling jade horn between his brows spoke. He wore a chainmail and had silver hair that draped over his shoulders. He belonged to the horn race. I've long heard of how powerful the human race's sacred physique is. Today, I shall see who's stronger, hee. A cold laughter rang out from another side. Black mist curled up, and a small figure was hidden within. He was an expert from the hidden shadow race. The kings of the human race have risen, and the various ancient tribes of the supreme ancient immortal realms have also appeared. There will naturally be fierce battles. The human race's sacred physique, you killed Zi Tiandu. You do have the ability, but in this era where experts emerge in large numbers, you still can't be considered peerless. Another tall creature spoke. His blood-colored hair draped over his shoulders, and he was as imposing as a mountain. His entire body was enveloped in divine light, dazzling and resplendent. He belonged to the Blood Lightning King race. The blood of the human race. What a nostalgic taste. I wonder how different the blood of a sacred physique is. A sinister laughter rang out. This woman's face was snow-white, and her arms were covered in fine silver scales. She was an expert from the life ghost race. In all four directions, there were all sorts of creatures. There were no less than 10 races, and each and every one of them was incomparably powerful. They were all experts ranked at the top of the younger generation. You have to be careful. These people are all extraordinary, especially a few who are extremely powerful. Enjoy the battle. Qi Luo transmitted his voice. Old bastard, you can continue crying. Yi Fan really wanted to stamp his shoe on his face. Pooh. As he spoke, Yi Fan's right hand formed a sword art and slashed through the air. A bloody line appeared as a head fell from the sky. The people from the God Killer dynasty finally couldn't endure it any longer. They began to take action, but in front of Yi Fan, they had nowhere to hide. All of them were discovered. Sword cries rang out. 10 directional death. A total of 10 people formed a sword formation. They stepped on special formation runes as they worked together to kill Yi Fan. This was a great killing formation that caused the entire divine city to become cold. Cold light illuminated all directions, and it was bone-chilling. The God-Killer dynasty used killing to prove their Tao, so the ancient formation they laid down was naturally incomparably terrifying. Killing intent pervaded the entire sky, and the birds flying in the distance were all crushed. "Are you people from hell or the human world?" Yi Fan asked. No one replied. The 10 people were emotionless and raised their swords at Yi Fan at the same time like emotionless machines. "Kill!" the group of people shouted. The ancient killing formation was activated, and dozens of sword radiances flew out. They were incomparably dazzling and pierced through the clouds. "These are useless against me," Yi Fan roared loudly. His black hair danced about chaotically. He activated the rose symbol and charged into the formation. His fists were like 2 golden mountains as they smashed downwards. Boom! The entire heaven and earth emitted a blazing light as golden blood energy submerged the land. A vast amount of divine might surged. Not bad, it's the line formula. It's unstoppable in the ancient killing formation. As expected of a saint physique, his battle prowess has also reached such a level. Inside the ancient watchtower, Qi Luo nodded and muttered to himself. Yi Fan wasn't affected by the killing formation. He had long since comprehended the line formula to a brand new realm, and it was as if he was walking on flat ground. His fists swung out like a divine drum shaking the sky. Every time he struck out, there would be an explosive sound that destroyed all directions. Boom! In the end, Yi Fan joined his fists together and forcefully shook the vast sky, emitting a sky-overflowing brilliance. The fist energy fluctuations forced everyone to retreat. And in the center of the battlefield, miserable screams rang out as one figure after another exploded into a bloody mist. All of them were crushed. Buzz! Just at this moment, a huge silver foot stepped down from the sky. It was like a huge mountain crashing down towards Yi Fan's body. All the experts in the surroundings retreated. Clearly, it was an incomparably powerful ancient race character who wanted to show off his strength to Yi Fan. Clang! A sharp killing intent shot over like the power of a fairy. One of the goddesses of the God-Killer dynasty had finally made her move, and she was stronger than everyone else. Chapter 837. Even now, in this era of seclusion, who still dared to act so unrestrainedly, trampling down with a large silver foot to directly stomp Yi Fan to death. This person's magical body reached the heavens, reaching above his knees into the clouds. His true body couldn't be seen. A large silver foot that was as lofty as a mountain crushed downwards. Wind whistled and air currents surged like a tsunami. Yi Fan's right leg moved horizontally, and his body spun like a top, releasing endless light. Then, he kicked out horizontally, trampling through the sky dome. Pung! The large silver foot released radiance that was like a nebula. It trembled violently. Meanwhile, Yi Fan's foot also released endless radiance, heaven and earth becoming a dazzling expanse. Many people flew out like pieces of paper. With this place as the center, divine might fluctuations that resembled the collapse of a star domain were released. It was as if an endless divine sea was surging, its brilliance blotting out the sun. Yi Fan was astonished. What kind of person was this? To be able to face his physical body head-on, at his level, perhaps only a few ancient princes had a body comparable to his. A figure flickered in the sky. That person became smaller and flew out, completely unharmed and calm. He's Yu Qinxiu, wearing the Silver Moon clan's wind and cloud battle boots. I heard that he has already stepped on the threshold of the Tao-severing realm. Someone cried out in alarm. This person was clad in silver battle clothes, especially his feet. His battle boots were shiny, and there were chains that looked like natural order laws that flowed with precious splendor. He had a head of long snow-white hair, and there was a crescent moon imprint between his brows. In his hand was an exquisite pagoda that was shrouded in mist. Yi Fan didn't have the time to carefully size him up, because the other ascension light was exceptionally sharp. It was aimed at the crown of his head from the boundless void. Chung, chung. Streak after streak of sword radiance hacked down like streaks of ascension power, dazzling and terrifying. Yi Fan's hands formed sword arts, continuously dispelling them. Moreover, he rushed into the sky. After the tribulation last time, his heavenly eye had finally reached completion. The moment it opened, 2 streaks of divine light immediately saw through the fabrications and saw a black-clothed woman. The goddess of the underworld. It was completely a type of intuition. Yi Fan immediately sensed her identity, because she had a special aura that was extremely powerful and difficult to estimate. Boom! The sky itself collapsed. A dark azure palace appeared behind the black-clothed woman. It wasn't a physical body, but formed from endless light. It became a backdrop. Her body was slender and looked weak, but she had an intimidating aura. Only someone like Yi Fan, who had an extremely sharp spiritual sense, could sense it. There was a mask on her face made of unknown materials, able to block the heavenly eyes prying. It was the face of an underworld ghost. She was supposed to be a peerless beauty, but after putting on such a mask, it was indescribably strange. She let out a light shout, and the entire sky darkened. Dark azure halls were everywhere. At this moment, she disappeared. It was as if hell had descended upon the human world. All kinds of purgatory, endless palaces, innumerable blood pools, and impenetrable bone mountains were piled up in the sky. The various ancient races were all shocked. They almost couldn't see through what was happening, as if it was a real scene. Meanwhile, the goddess of hell was moving about within these scenes. Clang! Sword cries shook the heavens. From time to time, they would shoot out from all kinds of purgatory, blood pools, and bone mountains, catching people off guard. The goddess of hell disappeared, merging into nothingness. This was the first time Yi Fan faced the goddess of an assassin organization. He could sense how powerful the other party was. If not for the fact that the heavenly eye had been cultivated and he had seen the celestial court's ancient killing scroll, he would definitely be on the defensive. Everything is fabricated. It is useless against me. Yi Fan rushed over, using his hand as a sword. He attacked with great force, destroying the blood pools, destroying the bone mountains, and sending the dark azure halls flying. He would kill gods if they stood in his way. Even though that woman was unpredictable and could sometimes hide from the heavenly eye, most of the time, she was within Yi Fan's field of view. The two of them quickly exchanged blows, fighting endlessly. This was actually a woman who had almost severed the Tao. She had already taken one step, and all that was missing was the final strike, the enlightenment of the Tao. Even if she only took one step, her combat prowess would be on a completely different level. Her strength was incomparably strong and she didn't fight head-on against Yi Fan. She would use all sorts of illusions to assassinate him, and it was extremely dangerous. And now, Yi Fan was at the peak of the second level of Immortal Foundation. Other than the direct descendants of the ancient emperors, there weren't many who could contend against him. Clearly, the goddess of hell was one of the few who could. All sorts of light flashed as a bone pagoda floated over. However, Yi Fan didn't dare to be careless. He activated his Man-King imprint and blasted it out. Bang! Shattered bones shot out as the bone pagoda collapsed from the impact. It was incomparably violent as tens of thousands of beams of black light shot out from within. This was the curse of death, those who were struck by it would die for sure. Yi Fan's body trembled. He activated his golden sacred domain, blocking the black light and blocking this sure kill technique. The expressions of many people from the ancient races changed. Although many of them had never seen this killing light before, they could sense the danger. It could corrode divine light. Among the god sons and goddesses of the two ancient assassin dynasties, the goddess of hell is the weakest. Their god son and goddesses of the mortal world are the strongest, but not all of them came. Shi Luo transmitted his voiceover. Yi Fan's heart trembled. The goddess of hell was actually the weakest and the other three were even stronger. This wasn't good news at all. No wonder it was rumored that they could kill all immortal kings. Is this the limit of your abilities? Even if you truly step into the third level of Immortal Foundation, I have no fear. Yi Fan roared, filled with absolute confidence as he rushed forward. He had stepped into the domain of the 8 restrictions. Even if his opponent had 7 restrictions and was at the initial stage of severing her Tao, she would only be on par with him. If they fought head-on, he had absolute confidence that he could kill her. Boom! Yi Fan's entire body radiated with golden sacred light, shattering the illusions around him. He chased after the black-robed goddess, wanting to kill her here and now. In the air, only the 18 prisons of hell didn't vanish. They stood there, half real and half illusory, with the goddesses of hell within them. Yi Fan used the celestial court's secret technique that he wasn't familiar with to resist the underworld killing technique. They had already exchanged several hundred blows. Something's wrong. He was suddenly startled. The 18 half-real black prisons seemed to have a strange power that made his body heavier and heavier. It was as if they were shackles on his body. "Break for me!" Yi Fan shouted loudly. His entire body once again began to erupt with boundless light, burning fiercely like divine flames. "Chains of order, eternal binding." The goddess of hell shouted lightly. She was still hiding in the black prison, using extremely strange laws. 18 chains reached out from the black prison and had long bound his body. They represented the restraints of the 18 layers of hell. They were going to obliterate him. These were formed from 18 divine laws. They were difficult to sever and impossible to struggle free. The 18 black prisons materialized, emerging from the depths of the void and descending here. Chains of order, eternal suppression. The black-robed goddess shouted lightly. The 18 demonic prisons descended together, merging together to refine and swallow Yi Fan inside. Now's the time. A natural circle appeared outside Yi Fan's body. The golden Tai Chi appeared. The Great Yin and Great Yang fused and rotated around each other. He rushed forward and took the initiative to enter the 18 layers of hell. Suddenly, tens of thousands of swords cried out in unison. The sky was filled with sword radiance. Tens of thousands of them all rushed into the black prison. Yi Fan used the golden Tai Chi circle to protect himself and tried hard to sever the chains of order. At the same time, he operated the army formula and turned his killing intent into sword radiance. Clang! The most special sword cry came from the goddess of hell's own blood-dripping demon sword. It slashed at her own body, and half of her body was sent flying. This incomparably strange scene shocked everyone. They didn't know what was going on and all opened their mouths wide. At the same time, Yi Fan struggled with all his might. His whole body was covered in golden holy light as he broke the 18 chains of order. He continued to control the soldiers to kill the goddess. Pooh! The falling half of her body was shattered by him and turned into a bloody mist. Meanwhile, the goddess used her extreme secret technique to escape into the black prison that was about to disappear. "Where do you think you're going?" Yi Fan chased after her. Suddenly, a cold and eerie light pierced over. It was soundless, and only when it got close to him did the surface of his body suddenly burst into flames. This was a peerless killing intent. Clang! Yi Fan leaned to the side and used his arm to block the attack. The killing light was shattered, and a few drops of blood fell from his arm. If it was an ordinary person, his body and soul would have been destroyed. However, he was only scratched. So there are more divine sons and goddesses hiding? They are indeed stronger. Boom! It was very abrupt. A large black claw stretched out from the 18 black prisons that had just disappeared. It was as thin as firewood and gloomy and cold as it clawed forward. Qi Luo stood in the ancient watchtower. It was as if a dark universe was evolving inside that black hole-like eye. He didn't make a move, but he emitted a wisp of energy and rushed forward. Swoosh! The large black claw seemed to have sensed something and disappeared in a flash. The others didn't know why the mysterious person suddenly retreated. It's like a king that came from hell and was scared away by Qi Luo. Yi Fan's heart trembled. Only he had personally sensed it. At this time, he looked for the goddess of hell, but he discovered that she had already disappeared. He didn't delay and tried to break out of the encirclement. Anyone would feel pressured after being surrounded by over 100 great experts. The Heavenly Prince asked us to take action. How can we let you leave? His Highness Yuangu also said that if he discovered you, he must delay you until he arrives. You can forget about leaving today. I've always wanted to fight against the human race's divine physique. Today, I can finally fulfill one of my wishes. A group of people obstructed him from breaking out. Some were truly powerful and wanted to fight against him to temper themselves, while others were filled with hostility. The young experts of the various ancient tribes took action. All sorts of lights shot out, cutting off his path forward. Moreover, there were still divine sons from the Killer God dynasty here. They hadn't left yet and were eyeing him covetously. If you insist on obstructing me, don't blame me for starting a massacre. Yi Fan's expression sank. His combat strength soared, rising to the limit. He felt a great threat and knew that there was definitely a great enemy among them. He opened up the golden sacred domain. All sorts of laws flew over, but none of them could approach him. Then, he pounced forward like a divine lion and began his massacre. Bang! A bell tower fell down, smashing onto the golden sacred domain. Yi Fan staggered from the impact. One could well imagine how heavy the strike was. You again. Yi Fan turned around and discovered that it was that white-haired man from the Silvermoon race who had stepped on him with the Windcloud battle boots not long ago. Sonorous sounds rang out incessantly. Many people took action, and ancient treasures flew over one after another. It was extremely terrifying. Yi Fan raised his combat strength and fought with his life on the line. He forced back the people around him and then shouted at Yu Qianxiu, "Peng!" The 6-word incantation left his mouth and transformed into a supreme sound wave that spread in all directions. Immediately, 7 or 8 experts bore the brunt of the attack and collapsed one after another. Everyone was shocked. The dead experts came from different races and were all kings among elites. Each of them possessed heaven-defying strength, but they were all crushed by Yi Fan's roar. Yu Qianxiu coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. The Linglong pagoda in front of him collapsed, and his body was flung away. Even someone as powerful as him couldn't block this attack. Boom! Yi Fan's Dharma body enlarged. He stomped his foot forward like a mountain. Yu Qianxiu shouted. The Windcloud battle boots on his feet glowed, and he turned into a beam of light as he retreated. However, at this time, Yi Fan once again used the army formula. The treasured boots on Yu Qianxiu's feet suddenly emitted a demonic light. He let out a miserable scream as a mass of bloody light burst out and his feet turned into a bloody paste. Pfft! Yi Fan's foot stomped down. This king among elites of the Silvermoon race was already at the threshold of the 3 slashes of the immortal Tao, but he still couldn't block it. He was trampled to death, leaving only a pair of boots behind. Boom! In the sky, a delicate jade-like hand stretched down and rapidly enlarged. It was as if a deity had descended into the world. The jade-like hand covered the sky and crushed everything in its path towards Yi Fan. Yi Fan attacked upwards. Another person who dared to fight against his physical body had appeared. In his eyes, this person didn't know the difference between life and death. However, things went beyond his expectations. After the intense collision, that pure white hand was not destroyed and was in perfect condition. The daughter of the archaic emperor, the bloodline of the ancient emperor, Hualin, has arrived. Someone cried out in alarm. Chapter 838. This was a blue-haired girl with bright eyes and white teeth. Her figure was tall and slender, and her skin was as white as fine jade. She was graceful and elegant as she twisted her body over. Her blue hair flickered like silk as it hung down to Hualin's waist. A sparkling and translucent jade hairpin was inserted in her hair, and on top of the hairpin was a fine string of beads with a vivid and lifelike little qilin hanging on it. It made her jade-like cheeks appear even more lustrous and white. This was the daughter of the archaic emperor. She was sealed like the fire qilin, and now that she had been reborn in this world, the power of her bloodline inheritance was unimaginable. Yi Fan was astonished. It was precisely this kind of charming girl who was able to resist his flesh without suffering any injuries. She was truly powerful. Is this the bloodline of the ancient emperor? As the first-generation heir, her talent has been stunning since ancient times. It is difficult to compare to her. Her innate conditions are too astonishing. Strictly speaking, no one from the younger generation dared to fight him head-on. However, Huolin had met him with aplomb as soon as she arrived. Meanwhile, the ancient sacred emperor's daughter's talent was definitely not limited to her flesh. She was the strongest in every other aspect. This kind of conjecture was truly horrifying. No wonder it is said that any ancient prince that jumps out will shock the world and recreate the glory of his father's generation. In the past, the human princes were like this. Once they grew up, they would only be a step away from confirming their Tao and entering the realm of great ancient emperors. They would then be able to suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The ancient princes were also like this. 1 year of cultivation was equivalent to 100 years of cultivation for others. In the future, there would definitely be a dialogue between the most powerful experts. The human race's sacred body is so powerful. It makes my hand hurt a bit. This is truly unexpected. Huolin revealed a faint smile. She was bright and beautiful, and her blue hair was like the essence of the sea. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock and couldn't help but retreat. The archaic emperor's daughter had arrived. Everyone was in awe and couldn't help but make way. It wasn't difficult to see the strict hierarchy of the ancient races. People revered the ancient emperors greatly, and even their descendants had extremely revered statuses. There were also human cultivators in this palace, and they were well aware of the strength of the sacred body. They were all shocked after seeing this scene, and they inwardly sighed at how terrifying the emperor's descendant was. Worthy of being the archaic emperor's daughter. Your talent is world-shaking, truly admirable. Yi Fan spoke. I didn't come here to fight you to the death. Leave it to the heavenly prince or Yuan Gu. Of course, if my old bro runs into you, he will most likely be interested as well. She smiled sweetly, beautiful and enchanting. She was naturally talking about the fire unicorn. Then what advice do you have for me? Yi Fan asked. Can you return the seed of the Qilin divine medicine to me? That's the only thing our father left us. Huolin said pitifully. Then, she giggled and said, don't refuse yet. My clansmen will trade with you with immortal materials. Everyone was stupefied. They were moved by her beauty, and they began to have wild and fanciful thoughts after hearing her words. The Qilin divine medicine had previously accompanied an archaic emperor, and now, it was still in this world. How many years had passed since then? It made people feel the terrifying power of time change. I've said it before. Tell me the location of hell and the human world and bring me the head of one of their leaders. I will definitely hand over the Qilin medicine with both hands, and all other conditions are off the table. Yi Fan was extremely straightforward. He wouldn't hand over this medicine no matter what. Every single ancient emperor had one without exception. Apart from prolonging one's life, there must be some unknown reason behind it. Perhaps it would be extremely important in the later stages. Let's discuss it. Don't be so inflexible. The things I give you won't be bad, and I guarantee that you will be satisfied. Huolin smiled sweetly. Her slender jade-like legs were faintly discernible as she walked forward. It's better if we maintain a certain distance to avoid any misunderstandings and disputes, said Yi Fan. This woman was more beautiful than a flower and had a celestial appearance, but she was also extremely dangerous. The divine body is peerless. I should be the one guarding against you. Huolin giggled and leisurely walked forward. However, in the end, she still stopped and didn't continue forward. Are you really not going to reconsider? My fire Qilin cave has existed since the ancient times and produced ancient emperors. The immortal materials we have are things the people of the world yearn for even in their dreams. It is enough to make up for the Qilin medicine's value. Yi Fan shook his head. In this world, he felt that the most precious thing was the undying medicine. He had seen almost everything else, but divine medicines were the most difficult to find. Sigh, what a pity. The ones that came from hell and the human world are all divine children and goddesses. If a leader came, they could cut off their heads and exchange it with you. How great would that be? She ascended a jade carriage and propped up her chin in a daze. Her large eyes blinked. She looked innocent, but also flirtatious. There was a type of strange temperament to her. The human cultivators were all horrified. Just how powerful was this ancient emperor's young daughter? Unfortunately, she didn't fight against the divine body. It was difficult to estimate. Princess, if you want to take back the Qilin divine medicine, I'll help you get it. At this time, an ancient race male walked out. There was a spiritual jade horn between his brows. He wore chainmail and had silver hair that draped over his shoulders. This was an expert from the horned race. Sure, if you can get it back for me, I'll invite you to stay in the Fire Qilin cave for a year. Huolin smiled, incomparably mesmerizing. The expressions of many people from the supreme ancient immortal realms changed. That was the cultivation place of ancient emperors and also the place where they entered closed-door seclusion in their later years. There were countless wondrous places there, and even the saints wanted nothing more than to enter, but they didn't have the chance to do so. Dongba Hong Bed. The silver-haired male spoke in a low voice, chanting an ancient incantation. His body glowed with a silver light, resembling a divine lamp that hung in the air. The people in the surroundings all hurriedly retreated, flying very far away. They were all filled with trepidation towards this incantation and weren't willing to get close to it. This is the death curse of the horned race. It's extremely difficult to dispel it. A young elite king at the peak of the second level of Immortal Foundation acted. The consequences would definitely be terrifying. Yi Fan heard their discussion. As long as this incantation was used, within a certain range, even if one didn't die, they would still be weakened for a few years. It was extremely bizarre. The best solution was to immediately retreat and evade this ancient incantation. After it dissipated, they would then rush over to kill it. However, this place was already surrounded and it was difficult to break out. This gave the expert from the horned race the opportunity to unleash this secret art to its fullest potential. In the air, numerous tadpole-like runes appeared, trapping Yi Fan within. This was a bizarre energy known as the Death Curse. Saint Physique of the human race, what do you think the 10,000 ancient immortal realms are? You have disrespected us time and time again. Today, I will take your life. As a loud roar rang out, the silver hair of the young expert from the horned race fluttered in the wind. The jade horn in the center of his brows seemed to have gained sentience as it carved runes in the air, emitting a faint black light. Everyone retreated even further, afraid that the runes would contaminate their bodies. Even the baptism of the holy light from the ancient king wouldn't be able to cleanse it. However, everyone discovered to their astonishment that Yi Fan didn't retreat at all. He took the initiative to rush forward, moving towards the center. The tadpole-like runes were about to stick onto his body. Clang, clang, clang. Yi Fan made his move. His fingers were like heavenly swords as he carved the 9 ancient characters recorded in the Tao scriptures in the air. This allowed him to achieve a short period of eternity as if he was standing in another small world. He walked forward step by step as if he was walking on flat ground. The tadpole-like runes that filled the sky all fell down, but when they encountered the 9 ancient characters, they dissipated like ashes. They simply couldn't stop them. What? Everyone was astonished. For others, they would rather fight a disciple of the archaic imperial race than face this incantation head-on. They never expected that it would be broken down by Yi Fan on the spot. The young expert from the horned race turned pale with fright. Every time he encountered an enemy, he would first evade and then look for an opportunity to attack. Today was the first time he had been attacked head-on. He turned around to leave. The pressure the human race's sacred body gave him was too terrifying. It was as if a burning immortal divine furnace was closing in on him to refine him. That surging golden blood energy terrified him. However, how could Yi Fan let him escape? After cultivating the Ro character art, his speed was incomparable. He moved later but arrived first, cutting off his path and smashed down with a fist. Pfft! A beam of bloody light burst forth, and the silver-haired man directly turned into a bloody mist. Both his body and soul were destroyed, and not even a piece of his shattered bones remained. Everyone was horrified, but the ancient race's various tribes didn't disperse. A group of people slowly approached, and there was no lack of elites from the royal family or even the imperial family among them. "Hey, old man, you sold a piece of information to so many of us. You must have earned quite a bit of origin power, right?" Huolin spoke while staring at the ancient watchtower in front of him. "The price of the information varies from 10,000 to 50,000 kilograms of origin power. It's not much. I'm just a poor man, and I'm far inferior to the Yuan Taoist master," Qi Luo said with a hollow laugh. Boom. No one said anything more. It was as if they had a tacit understanding, and they all made their moves. All kinds of divine laws and secret treasures rose into the sky almost at the same time and rushed toward Yifan. "Since that's the case, I'll start a massacre." Yifan clenched his teeth. He definitely wouldn't be able to leave smoothly without paying the price in blood today. With a loud roar, his golden sacred domain expanded to its maximum size. It was as round as the Tao, enveloping him completely. In an instant, the myriad of techniques couldn't touch him, and he had no fear in his eyes as he rushed toward his enemies. An intense battle erupted. Tens to over 100 experts were present. Even if each of them unleashed a single move, it would be extremely terrifying. When they joined forces, even kings of the 3 slashes of the immortal Tao would feel fear in their hearts. Let alone the fact that there was a god-child of the killer god dynasty among them. Once these people acted, they would definitely kill. Only a few among the younger generation would be able to survive. With so many people attacking, and each of them was an elite, their combined strength was extremely terrifying. Yifan's golden sacred domain was about to be penetrated. It wasn't that he wasn't strong enough, but rather, there were simply too many enemies, and each of them was terrifying to the extreme. His defense is shocking, he can already be compared to a king. Those who attacked were even more shocked. Logically speaking, a peak stage second-level Immortal Foundation expert should have been turned into ashes by a single strike. Yet, the saint physique of a human actually managed to endure it. Kill. Everyone surrounded him as the sounds of killing shook the heavens. Yifan coughed out a mouthful of blood as his heart turned cold. There were actually a few among them who weren't any weaker than him. Some of them even had a foot in the immortal Tao and were about to succeed in severing their Taos. Who are these people exactly? Over 100 terrifying elite kings attacked together, causing the sun and moon to lose their radiance. Yifan suffered heavy injuries and was sent flying a few times. His golden sacred domain was about to collapse. Invulnerable to all arts? Blast open his sacred domain and cause him to lose his defense. With so many people attacking him, we can definitely kill him. Someone roared. In truth, it was impossible for Yifan's sacred domain to block so many people. The main reason was that the Rho technique was unparalleled, allowing him to evade the most terrifying waves of attacks. Unless he had no other choice, he wouldn't clash head-on. As long as there were more than 20 people who managed to land a blow on the golden circle, blood would seep out from the corner of his mouth. Kill. Yifan was enraged. His killing intent was boundless as he started to fight to the death, slaughtering everything in his way. The young elite king of the shadow race silently rushed over from the back, hiding in the black mist. However, he was discovered by Yifan in an instant. The secret arts of the celestial court were unleashed. With a chop of his hand, the young elite king was split into two as fresh blood splattered high into the air. 3,000 li of ice. A woman in white shouted. She was an expert of the snow race and could naturally use the ice god technique. A white wave of air drowned Yifan and sealed him in a piece of divine ice. Good, the others exclaimed. Bang! However, the divine ice collapsed in an instant. Yifan's 6 paths of reincarnation fist could not seal him at all. Moreover, the power of this fist was unparalleled. Pft, pft, one after another, figures turned into bloody mist as their names were erased from the world. 11 elites of the ancient race had been killed with one punch. This shocking result left everyone stupefied, but they didn't stop. Even more ferocious attacks were unleashed. Everyone in the distance took out all types of weapons, attacking over. Yifan coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, the gold sacred domain collapsing several times. Kill! Yifan shouted again. He activated the army technique, and all the ancient weapons turned in reverse. It was as if time was flowing backward, and a strange change occurred. Ah! Miserable cries rose and fell. 9 people died under their own weapons, and there were more than 10 who were injured, their bodies covered in blood. This scene was even more terrifying, making many people shiver inwardly. They tightly gripped their weapons, their palms covered in cold sweat. There were even some who couldn't help but tremble. He's finished. After suffering our combined attacks, there's no way he can hold on for much longer. Someone sneered and took action first. Yes, he can't hold on anymore. The life ghost race woman laughed sinisterly. Her face was snow-white, and her arms were covered in fine scales. The blood of the archaic human race, I really miss it. I wonder how holy blood tastes now. Yifan was on the verge of collapse. Facing so many experts was truly strenuous. Even Immortal Three's people couldn't hold on for a long time. The future kings of the various clans charged forward together. Roar! Yifan released a great roar. He risked his life to kill. With a leap, he entered the crowd and grabbed that life ghost race woman. Then, with a forceful pull, she was torn apart with a pang sound. Blood splashed everywhere. This scene was extremely bloody, but it was extremely intimidating. Many people backed up in fear, not daring to approach. Pang! Finally, the golden sacred domain collapsed. Yifan chanted an ancient scripture. It was precisely the Nirvana scripture that Miaoi passed down to him. Golden blood energy surged within his body, quickly recovering his injured body. Hurry, stop him. We can't give him any time. Many people shouted and took action together. Yifan's eyes released cold lightning. He rushed over while healing his injuries. The rose symbol art was displayed to its peak as he slaughtered in all directions. Hong! A woman whose entire body was covered in raging flames erupted at this crucial moment, wanting to burn Yifan down. She was a young expert from the Fire Cloud race. Battle Saint Art. Yifan's eyes were ice cold. His hands moved about, looking down on the world like divine King Jiang. He actually produced a sacred furnace that was scarlet red like blood. Hong! The eternal universe furnace flew out and suppressed forward. Immediately, cries of alarm rang out. That woman bore the brunt of the attack and was killed on the spot. The instant the sacred furnace collapsed, 8 or 9 people were burned to ashes. When Yifan used the Battle Saint art to evolve the eternal universe furnace, he also activated the sacred power of the ancient sun scripture to form this sacred furnace. They complemented each other. Good. Although our celestial court doesn't have the scriptures of the great ancient emperors, the previous masters would experience all kinds of cruel tempering to become number 1 under the heavens. Qi Luo secretly transmitted his voice from the ancient watchtower. In the past, if one couldn't become a peerless expert and couldn't kill all the kings, the celestial court would rather not choose a master. Old Saber Honcho also transmitted his voice. That's right, the master of the celestial court must be number 1 under the heavens. Qi Luo's words were sonorous and resounded in Yifan's ears. It was as if 10,000 swords were unsheathed, rumbling together. Chapter 839. The great battle had already reached its climax. Yifan went crazy, doing everything he could to break out of the encirclement. His entire body was covered in blood, slaughtering until everyone trembled. Meanwhile, he himself also suffered serious injuries. Pang! Pang! Great collisions continuously rang out. Bloody paste and shattered bones flew everywhere, terrifying rumbling sounds ringing out continuously. There were exceptional figures in this group who were deeply hidden, not much weaker than him. At this moment, they finally began to exert force, every strike making heaven and earth collapse. Chong! Ancient weapons clashed, great weapons colliding, the noise deafening. Yifan operated the army character formula, controlling all types of secret treasures, turning them around to kill their masters. This was a terrifying and crazy scene, miserable cries rising and falling. Tao sounds resonated between heaven and earth, shaking everyone until their primordial spirits were about to split apart. These were the cries of ancient weapons, quite a few of them divine objects, yet they couldn't be controlled, killing their own masters. A rain of blood flew about. This was a cruel great battle. Yifan didn't have a choice, only using the most effective, simplest, and most energy-saving methods to continue living. There wasn't a single weakling on the battlefield, some of them destined to become the future ancestral kings of various clans. Right now, they were attacking Yifan together. This was practically a dead end. It was difficult for him to make it through. Ah, another ancient race young expert cried out. Under the radiation of the army character formula, half of his head was cut off by his own ancient mirror, his primordial spirit also melting under the light of the mirror. Kill! Shouts of war shook the heavens. There were powerful enemies who were fearless, not cowering back. Meanwhile, Yifan also paid a tremendous price, the golden sacred domain collapsing several times, flesh as powerful as his almost exploding, coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. With so many powerful individuals working together, even the kings of Immortal 3 had to nurse a grievance. This was especially the case with a few individuals among them, their own strength extremely powerful, 1 foot over the threshold of Immortal 3, possessing world-shocking strength. They blended into the crowd and launched a terrifying ambush every now and then. Almost every single one of their attacks was fatal. This was a bloody battle. Yifan was about to break out several times, but he was always stopped by the most powerful individuals, forcing him to fight with his life on the line, exhausting his own life. Clang! Just as Yifan was in the most dangerous situation, a deity law appeared out of nowhere. It flew over like a divine light from outer space and went straight for the center of Yifan's brows. Not to mention him, even the people around him felt like their bodies were about to crack and their yuan shen was about to collapse. The divine son of the mortal world had made his move. He actually didn't leave this entire time, patiently enduring until now. Finally, he found a fatal opening, decisively and mercilessly slashing out. Yifan was in a life and death situation. He was being attacked by a few top figures. They were the top figures of the ancient race's younger generation, and all of them had 1 foot over the threshold of the Tao's severing realm. It was difficult for him to deal with the sudden attack. This was a sword of order engraved with all types of symbols. It was completely forged from natural laws, representing the power of the mortal world's divine child. He had already succeeded in severing the Tao. All of this was too critical. There was no time to think. Yifan exerted all of his cultivation and exerted the power of the army formula to the extreme to interfere with the sword of order. It's useless. This isn't a material sword. It is forged from natural laws. Once it comes into contact with it, it will turn into ashes. The divine son of the mortal world said sinisterly. However, the army formula was peerless and exceeded everyone's imagination. Even the weapon formed from natural laws was disturbed. The sword of order stopped in that instant. Chong! At the same time, not far away, an individual's entire body shone. He wore undying battle clothes, and under the control of the army formula, his entire body flew over in reverse, blocking in front of Yifan. Pooh! The sword of order mercilessly entered the space between his brows. He was like ice and snow under the scorching sun, melting along with the divine laws. His flesh and bones were melting. It was a sight too horrible to endure. Hong! In the end, his entire body exploded, turning into a bloody rain. His remains scattered in all directions, and his body and soul were completely destroyed. At the same time, Yifan also suffered the attacks of several other top-level figures. Blood flowed out from his mouth as he flew outwards. However, he still avoided a disaster of death in the end. This was a bitter battle. A rain of blood scattered down from the sky, and there were many broken bones. It was like an Azura battlefield. The sun and moon lost all radiance from the battle, and it was filled with the haze of death. Third immortal slaying Tao. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He finally encountered such an opponent. This was especially so since this opponent was an assassin from the mortal world. He didn't fight head-on but chose to assassinate him instead. This caused his situation to become even more unfavorable. At the center of his brows, a drop of golden blood dripped down. The Sword of Order didn't manage to pierce through, but the aura it exuded was enough to pierce through anyone else's immortal foundation. There was no time to waste. Every minute and every second was filled with death. This battle had already reached the climax, and to him, there was no path of retreat. He could only rush forward. Some wanted to seize the Qilin divine medicine seed, some wanted to act on behalf of the Heaven Prince and Yuan Gu, and there were also some who wanted to kill Yi Fan. An example was the Killer God dynasty. Yi Fan roared in a low voice. The golden blood he spilled transformed into a supreme sword qi that pierced through the experts in all directions. Many of them died in the air. Bzz. Many experts joined forces and rushed forward. Tens of cracks appeared on Yi Fan's body. If he was an ordinary person, he would have long been reduced to dust. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood as he was flung through the air. Fighting against so many future kings alone. Even if he dies, it's already a glorious death. The expert from the Blood Lightning King race was as majestic as a mountain. His blood-red hair draped over his shoulders and his entire body was enveloped in divine light. This was one of the few powerful enemies. Yi Fan had tried to kill him several times but failed. Instead, he was taken advantage of by the others, adding more injuries to his body. What the elite king from the Blood Lightning race said was the truth. Some of them would definitely become ancestral kings in the future. But now, even after joining forces, they still couldn't kill this enemy. This was truly a glorious battle achievement that shocked everyone. Everyone fought until their blood boiled. The expert from the Herculean bull devil race swayed his mountain-like body and rushed forward. He suddenly unleashed a ruthless attack, unleashing the barbaric bull wave that could destroy mountains and rivers, wanting to knock Yi Fan unconscious. Ah! Yi Fan shouted and the six-syllable mantra of Buddhism was used again. It was as if the universe had just been opened, and the sound of the Absolute beginning streaked across. With a buzzing sound, heaven and earth trembled. In front of him, the elite of the Herculean bull devil race was covered in thick black fur. At this moment, he roared incessantly and his mountain-like demonic body rapidly cracked. Boom! He let out a loud cry unwillingly. In the end, he couldn't block this mantra and collapsed in the confrontation of the Tao sounds. He turned into a mass of flesh and broken bones and died a violent death. The people beside him were also annihilated in body and soul. In the void, a pair of thick and sturdy horns fell off and turned into two Tao axes. They were surrounded by endless Tao patterns and fell straight down. Pfft! In the end, it still killed and injured Yi Fan. The two axes transformed from horns exploded beside Yi Fan's body, causing his body to shake violently and spit out 3 mouthfuls of blood. One of his feet was already at the gate of Immortal Foundation. Such a person's all-out attack was extremely terrifying and fatal. He would usually drag his enemies down with him. No one would be willing to fight like this. However, Yi Fan had no other choice. Right now, he had already gone berserk. It was impossible for him to not be stained by blood or suffer any injuries. He could only fight with his life on the line. At the side, the future immortal kings were all shocked. The Herculean bull devil race was the most valiant and powerful to such an extent. Yet, their final attack only caused the saint physique of the human race to cough out 3 mouthfuls of blood. Such a result caused the hearts of everyone to turn cold. An intense battle caused the heavens and earth to turn dark. A sinister wind howled as countless vengeful spirits gathered here. Yi Fan's entire body was filled with injuries as he fought in all directions. This battle was destined to shock the world. One person fought against so many experts and each of them was extremely powerful. Yet, Yi Fan actually managed to endure for such a long time without dying. Peak second-level Immortal Foundation experts, those who stood at the gate of the Tao's severing realm, as well as those who had truly stepped into the Immortal Foundation realm. The combination of these people was sufficient to kill a terrifying immortal king. However, the saint physique of the human race rampaged about and didn't die from the start. Although his injuries worsened, he still didn't collapse. At the very end, many people felt their hair standing on end. They didn't understand the saint physique of the human race, but through this battle, they understood that the saint physique of the human race might not be weaker than the son of the ancient emperors. What sort of characters were the ancient sacred emperors? They represented the extremity of the Tao and were supreme existences. A single person could sweep through the 9 heavens and 10 earths, shocking the ancients and dazzling the contemporaries, eternally invincible. Their descendants would inherit their incomparable bloodline after they reached the peak. In the process of growth, they might even surpass the ancient emperors when they were young. After all, the ancient emperors experienced numerous breakthroughs, as well as the baptism of tens of thousands of battles before they finally corroborated their Tao. Hence, they had the aptitude of the emperor and had a supreme bloodline. As for their descendants, they were born with this bloodline and were bestowed with terrifying strength. Their aptitude was extremely rare and incomparable. In the sky, there was a mist of blood everywhere. Pieces of broken bones floated about, surrounded by strange Tao runes. This battle caused ghosts to wail and gods to howl, the 9 heavens to wail. Yi Fan was indeed powerful. But being surrounded by so many powerful and terrifying people, even if he was the reincarnation of a war god, he would still be crippled. Even a king who has slashed his Tao for many years should have died long ago. His physique is too strong. Many people felt their hair standing on end. Yi Fan was in a difficult situation. His entire body was covered in blood. Although he staggered about, he didn't fall from the start. Moreover, he would occasionally display terrifying methods to kill the peak characters of the various races. Chi. Finally, the divine child of the mortal world bared his fangs for the second time. The sword of order flew out once more. The immortal light pointed at the back of Yi Fan's head, slashing apart the sky as it neared him. He was like a venomous snake that had been lying dormant the entire time. At the crucial moment, he would deliver a fatal blow. He was steady, accurate, and ruthless, seeking to kill in one strike. This was already someone at the Tao's severing realm, a meticulous assassination, naturally unfathomable. He quickly and abruptly attacked, the immortal light almost about to split Yi Fan in half. A terrifying great crack appeared on his back, illuminating the entire sky dome. I was just waiting for you to appear. Divine light rushed into the heavens from the top of Yi Fan's head. It was as if a true dragon had leapt out, frightening all directions. His primordial spirit merged with the Tao and carried the cauldron out. The extreme sublimation, the Tai Chi reversed and turned into limitless, which was also the beginning of the Tao. It broke through the golden Tao body of the physical body and turned into a Tao point that transcended the world. The little golden person carried the small cauldron. It shone brilliantly and became the only thing between heaven and earth, accompanied by the rumbling sound of the great Tao. Time seemed to have stopped. Everyone's movement seemed to have slowed down, almost to a standstill. The little golden person carried the energy of all things cauldron, smashed the sword of order, and rushed towards the divine child of the mortal world. This was the second time Yi Fan had displayed this kind of Tao fruit on this ancient star. Everyone was shaken. They felt that their movements had become much slower in this space. The divine child of the mortal world roared. One couldn't help but admit that he was extremely powerful. After slashing the Tao 3 times, he possessed boundless divine might. His comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth was world-shaking. He opened his mouth and spat out an expanse of Tao light. This was the Tao he had cultivated for many years. He fought against the little golden person who had merged with the Tao, wanting to block this world-shocking attack. However, the primordial spirit merging with the Tao also contained the profundity of one weapon breaking 10,000 laws. The energy of all things pressed down, destroying all ancient weapons and divine laws. Suddenly, Yi Fan felt extreme danger. There was an unforeseen event happening in his physical body. Someone was going to attack him. When this technique appeared, heaven and earth seemed to have stopped. Almost no one could break through the restriction. However, at this moment, someone was forcefully breaking through and was about to approach his physical body. There's actually such a person after slashing the Tao 3 times. Yi Fan's heart sank. The little golden person carried the cauldron and smashed down. The divine child of the mortal world's entire body collapsed. Only his primordial spirit and half a head escaped. Yi Fan couldn't chase after him. His physical body was about to be taken advantage of. He had no choice but to abandon everything here and quickly return to his body. The primordial spirit merging with the Tao and carrying the cauldron was extremely fast. Meanwhile, the enemy seemed to be restricted in this space and his movements were much slower. When he returned, he narrowly avoided a blow that would have destroyed his body and quickly retreated. It was also at this moment that the movements of the people around him became normal. All kinds of divine laws and weapons were as fast as lightning. There was also a person from the third immortal who had cut the Tao. He actually hadn't made a move all this time. Until now, his flesh shell was almost destroyed. It was said that there were as many experts as there were clouds in the myriad of races. Not all of the experts came from the royal families. It was just like the human cultivators. Some of the smaller races might also have exceptional experts. This was an expert who had successfully cut the Tao. He could fight against the ancient princes now. No one could say for sure how far he would go in the future. One had to know that some ancient emperors were born from small races. Then, they fought step by step and finally proved their Tao, achieving the divine might of the royal family. This person's attack didn't succeed. He immediately disappeared into the crowd and didn't attack again. Yi Fan couldn't care less about this. Now, he could only break through. This group of people were all at the same level. It would be a legend if he could kill all of them. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't kill 100 elite kings of this level by himself. There's only one chance left. At this moment, he suddenly unleashed a strange phenomenon. The golden bitter sea, green lotus, immortal king descending to the 9 heavens, beautiful land and mountains all appeared and connected together. It was still incomplete, but in a short moment, it emitted boundless light and divine power. Immediately, miserable screams came from the surroundings. The 11 people in front of him all seemed to have ascended. They turned into a rain of light and died just like that. Yi Fan rushed over and broke through the encirclement into the distance. He wanted to leave the battlefield. Hong. During this process, boundless laws attacked, covering the sky and covering the earth. After suffering the heavy attacks of so many experts, the connected phenomenon was originally about to disappear. At this moment, it suddenly collapsed. Another 5 people were swept in and dimmed along with the phenomenon. They were badly mutilated and died in the sky. A rain of blood flew everywhere. Dang! With a long tremble, ripples extended. A great cauldron appeared above Yi Fan's head. The 10,000 Tao Qi descended. He continued to rush out with the deity striking whip in hand. At this time, it was impossible to use the purple golden hammer in his body. Perhaps half a strike would exhaust his divine force, and then he could forget about fighting or escaping. At this moment, he couldn't even open the golden sacred domain. After fighting to this point and being attacked by over 100 experts, even a divine child would collapse. This battle was equivalent to a rehearsal for the great battle against some of the future ancestral kings of the various races. Some of these people were destined to be existences of that level in the future. Even someone as powerful as Yi Fan's physical body was about to collapse. He charged forward with great difficulty. With a pu sound, the 10,000 Tao Qi trembled. That dazzling man from the blood lightning royal race with blood hair draped over his shoulders was finally killed. Wang! Yi Fan brandished the deity striking whip in his hand. All of the pitch-black wings of the fallen winged race's Lu Dongfa were shattered. His entire body was also torn into pieces. Finally, he killed his way out of the encirclement. With the row formula under his feet, he rushed into the distance. After fighting the future kings alone, Yi Fan did not fall. He carved out a path of blood as he left, leaving behind a figure that made others tremble. This battle was destined to shake the world. It was a world-shocking achievement. A single person was able to escape unscathed under the siege of so many terrifying enemies. The world was going to be thrown into an uproar. Chapter 840. He actually killed so many people in this battle and killed his way out alone. This is far beyond our expectations. Shi Luo revealed an astonished expression. Old Saber Hancho was drenched in cold sweat, drenching his clothes. He knew that he had no hope of accomplishing this. This battle caused the heaven and earth to dim and ghosts to weep and gods to howl. A group of future kings suffered disastrous losses. Shi Luo was the first to give chase. Next, Huolin also moved, leaving behind a blue silhouette. No one had expected that Yi Fan would be so daring as to not leave the divine city at all. After coughing out a mouthful of golden blood, he landed on the street and proceeded on foot. Many people were startled. What exactly did he want to do? With such great courage, he actually stopped in the divine city. Could it be that he wanted to fight and kill until corpses littered the ground? Yi Fan was very calm. He arrived at the Merak stone square using the line formula and pushed open the shabby door with a creak. He walked straight in. The people who chased after him were all stunned. No one dared to approach. There was a saint overseeing this place, so who would dare to go in and act wildly? Yi Fan greeted the gatekeeper and then found a place to sit cross-legged. Golden blood chi rose from his body and he turned into a statue of a deity. His appearance was solemn and dignified. Although the Nirvana scripture he obtained was only a simplified version, it was enough for him to cultivate with his physique. Inside the Merak Holy Land, golden blood chi was rising like a large steamer. Battle chi was rising and Yi Fan's body was constantly making noises as the various wounds on his body healed. In just 4 hours, he opened his eyes and restrained his blood chi. He was full of vigor again. After washing away the bloodstains in the spring, his whole body flickered with luster, looking strong and powerful. Yi Fan changed into a set of battle clothes and walked towards the gatekeeper. He greeted the gatekeeper and said, "I have disturbed senior's peaceful cultivation time and time again. Today, I present you with a bottle of clear spring water. This is the best water for brewing tea." This was the divine spring from the forbidden ancient land. He was very familiar with it and brought it into the gatekeeper's room without the slightest regard. However, his heart was beating like a drum. This old man might be one of the survivors from back then. Would he go crazy after smelling the aura of the forbidden ancient land? It's been a long time since I've smelled this scent. The aged saint's voice was very fleeting. He took out a broken jar and handed it to Yi Fan. Enlightenment tea leaves. Among them, there were actually more than 10 pieces. This was a priceless divine tea, and this was especially true for those who had great accomplishments. These tea leaves were more precious than anything else. Yi Fan hurriedly went to boil some water. Drinking tea was a small matter, but being able to drink with this sage was more important. He really wanted to ask this old man to come out and hold the fort for him. If they really wanted to establish a religion, they would let this old man sit at the mountain gate. There was no need for any peerless defensive formations. One person was enough. Those who became saints in the post-primordial era were almost synonymous with invincibility. The divine spring water was already boiling. Yi Fan glanced at the broken tea jar and didn't dare to recklessly waste it. He only took out 2 leaves and placed them into the pot. A fragrance immediately pervaded the air. It was unknown how many pairs of eyes were watching from afar. They all felt a little scared after seeing this scene. Yi Fan had just been fighting a bloody battle in all directions, and in the next moment, he ran here to find a saint to drink tea. At this moment, everyone in the divine city felt a headache. Even the ancient races felt a chill down their backs. They were deeply shocked and felt an indescribable lingering fear. In the end, Qi Luo still appeared. He entered the old territory of Merak and let out a hollow laugh outside the gatekeeper's room. He saluted the surviving saint of Merak. Yi Fan used this opportunity to probe. Although this old bastard hadn't become a saint yet, he probably wasn't far from it. Looking at his current posture, he could find some clues. Qi Luo entered the room with a sanctimonious appearance. This made Yi Fan's teeth itch. He wanted nothing more than to beat him up and kick him a couple of times. Crybaby, what are you doing here? Aren't you going to establish a religion? I'll give you whatever you lack. Qi Luo was quite straightforward. If I get involved with you guys, I'll most likely kill you all over the world. At that time, who knows how many Supreme Emperor weapons will come bearing down on our borders. Yi Fan shook his head. The Celestial Court has long been annihilated. We don't want to restore it. We just need to break through the ancient halls of hell and the mortal world. You can do whatever you want with the rest. Qi Luo was quite straightforward. At the same time, he didn't regard himself as an outsider. He saluted the Saint of Merak respectfully and then snatched a cup of tea from Yi Fan and slowly tasted it. The fragrance of the tea filled the air and spread very far, leaving one with an endless aftertaste. Using the divine spring in the life-forbidden zone to brew enlightenment tea. This pot of tea is too precious. This is something the ancient great emperors often do. Qi Luo was almost intoxicated, but he didn't dare to lose his composure. He was very respectful to the Saint of Merak and said some words that even Yi Fan couldn't hear clearly. The fragrance of the tea filled the air and drifted to the tranquil ancient street. Many peepers were almost intoxicated and had a dazed expression. Yi Fan sat cross-legged in the gatehouse. This wasn't the first time he drank enlightenment tea, but this time was the most different. His heart was empty and he calmed down all of a sudden. He comprehended the various aspects of the battle just now and entered a wondrous state. Only after a long time did he come back to his senses. He poured the second cup of tea and began to taste it. He felt as if there were divine laws interweaving in his immortal platform. Greetings, human saint. A sweet voice rang out. Huolin had arrived and respectfully saluted outside the gatehouse. The Saint of Merak nodded and didn't say anything. Huolin combed her sea-like shiny blue hair and walked in gracefully. In the past, my father would boil a pot of enlightenment tea with the divine spring every day. He would silently gaze at the starry sky and often stay up all night. I couldn't help but come in when I smelled the familiar fragrance of the tea. She explained to the Saint of Merak and forgave him for disturbing them. She was much more particular than Qi Luo. How extravagant, using the divine spring in the forbidden zone of life to boil enlightenment tea every day. So the ancient emperors are a habit inherited from the ancient emperors. Qi Luo was speechless. Unfortunately, that old tea tree seems to be inseparable from the undying mountain. My father wanted to plant it beside the fire Qilin cave, but it almost died and was sent back, Huolin said. Yi Fan almost spat out the tea in his mouth. That old tea tree was really pitiful. The undying heavenly emperor chopped down its trunk and used it as a coffin board. Moreover, when they entered the undying mountain more than 10 years ago, the big black dog had also said that great Emperor Wuxi had also tortured it. The old tea tree was sickly and almost died. It had no choice but to be planted back into the undying mountain. The ancient emperors have passed away, and the ancient emperors have also passed away. After a terrifyingly long period of time, nothing exists anymore. Only the enlightenment tea and the other immortal herbs are still alive, the Saint of Merak said. This shocked Yi Fan. That was right, the world had changed, and time had changed. It seemed like the only living things that could truly live forever in this world were the immortal divine herbs. Was this the reason why even the ancient emperors would have won? They were searching. Can I have a taste? Huolin-er's eyes were misty, and it was unknown whether she was acting or revealing her true feelings. She said, in the past, my father would boil it for me every day, but I was too lazy to drink it. Now, I can only think of him through the fragrance of the tea. Please sit. Come, slowly taste the tea. Tell me some stories about the ancient emperors as payment. Yi Fan poured her a cup of tea. He wanted to hear what kind of existence the ancient emperors were. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. My father only had me and my youngest brother in his later years. My deceased brother was 12,000 years older than us, and we couldn't feel the majesty and unattainability of our father like others. He was only a loving father and was no different from ordinary people. Hua Lin faintly smiled. She then quietly drank the tea and didn't say anything else. Even if there were some secrets, she wouldn't speak of them. Yi Fan was stunned. How many pairs of siblings could have a difference of 12,000 years between them? Just how many years did they have to live to have such children? The sky darkened. Hua Lin spoke again, wanting to exchange the Qilin medicine with Yi Fan, but she was still rejected. She then left gracefully. Yi Fan and Qi Luo also bid their farewells and left Merak Stone Square. They disappeared into the night and disappeared from the divine city. At this moment, no one stopped them. Today, the entire eastern wasteland was shaken. The young experts of the ancient races were stunned. The human saint physique slaughtered everything in his path. He was invincible, and no one could stop him. The commotion spread. Many people were discussing this matter, causing a huge uproar. Is the human saint physique really so powerful? Can it be compared to the ancient princes? This is really unexpected. Hua Lin didn't fight against her. What is that girl planning? Not even hundreds of great experts could kill him. If he could sever his Tao, he would be invincible under the heavens in an era without saints. Regardless of whether it was the ancient races or the human race, all the cultivators were in heated discussion. The heavenly village was a small world no one knew about. The villagers looked very ordinary. They worked at sunrise and rested at sunset, living an ordinary and simple life. However, after Yi Fan activated the heavenly eye, he discovered something strange. Even the children walking on the road were silent. This had already become a habit of theirs. Not far away, the children who were playing hide and seek appeared and disappeared unpredictably. This was the unique movement technique of assassins. After dinner, several elders sat on a large bluestone in front of the village and chatted. If they didn't speak, there would be no signs of life. Not far away, some people returned from hunting in the depths of the mountains. They were like specters, blending into the world and becoming a habit. Yi Fan was in a daze. This was a village of assassins. That kind of instinct had penetrated deep into their bones and had already become a habit. This is the only small world created by the ancient sages of the celestial court. The others have all been destroyed, said Qi Luo. There were very few people in the heavenly village. There were only 40 to 50 families and a little more than 100 people. Yi Fan had long since prepared his heart. If the celestial court was prosperous enough, they wouldn't have found him. Moreover, they had endured in hell and the human world until now. Actually, you don't need to run to the Jade Stone Square to drink tea. There's no need to make me feel apprehensive. I won't harm you, said Qi Luo with narrowed eyes. Elder Qi, someone in the outside world killed a great completion king-level expert of the human world and is clamoring for the Qilin medicine. A villager came over and reported honestly. What? So fast? Who did this, getting rid of such a big fish? Yi Fan was shocked. It's someone from the divine Silkworm Ridge, said Qi Luo. The divine Silkworm Taoist walked in the human world in a drunken state. An old Taoist followed behind him to protect him, fearing that something would happen to him. And this time, it was this old Taoist from the divine Silkworm Ridge who took action and killed a great completion king-level expert of the human world. The human world is in trouble. After the divine Silkworm race kills someone, they can use the silk reeling cocoon secret technique to search for those who have come into contact with them. Who knows, they might be able to find the ancient palace of the human world. Qi Luo chuckled and said, the divine silkworm race's immortal medicine has also been lost. They have taken root in the ancient abyss. Are they going to fight for the Qilin medicine with the fire Qilin cave? Good shows are coming one after another. The ancient races have only appeared not long ago. How do you know their secret technique? As an assassin, I have to keep up with the times, said Qi Luo proudly. In truth, Yi Fan really wanted to smack him after seeing his expression. If I couldn't beat those people in the divine city and couldn't break out of the encirclement, would you have just stood by and watched? This kind of assumption is meaningless. Qi Luo shook his head. Number one in the world? Your celestial court is too arrogant. Yi Fan didn't hold back and pointed out the age of the great ancient emperor. In that era, there was a celestial court, but there was no master of the celestial court, answered Qi Luo seriously. Yi Fan pointed out without any trace of politeness. He had seen the last master of the celestial court. He had died in an undignified manner and didn't seem like the style of a peerless expert. He told him everything he had seen at the sacred cliff. Qi Luo was silent for a long time after listening and said, "The great completion Saint Physique was possessed by a devil spirit and grew green hair. He needed great Emperor Wu Shi to suppress it. The master of the celestial court who was on the verge of death was killed by such an existence. It wasn't shameful at all." The two talked for a long time. In the end, Yi Fan took out the scepter of the celestial court and the human skin scripture. Immediately, a monstrous murderous aura surged. Qi Luo was finally excited after seeing these two items. His body was trembling. He stretched his hands forward and held up the two sacred items with trembling hands. "I've finally seen the sacred items of our ancestors again." He couldn't help but burst into tears again. "Don't cry. I want to step on your face when I see you cry." Yi Fan was in a bad mood. "Sigh, I was too excited and forgot myself." "Ha." Qi Luo laughed loudly. The contrast between before and after was too great. This weapon. Yi Fan endured the bone-piercing chill and raised the golden scepter. It was incomparably gloomy, like a supreme divine treasure that could suppress the underworld. "There's no need to show it to me. It's just like this. Even if you find a few more saints, it will still be the same. The higher the cultivation, the greater the saint power," Qi Luo said. He clearly stated that there was no real seal. Yi Fan already knew that this was a sacred weapon that had been passed down from generation to generation. Moreover, it should have been refined by someone above the great sage level. However, he had never taken it out to use. That was because this scepter was very special. No matter how powerful one's own strength was, it would be able to display the divine might of the corresponding realm. He had found a few people to try to unseal it, but they all failed. Back then, my celestial court had other sacred weapons. Unfortunately, they were all taken away. This scepter has a special meaning. Without a cultivation above the great sage level, one is not worthy of using it. This state is for the sake of inspiring future generations. Only when one is compatible with it can one wield it and display a divine might capable of destroying the heaven and earth. Qi Luo was full of heroic spirit. Then, he lowered his voice and said, "The Alcade has the black gold cauldron with dragon patterns. It was born from the heaven and earth. This scepter of ours is also the same. It has a secret that even the ancient great sage went crazy over." Yi Fan was dumbfounded. Then, he asked again. Unfortunately, Qi Luo's knowledge was limited. In the end, Qi Luo held the human skin scripture and said with a trembling voice, "Did you know? This not only records the most crucial part of my celestial court's great killing technique, but it is also the most terrifying weapon." "It's a weapon?" Yi Fan was astonished. "Naturally, it is the Book of Time. It was refined by one of my sex patriarchs using his own quasi-emperor skin." The Book of Time. These 4 words shocked Yi Fan until he was stupefied. He could tell just from hearing it that it was endlessly frightening. According to legend, one of the celestial court's masters ate an immortal medicine and lived 2 lives. He truly cultivated the Xing formula and touched upon the domain of time. Could it be that this human skin was refined into a supreme secret treasure called the Book of Time? Chapter 841. The Book of Time was more than a foot long. It was squarish and almost transparent with specks of luster. It was mysterious and strange, making people feel uneasy. Time was difficult to erase. This kind of human skin was also known as the skin of a god. It was impervious to all tribulations and emitted a shocking murderous aura that could almost break one's bones and muscles. There were many densely packed characters carved on both sides. Ordinary people couldn't see them clearly because the characters were very small. These ancient characters were written in silver lines and were as vigorous as an azure dragon or an iron snake. It was as if millions of swords were glued to the surface and a clanking sound could be heard throughout the ages. At this moment, it was as if one was standing in a land of ice. The cold was bone-piercing as if they were facing millions of wailing gods. The ancient sage's skin flickered with a sparkling luster. Qi Luo pointed out with his finger. Smoke and clouds flowed, but the divine skin didn't move in the slightest. He lightly shouted and a mouthful of innate essence gushed out, turning into multicolored splendor that sprinkled on the skin. Qi. Finally, some small characters emitted light like little dragons moving about. They were dazzling as each stroke cut through the void. It's not like this. Qi Luo frowned. He then opened his mouth and spat out 3 mouthfuls of milky white innate essence which sprinkled on the translucent human skin. Wang. This world was like a sealed box. The inside of it began to sway as hundreds of small characters lit up on the divine skin. They were all branded in the void, each and every one of them translucent. Yi Fan was astonished. He felt an indescribable power as if time was changing. This place was a bit chaotic. Qi Luo was struggling. His brows were locked tightly together as hundreds of small characters floated in the air and surrounded him. He left the ground and wanted to wave them around, but he found that they wouldn't listen to his commands. It's still not working. These small characters won't obey my summons. I can't use their power. Bo. When he absorbed the multicolored splendor and swallowed the innate essence back into his body, the small characters were once again branded on the translucent human skin and calmed down. Over 10,000 small characters were written in silver lines. Every stroke was a type of time talisman. With so many small characters together, it was a type of heaven-defying power. However, normal people couldn't activate it. When over 10,000 symbols appeared, they would form a time node, changing the trajectory of time. Incomparably terrifying things would happen within its range. This is Quasi-Emperor's secret treasure. Without reaching the Saint Realm, it's difficult to comprehend. It doesn't contain a deity, but rather requires a type of aura to activate, Qi Luo said. Secret treasures were different from other weapons. They had their own unique ways of using them. They weren't ordinary weapons, but some of them possessed incredible power, capable of destroying the universe and collapsing the heavens. The master of the celestial court, who has lived 2 lives, is indeed impressive. To be able to create such a secret artifact and dare to call it the Book of Time, there must be something extraordinary about it, Yi Fan said. Back in those days, the master of the celestial court wielded a supreme scepter in one hand and the Book of Time in the other. He was invincible and unstoppable in the world. The number of people in the world who could block 10 moves from him couldn't even exceed one hand. Zyro sighed. This is the skin of Quasi-Emperor. After consuming the undying medicine, he became a supreme Tao fruit. Yi Fan flipped it around and looked at it. Holding it felt like holding a steel needle in his hand. His entire body was in pain and it was difficult to grasp it. If it wasn't refined into a secret treasure, there was no way to hold it in one's hand. The killing Tao laws contained within might injure those near it. Yi Fan tried repeatedly. In the end, the tiny golden figure in the space between his brows stepped out and sat cross-legged on the 1-foot square divine skin. It circulated the aspect formula and soared into the sky with a swoosh. Qi Luo's eyes almost popped out. He hurriedly chased after it. Very soon, light flashed and the tiny golden figure bared its fangs. It leaped up and rapidly entered the immortal platform. How was it? What did you experience just now? Yi Fan opened his eyes and felt waves of pain in the space between his brows. It was as fast as flowing light. but it still didn't involve time. It was as painful as being pricked by a needle. All of a sudden, his expression changed. Something's not right. It felt like time paused for an instant. Maybe, it would be of great use in the future. After that, he repeatedly practiced and tried. Tiny characters floated up from the 1-foot square divine skin, engulfing the tiny golden figure as it sped through the space between heaven and earth. Sadly, there's only an instant of time. It's so fast that it's hard to make use of it, Yi Fan said. There's still a place for us to create battle machines. If we use them well, we'll be able to deal a fatal blow, Qi Luo said. He had also tried it many times. Yi Fan nodded. This secret treasure was too high grade. It was an artifact that could only be used by characters at the saint level and above. One could imagine the graceful bearing of the Lord of the Celestial Court when he wielded the scepter in one hand and the Book of Time in the other. After a very long time, the two of them sat down on a large piece of green and began to discuss in detail. In the heavenly village, they had the secret method of the Celestial Court, but they were missing a crucial part, which was this piece of quasi-emperor's human skin. The core information was recorded on it. Of course, the core lacked branches and leaves, and there were no detailed rules for expansion, so it couldn't be considered perfect. Only when the two were put together would they form the true inheritance of the Celestial Court. As for the line, character secret, that was another matter. Only the few leaders of the Celestial Court could cultivate it, so it wasn't counted in this piece of scripture. It was the art of the cult. On that very day, the two of them completed the Celestial Court scripture. It could be said that this piece of scripture was shocking and could even be considered bloody. It was purely a way to prove one's Tao through killing. Without a doubt, this kind of inheritance wasn't suitable for Yi Fan. It wasn't quite the same as the path he had taken. He only killed his enemies, but the Celestial Court treated killing as a kind of instinct and habit. However, after careful study and observation, many laws of Tao were very enlightening, allowing one to comprehend by analogy. As for the secret technique, it could be used. Qi Luo spoke frankly. He wasn't too far away from becoming a saint. In the future, he might be able to set foot in that domain and truly challenge hell and the human world. Do they really have a saint killer? Yi Fan asked. An assassin becoming a saint was a relatively serious and terrifying matter. Proving one's Tao through killing wasn't something to be casually said. In a true life and death battle, a saint killer could kill off many people of the same level. It's very difficult to become a saint in this world, but since they've made a comeback, how would they dare to show themselves without confidence? Qi Luo said with a frown. In the heavenly village, there were about 120 people of all ages and genders. It wasn't a lot, but they were all natural-born assassins. That kind of instinct had melded into their bones. Yi Fan felt that if he found a mountain to establish a cult and dragged these people over, the foundation would be complete in an instant. This was a ready-made framework, so he didn't need to spend much effort. As for Qi Luo, he was originally passionate about building the Celestial Court and wanted to destroy hell and the human world. If he was asked to do the hard work, he would definitely fulfill his duty. You've passed the Heavenly Village's test and can now be considered the divine son of the Celestial Court, Qi Luo said. To hell with the divine son. No matter how I hear it, it sounds like I'm going to be ripped off. I've even personally killed one, so I definitely won't fall for it. Yi Fan shook his head. Could it be that you want to directly become the master of the Celestial Court? Right now, you're too far away from being number one under the heavens, Qi Luo said with a glare. 2 days later, Yi Fan brought the Black Emperor, Li Tian, and Yan Ishi over and entered the heavenly village together. Brett Yi doesn't want to be the divine son, but I'm willing to. I'll throw caution to the wind and use my identity as the master of a cult to temporarily join the Celestial Court. Li Tian cried out in surprise. After that, he searched everywhere and said, if there's a divine son, there must be a peerless goddess, right? Please come out and let me take a look. There is indeed a goddess whose beauty can cause the downfall of cities and states. In the future, she will marry the divine son, Qi Luo said with narrowed eyes. Where? Let me take a look. Li Tian patted his chest and said. He was definitely going to become the divine son, and no one should snatch it from him. Not long after, a beautiful middle-aged woman carried a baby girl over. She was just a little over a year old and adorable. She was holding a milk bottle and making smacking noises. Divine son, divine son. The little fellow's words were unclear, but her smile was very cute. There was still baby fat on her face as she stretched out her hand and called out. F***ck, this is the goddess. Old man, are you playing with me? Li Tian immediately became dispirited and drooped his head. Divine son. Big brother, hug. The little girl stretched out her hand and didn't seem to be afraid of strangers at all as she smiled at the group of people. Hey, brat, I'm calling you big brother. Why aren't you coming forward? The Black Emperor prodded Li Tian and knocked him forward with his butt. Li Tian received the little girl and directly passed her to Yifan. He said, hug your goddess well. He said righteously, saying that he was the master of a sect and couldn't be the divine son of the celestial court anymore. Yifan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The little girl was very cute. She blinked her big eyes and held a pacifier in her mouth as she smiled at them continuously. She stretched out her pink little hands and called them big brother one by one. It was unknown whether it was because she had been taught well in her daily life or because she was naturally sweet with words, but she wasn't afraid of them at all when they met for the first time. She even wanted to pull the large black dog's ear. 20 years later, little K, will be a peerless beauty and will kill all those dragons, phoenixes, divine sons, and goddesses. Qi Luo was full of confidence as he said to Yifan and the others, little K, is not an ordinary child. Even if there is no one else, she will be able to level all the younger generation in hell and the human world by herself in the future. Yes. Little K, nodded seriously as if she was acting. Yifan discovered that this little baby girl was indeed a little special. She was so young, but she was already connected with the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. She was cultivating all the time. What kind of physique is this? The Black Emperor came forward and couldn't help but ask. She is born with a celestial root and is suitable for cultivation. She doesn't necessarily have to have a special physique. For example, Yao Guang's saint is said to have a mortal physique, but it is more powerful than many king physiques. It is also like the great ancient emperors. Other than a few individuals, who knows what kind of physique they have. You don't have any divine sons, right? I will give you one. Li Tian released little Tong from his artifact. The moment the little fellow appeared, he opened his little mouth and cried. He immediately ran to Yifan's side and cried, calling him master. He was afraid that Li Tian would lock him up again. These days, he was really bored to death. He had been reading some boring books all day and reciting them non-stop. Alright, you can stay outside from now on. Yifan, the master, said very irresponsibly. This child is very special. Qi Luo stared at little Tong. Of course he was special. The little fellow's whole body was glowing like a little sun, which made the little baby girl beside him very curious. She squeaked, her face full of smiles. Be good. I won't cry, little K, mumbled, blinking her large eyes. Everyone was speechless. This baby girl was so young, so what did she know? Did she really think she was a goddess? She was smiling and comforting her nephew who was older than her. Creating a sect is very troublesome. Elder Qi, I will leave the rear to you. I have to bring some people in. We are severely lacking in manpower now, Yifan said. Where are you going? Qi Luo asked. I will make a trip to the Middle State. There are 2 people that I will feel uneasy if I don't capture and bring them in, Yifan said. Who is it? The few of them were shocked. Godly diviner, and that disciple of his. On that very day, Yifan and the others set off. The large black dog clamored. Back then, he had been ambushed. Perhaps Godly Diviner's shadow had played a role in it. This time, he wanted to settle the score thoroughly. Of course, there was another important reason why Yi Fan wanted to settle the score with Godly Diviner and his disciple. He wanted to find out whether Pang Bo and the others were still alive, and where they were now. He wanted to find all his old friends. Wait a moment, invite the old blind man over. Let this old swindler deal with Godly Diviner first. No matter what, we have to find the sect. We can't leave without even a trace. In the end, the old blind man was invited out of the mountain, and they crossed to the middle state together. They entered the Sky Evolution mountain range. This was a very strange place. There were countless stone mountains, and they were arranged in a very orderly manner. Yi Fan and the others stood in the sky and looked down. They were instantly stunned. This was a natural 8 trigrams diagram. There were thousands of towering mountains, and they were arranged together like an 8 trigrams diagram. The mighty power of nature had formed such a strange landscape. Chapter 842. The mountains rose and fell, 1,000 peaks towering, forming a Xiantian 8 trigrams. It was engraved on the ground, extremely grand. Stone mountains dominated the area. Occasionally, ancient trees would take root between the rocky peaks, making the place even more verdant. The fragrance of 1 or 2 orchids filled the valley, making it extremely tranquil. The group ventured several dozen kilometers in, but none of them dared to be careless. Master Godly Diviner could be considered a genius of his generation, and the place he lived in seclusion was very strange. If they entered the strange door by mistake, they might get lost. The mysteries of heaven were unclear and everything was in chaos. This was the result of the old blind man's divination with the tortoiseshell several times. He couldn't tell what was going on, and it was like a place where heaven and earth had yet to be created. The tomb robber didn't come. Otherwise, I would have let him dig the robber's hole. With my guidance, the journey would be smooth, the Black Emperor said. After advancing for more than 100 li, the fog began to rise. Moreover, it was extremely dense, and no one could be seen within a few meters. It was extremely strange. The mountain was completely silent, without the slightest sound. Amongst them, Yi Fan was not the only one who had cultivated the heavenly eye. The Black Emperor's third vertical eye could also see hundreds of miles away, but at this moment, he could not see through it. The gray mist rose very strangely, as if it had arrived at the Yellow Springs Road, approaching the 9 underworld step by step, about to push open a forbidden door. Why do I feel like he's digging his own grave? Step by step towards the underworld, Li Tian said. Yes, it's like we've stepped onto a path of no return. We're about to open the gates of hell. Yan Ishi also had this misconception. There was no path in front of them. A door appeared, waiting for them to push it open. Everyone's pores were filled with cold air, and their bodies were shivering. A door really appeared? Blind old man's heart sank. He tried divination again, but it was to no avail. This is an ancient formation that conceals the mysteries of heaven, the large black dog said. He bared his teeth, feeling like he had met his match, and began to carefully study the formation. Open up your goddess furnace. The human race's great sage's weapon can isolate heaven's mysteries. The blind old man was unconvinced. He had Yan Ishi take out the furnace and start a divination. The saint furnace was simple and natural. But as soon as it was activated, it began to sparkle and translucent, transforming from the mundane to the beautiful. The tortoiseshell fell down. Crackling sounds rang out as the divination finally appeared. The road ahead is a great omen. Old Blind frowned. He's not simple. This person is proficient in formation patterns and ancient techniques. He'll be a good opponent, the large black dog said. His expression became serious. It isn't as simple as the formation patterns. He can indeed calculate, already knowing that we have arrived. The old blind man said. From ancient to modern times, there were many formation patterns, but those who obtained their essence were too few. Divine Diviner was, without a doubt, an exceptional individual who had reached perfection. He could change heaven and earth. I've met my match. The large black dog bared his teeth and forcefully smashed open the door in front of him. It was as if he had opened the door to the netherworld. All sorts of cries and wails traveled over from the front. Everything is fake. Don't worry, everyone. Watch how I break it. The large black dog threw in all kinds of formation flags, as well as phoenix soil, star stones, and other necessary materials to breach the formation. After waiting for a long time, the door disappeared, revealing a vast expanse in front of them. Even the mist had thinned, revealing a stone forest. There is no formation that cannot be broken. The Black Emperor boasted shamelessly. Be careful. He can divine the mysteries of heaven, so he knows more than this, Yi Fan reminded him, warning him not to get carried away. The large black dog walked in arrogantly. He raised his head, and said, Don't worry, I'll take care of this. They all looked at each other. Was this dog reliable? With his behavior, there shouldn't be any problems if he followed them in, right? Woof, woof, woof. In just an instant, the large black dog's black fur stood on end. As if he had been struck by lightning, he fled. F***ck, woof, it's haunted. The large black dog fled for his life. His bald tail was raised very high. If he hung a flag on it, it would become a flagpole. Clatter clatter, the iron chains rattled violently, and an old woman with disheveled hair rushed out from the depths of the stone forest. Her 4 limbs had been pierced by the chains, and she chased after the Black Emperor. Her white hair danced in the wind, and her expression was sinister. Howl. The Black Emperor howled in pain. His bald tail had been grabbed and bitten by the old woman, and all the fur on his body stood on end. Boom. Upon seeing this, Yi Fan hurriedly took action. He activated the diamond chakram, and it transformed into the size of a millstone. It shone with a bright silver light, and it smashed into the old woman's body. Clatter clatter. The iron chains rattled incessantly, and the old woman was sent flying. She crashed into the depths of the stone forest, but her body did not break into 2. Instead, she let out a low roar. The Black Emperor was so frightened that he fled for his life. The black fur on his body stood on end, and he said, That scared me to death. Why did she suddenly appear? They were all speechless. This bastard had definitely asked for this. Just then, he had been full of confidence and boasting shamelessly, but in the end, he was chased out with his butt in his hands. F***ck, I was bitten by a person. After the Black Emperor calmed down a little, he immediately stomped his feet in exasperation, and said, How many tens of thousands of years has it been? No one has ever dared to bite me. This was indeed true. Normally, he was the one who had bitten people. Even when Yi Fan had first met him, he had been bitten by dogs many times. There had been a time when his resentment had reached the heavens. Bite me again. F***ck, I was bitten by a ghost. Could it be that I would go bite a ghost? The Black Emperor was rather indignant, and then said, Our profession is not suitable. We should have called that grave robber over. This is his field of expertise. Li Tian mumbled, Why did I hear that it was just treated as if you were bitten by a dog? Could it be that you would still bite a dog? That should be the case. What do you mean? The large black dog bared his teeth, and gave Li Tian a bite. F***ck, why did you bite me? That old woman is waiting for you to bite her. Stop messing around, we have fallen into the godly diviner's trap. How is this a stone forest? This is an underground cave, the blind old man said. Yi Fan's heart trembled, and he carefully observed with his heavenly eye. He then sucked in a breath of cold air. The formation patterns were actually so miraculous that even the heavenly eye could be deceived. This was definitely a peerless divine formation. Unknowingly, they had entered the underground world. This was an incomparably eerie cave, and there was a stone room ahead. An old woman was chained up like a malicious spirit, and she was continuously struggling, wanting to rush over. I was tricked. It was true that we broke through the formation just now, but the main thing was that we were teleported underground after taking a step, and the surrounding illusions confused us, the Black Emperor said. This is an ancient corpse. It was incredibly powerful when it was alive, but it turned into a ghost soldier and was imprisoned here. This mountain region is truly not simple, the blind old man said. The teleportation formation is in the old woman's stone room, and that is the only way out of the ancient formation. We must kill her in order to escape from this underground world, the Black Emperor said. Leave it to me, Yenishi said. He held the goddess furnace in his hand, and with a light shake, the ancient great sage's weapon slowly awakened. Then, a wisp of fiery light shot out. Boom! This old woman was a king tier who had reached the advanced level when she was alive, and after turning into a ghost soldier, her physical body had become shockingly tough. However, under the power of the goddess furnace, she was instantly turned into dust. When they returned to the surface again, it was still covered in thick mist, and the sky couldn't be seen at all. It was as if they had arrived in the underworld. I will focus 120% of my attention. This time, there won't be any mistakes, the Black Emperor said. They weren't worried. After all, with the goddess furnace in their hands, the weapon that Eternal Universe Heavenly Emperor helped the path of carnal desire ancestor refine, even if it wasn't the strongest under Emperor weapons, it wasn't too far off. Not simple. Chaotic energy curls about, and this place is about to become a primitive land, the blind old man said. This is the place where the dragon veins converge. Yi Fan's heart moved, and he said, "Let me lead the way." After speaking, he walked forward. Origin heavenly Tao patterns flickered beneath his feet, and the great earth was actually changing positions, continuously shifting. All types of formation patterns were broken down. The Black Emperor was dumbstruck, and he said, "Brat, not bad, you can actually break through the divine formation like this. You must lend me the Origin Heavenly Book to take a look." "Have you reached the level of the Yuan Taoist master?" the blind old man asked in shock. "There's still a long way to go, and even reaching that level isn't the end. I've seen Ancestor Zhang Lin's origin techniques, and they definitely surpass the Yuan Taoist masters. At that level, origin techniques have already become Tao laws, and can be compared to saints." At this moment, Yi Fan transformed into mountains, rivers, and veins of the earth. The mountains rumbled and continuously shifted, forming a large path. The scene was astonishing. Only at the very end did he stop, not daring to act rashly. The formation patterns in front of him were too profound, and he still wasn't the Yuan Taoist master, so he didn't dare to act rashly. Heavens, this is a corner of the formation patterns of a great emperor. Godly diviner actually knows so much. The Black Emperor was astonished. He thought hard for a long time before making his move. The large black dog was determined this time, and directly carved out a corner of the Wuxia killing formation. He attacked with great force, wanting to break through this densely packed formation patterns. Within this mountain range, the aura of an ancient great emperor spread out, and a boundless killing intent rose up, sweeping through the 9 heavens. This is going to be difficult. This old bastard really knows a lot. He's using all kinds of famous formations from ancient and modern times to bring out the full potential of the great emperor's formation patterns. The large black dog stood up in a pair of large flowery underpants. He crossed his chest with one paw, and stroked his chin with the other as he pondered for a long time. Boom! However, right at this moment, the ancient formation patterns in front of him suddenly disappeared. The 2 mountains moved apart, and a large path appeared. Moreover, all of the mist in the mountains disappeared. Huh? He's given up on defense? Could it be that he's admitting defeat? The Black Emperor was extremely surprised, and he was afraid that there was a trap. At the end of the path, a pair of children walked over timidly, and said in a soft and meek voice, "Don't attack anymore. Ancestor invites you in." This was a boy and a girl, both of them around 11 or 12 years old. They wore Taoist robes, and their lips were red and teeth white. They were extremely beautiful, and there was a type of innate spiritual qi about them. They didn't seem like mortals, but rather like Taoist children of the celestial realm. These 2 people. The old blind man immediately paled, and he almost pounced over to hug the 2 children, scaring the pair of Taoist children so much that they immediately retreated in fear. What's wrong? Yi Fan asked. These are a pair of spiritual children, and they were born to deduce the mysteries of heaven. It's a rare sight that only appears once in thousands of generations. These two children live together, and even if they reveal the mysteries of heaven, they still have a way to resist the tribulation, the old blind man said excitedly. This pair of boy and girl were beautiful and tender, and they looked like a pair of brother and sister. Because the corners of their eyes and the tips of their brows were very similar, they both took a few steps back when they heard this, feeling a bit scared. Ancestor invites you in. They spoke softly. Divine Diviner really isn't simple. He could even find spiritual children of this level. Truly heaven-defying. The old blind man sighed in admiration. There weren't any majestic palaces ahead, and even more so, there weren't any vast caves. This was a peaceful pure land, and the scenery was extremely beautiful. Flowing springs, flying waterfalls, verdant wisteria, little bridges, and small pavilions. It was as if they had returned to nature. In the depths of a bamboo forest, there were a few thatched cottages. It was as if they had returned to their natural state, and it was as if they were in an otherworldly paradise. In front of the thatched cottage, there was an old Taoist with white hair and a beard. He sat on a prayer mat, and when he saw them, he stood up and said, "Esteemed guests, please forgive me for not being able to welcome you earlier." This was definitely an extraordinary person of his generation. There was a kind of celestial aura about him, and he was untainted by the mortal world. It was as if he didn't belong to this mortal world. They had originally come here to denounce him, but at this moment, they were all strangely calm. Divine Diviner invited them to sit down, and said, "I know why you've come." "Of course you know," the large black dog said. "Your bloodline has schemed against us in every possible way, and today, the day of reckoning has come." The old Taoist sighed, and said, "The person you're looking for is the father of these two children. He's already passed away 2 years ago." Tears instantly welled up in the eyes of the beautiful brother and sister behind him, and they used their loose Taoist robes to wipe away their tears. They appeared very weak and pitiful. Years ago, one of Divine Diviner's disciples had made countless divinations about Yi Fan, and if Pang Bo hadn't returned the god-striking whip to him in time to conceal his aura, he would have been captured by the people of the Yin Yang sect. "Who are you trying to fool? How could there be such a coincidence?" The Black Emperor didn't believe him. "I won't lie," Divine Diviner said dejectedly. "There are some things in this world that cannot be divined, and there are some mysteries of heaven that cannot be revealed. Otherwise, I will definitely suffer the wrath of heaven." The blind old man nodded. He was a person in this field, so he was naturally well aware of the various taboos involved. "I'm also about to suffer a tribulation soon. Most likely, after you leave, a great calamity will descend upon this place. I've been cautious my entire life, but in the end, I've still revealed some heavenly secrets and said things that I shouldn't have said. As such, I'm about to face a tribulation. These two children can pass on my mantle, and you can take them with you. Please treat them well." Yi Fan and the others stared blankly. They had never imagined that they would hear Divine Diviner's final words. It was completely different from their original intentions. As of this moment, they felt a bit of reverence in their hearts. This was definitely a genius of a generation. Ignoring the level of his cultivation base, just his ability to divinate the mysteries of heaven was enough to shake the ancients and dazzle the contemporaries. "Ancestral Master, don't leave us behind. Father is already gone." "Woo." The two children began to wail. Of the dozen or so disciples that Divine Diviner had taught, almost none of them had a good ending. Only 2 or 3 of them were still alive, but they were all in dire straits. "It was my fault," Divine Diviner said. "I only took a fancy to their talent, but didn't pay attention to their temperaments. None of them were the type of people who could control themselves. They divined the mysteries of heaven, but couldn't keep it a secret. Once word got out, disaster descended upon them." Divine Diviner seemed transcendent, and as tears rolled down his face, it was a strange sight to behold. The father of these two children was his youngest disciple, a man with incredible talent and aptitude. Because he had received a great favor from the Yin-Yang sect, he had divined everything about Yi Fan over 10 years ago, and had helped them. Divining a person shouldn't lead to the wrath of the heavens, right? Why did he die just like that? Divining a person isn't a problem, Master God Diviner said with a sigh. He divined a forbidden area, and met with a calamity. The patriarch of King Yuan's bloodline in the northern domain was just one step away from becoming the 6th Yuan Taoist master in history. But then, something bad happened to him in his later years. 2 years ago, in the middle of the night, all kinds of wailing and ghostly cries resounded in their family. That ancestor disappeared, and my father was asked to help with the divination. In the end, in the middle of the night, sob. The 2 children cried as they spoke. Yuan Taoist master. Yi Fan's heart trembled. It was a curse that was very difficult to break. After all these years, someone who had been just one step away from reaching that level had met with a calamity in his later years. Yi Fan's heart was pounding. In this world, there are some things that you can't say irresponsibly, Master God Diviner said sadly. Has your disciple divined all of the secrets of the Yuan Taoist master's later years? What other mysteries of heaven did you reveal that led to a calamity? All of them were very anxious. I couldn't stand the loneliness, Master God Diviner said. I divined the secrets of the primeval emperor, and that caused a calamity. Boom! As soon as the words left his mouth, an enormous bolt of lightning descended from the sky, destroying the thatched cottage and leaving behind a terrifying, bottomless black hole. The 2 children were so frightened that they began to cry, trembling like frightened deer. They hugged each other, looking very pitiful. See? My great calamity is coming, and I'll face it at any moment. Master God Diviner chuckled, as if he could see through everything in the world, and then looked up into the boundless sky. Chapter 843. The few of them felt their hair stand on end as they stared at the gigantic hole in the ground. They then glanced at each other in dismay. This was like a bolt of lightning on a sunny day, strange and mysterious. The thatched cottage had been completely destroyed, leaving behind only a pitch-black cave that led deep underground. Master Godly Diviner had long since seen through life and death. He looked up at the boundless sky, where countless secrets were hidden. He let out a long sigh. He was finally going to be free and end everything. The ancient emperors had long since died, and there was ample evidence in the world. However, the cultivation realms and domains they had set foot in were filled with countless secrets, hidden by the heavens. Just now, Master Godly Diviner had only mentioned it briefly and hadn't divulged any heavenly secrets, yet there were already such terrifying consequences. Yi Fan thought of the heavenly tribulation, the palaces that resembled ancient heaven, as well as the human-shaped lightning. It truly made one's imagination run wild. Ancestor, don't leave us behind. The 2 children stood beside Master Godly Diviner, shaking his arms. Their faces were filled with terror. The 2 of you are spiritual children born together, 1 male and 1 female, 1 yang and 1 yin. You can help each other reduce calamities. In the future, as long as you don't step into the forbidden heavenly secrets, you won't encounter any calamities. Master Godly Diviner was extremely benevolent as he stroked the 2 children's heads. He knew that he didn't have long to live and that it would be difficult for him to defy the heavens. He told Yi Fan and the others to treat the 2 spiritual children well, saying that they would be of great benefit to them in the future. If news of Master Godly Diviner entrusting his 2 children to the outside world, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. It was unknown how many great powers would fight to the death over them. These 2 spiritual children would become deities in the future, capable of divining the mysteries of heaven. The blind old man's heart trembled. Master Godly Diviner had entrusted the 2 spiritual children to them, so he must have divined something. You want to ask someone, right? This is just a small path and can't be considered divulging the mysteries of heaven. Let me help you with divination. Master Godly Diviner closed his eyes. When he heard the names of Pang Bo, Wu Zhongtian, Dongfang Yi, and the others, he began to make divinations. Pang Bo was in the immortal realm and was experiencing all sorts of illusionary tribulations. If he passed through it, there would be a great opportunity. Yi Fan was overjoyed. Dong Fang Ye's body had been tempered in purgatory. If he took a step back, he would die. If he passed 100 trials, he would survive. If he wanted to survive, he would need an iron heart and willpower. This left everyone stupefied. One was in the immortal realm, while the other was in the purgatory realm. This really was extreme. However, they were both suffering a tribulation, needing to make it through in order to survive. Tu Fei was dead. He would be dead for several thousand years. It would be hard for him to meet his old friends in the future. Hearing this news, everyone's heart sank. The saddest thing in the world was to be separated by life and death. Lu Ko was dead, and it would be difficult for him to appear in this world again. This made everyone feel a wave of sadness, as they were powerless to change anything. When he tried to divine little Nan Nan, Master Godly Diviner couldn't divine anything. She had no past, no future. Her life was a complete mess. Master God Diviner was known for his ability to divine all things in the world, but right now, he was completely helpless. There was no way he could understand the cause and effect, and he began to sweat. This person cannot be counted. Then, his expression immediately changed. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of scarlet blood, drenching his Taoist robe. He quickly cut off heaven's mysteries as if he was avoiding a ghost snake. Wu Zhongtian and Jiang Huiran were still alive. They were trapped in a cage, and they would meet again in the future. This made everyone sigh in relief. Taoist priest, can you help me divine when I will become an emperor? The large black dog's skin was extremely thick, and he asked for a divination. When I meet an immortal. Master Godly Diviner smiled. What do you mean? If I meet an immortal, what use is there for me to become an emperor? The large black dog was furious. There were no immortals in this world. This was clearly saying that he couldn't prove his Tao. How many wives and concubines will I have in the future? If there are too many, I won't be able to manage them all, Li Tian asked with a fervent expression. One person will be enough, Master Godly Diviner said. What? Aren't you trying to trick me? You can't make irresponsible remarks. Are you saying that I only have one wife, or that I alone will be enough? Li Tian was anxious. Senior, I just want to ask you, can I return to my hometown? Yi Fan asked solemnly. Yes. Master Godly Diviner nodded, and gave an affirmative answer. However, after thinking about it carefully, he hesitated. Senior, what do you want to say? Yi Fan asked. Some things could often be predicted, but the ending could not be predicted. He was afraid that some unforeseen events would occur. It won't be too long, Master Godly Diviner said. He could only give a rough prediction. Otherwise, if he revealed the details of the future, it would be equivalent to revealing the secrets of heaven. Finally, it was time for them to part. The pair of brother and sister wept bitterly, unwilling to part with Master Godly Diviner, and clung tightly to his arm, unwilling to let go. Fate has come to an end, Master Godly Diviner said softly, like a leaf that will eventually wither. If there is reincarnation, we will meet again after thousands of lifetimes, Master Godly Diviner said softly, and then branded the heaven-stealing technique into their immortal platforms. In the end, Yi Fan and the others carried the two children away, bowed to Master Godly Diviner, and left the mountain range. Boom! Not long after they left, a bolt of lightning struck down, connecting the heavens and the earth, inundating the entire area. What? Is that still lightning? They were all dumbfounded. There was only a single bolt of lightning, yet it was thicker than dozens of mountains combined. It stretched from the heavens all the way to the earth, and it didn't dissipate. One-line lightning. The old blind man's expression was grave as he gazed into the distance. The people of this domain all wanted to grasp that one, but it was impossible. Perhaps it could be seen before one's death, and all mysteries would be revealed. They knew that without a miracle, there was no way Master Godly Diviner could defy the heavens. It would be difficult for him to survive. For the sake of leaving behind a glimmer of hope for the two children, they resolutely crossed the void and left, not looking back again. Grandpa ancestor. The two children wept, hearts splitting, lungs splitting. They reached out their little hands to grab backwards, but they couldn't grab onto anything. They didn't immediately return to Heavenly Village, but instead wandered about many places in Central Continent, wanting to calm the two spiritual children down. In the end, they crossed over, returning to the northern region. This was an oasis, plants flourishing and full of life. More than 10 years ago, Zhang Wuye and the others moved their stone stronghold here. Now, the people in the stone stronghold lived rich lives, no longer as laborious as in the past. Everything was peaceful and auspicious. Several months ago, they agreed to meet here. Li Heishui had already arrived, dragged along by Zhang Wuye to drink heartily. After not seeing him for many years, the old man had clearly aged quite a bit. When Yi Fan and the others arrived, the stone stronghold became noisy. Many villagers surrounded them, and there were people everywhere in front of the bonfire at night. The fragrance of meat and wine wafted through the air, as lively as if they were celebrating a new year. Yi Fan took out a drop of the immortal true dragon herb. He didn't feel that it was a pity to extend the life of a mortal like Zhang Wuye. He was grateful to the Zhang bloodline. Without their source heavenly book, he wouldn't have what he had today. The ones who changed the most in the stone stronghold were Wang Shu and Dumbo, as well as the people in charge of the mines order that Yi Fan had appointed in the past. They had dual pupils, their foreheads shone, and their blood became pure silver. Their cultivation advanced so quickly. The Black Emperor was quite shocked. Back then, when he discovered the two's changes, he taught them the Tao of cultivation. Now, these two were self-taught, already becoming cultivators of the dragon transformation realm. Their speed of improvement left one speechless. They definitely couldn't compare to the people in front of them, but one had to know that they had come from nothing. They had no one to guide them and had fumbled around on their own. Uncrowned Emperor. On this night, the monkey also rushed over. After seeing the two's silver blood and various special characteristics, he was shocked. He grabbed them forcefully and began to question them in detail. The Yuan Taoist master had brought back two infants in his later years. They weren't humans at all, and their bloodlines had been sealed by him using heaven-defying methods. These were the ancestors of Wang Shu, and Lei Bo. Yi Fan had heard Zhang Wuye mention this before, and now he asked him to explain it in detail again. The monkey didn't speak for a long time after listening. During the archaic era, powerful clans stood in great numbers. It was unknown how many times they rose and fell. They were used to seeing the tragedies of great clans that ruled over the world being annihilated in a single night. Among them, there was one clan that had experienced ups and downs. Although they had never produced an ancient emperor, they had ruled over the world several times and were known as the uncrowned emperor. Their population was small, and their blood was pure silver. They possessed terrifying talents, and once they grew up, they would become terrifying and powerful. Although they weren't emperors, the great sage was endless. Even the imperial clan didn't dare to provoke them. Unfortunately, they provoked an existence they shouldn't have provoked in the archaic era. It was rumored that they wanted to enter the immortal mausoleum, but in the end, their entire clan was buried. Such a great background. Everyone present was a little dumbfounded. The Yuan Taoist master traveled everywhere. After the ominous event happened in his later years, his actions became even stranger. He entered the immortal mausoleum, charged into the ruins of God, and saw soldiers passing by. It wasn't strange for him to bring back two silver-blooded infants. The Yuan Taoist master indeed has unfathomable methods. He found the uncrowned emperor clan that should have been extinct long ago. It's really shocking. The monkey's eyes lit up as he looked at the people surnamed Lei and Wang in the stone stronghold. Then, he sighed softly and said, "It's a pity that their bloodline is too thin. They can't be compared to the silver bloodline of the past. Otherwise, they would be a great emperor clan in name only." However, he suddenly turned around and stared at Lei Bo and Dumbo. They broke through the bloodline's seal and forcefully broke the shackles. This is a sign of atavism. It means that their bloodline is as powerful as their ancestors. They are the pure-blooded descendants of the uncrowned emperor clan. the people of the stone stronghold are all treasures. Even if their bloodline is thin, they can still break the seal and grow into powerhouses. The Black Emperor's eyes lit up. Of course, he couldn't tell these villagers. Only Zhang Wuya, Wang Shu, and Dumbo knew the truth. When they returned to the heavenly village, Qi Luo was so happy that his single eye was almost closed into a slit. Then, he finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. Who can compete with the celestial court for the fortune of heaven and earth in the future? He stared at the two spiritual children, little Tong, and little K, and then he grabbed the two silver-blooded people. Even without Yi Fan in the future, as long as Tong, little K, and the two spiritual children could grow up, they would be invincible in the world. With a physique that was exactly the same as the Holy Emperor of Sun, coupled with little K's graceful demeanor of killing all the kings, and the two spiritual children who could deduce the mysteries of heaven and seek fortune and avoid calamity, who could stand against them? Of course, if they could keep the son of the Emperor of fighting and ensure that nothing happened to the sacred body of the ancients, then they would be even more invincible. In the future, they wouldn't even have to fear the kings of the ancient times. Tong is a sign of atavism, just like the Holy Emperor of Sun's physique. I heard that you have a younger sister who has a Taiyin physique. In order to find you, she has been in seclusion in the Jiang family. Now that you're back, you can go and ask her to come out. If it's possible, invite her to stay with us for a few days, Qi Luo said. No matter how one looked at it, he sounded a little treacherous, making people want to slap him. You're trying to capture all the strongest physiques in the world in one fell swoop, aren't you? Yi Fan grumbled. Of course. If I'm going to do it, I'm going to be the best in the world. I'm not going to recreate the ancient dynasty of killers, but the real legendary celestial court. Chapter 844. Early in the morning sun shone brilliantly, shining down and breaking through the mist, making one's heart light up as well. Yi Fan sat cross-legged on a short mountain, continuously breathing in and out. White innate spiritual essence flowed in and out of his mouth and nose like a dragon, rumbling like thunder. Not far away, a few children were also seriously cultivating, swinging their fists and kicking their legs. They were extremely serious. Tong Tong was only 5 years old, but he was Yi Fan's first disciple. After escaping from the hands of demon Li Tian, he was especially serious. He faced the morning sun and practiced his fists methodically. His entire body was glowing, as if he could resonate with the sun. Gu Fei and Gu Lin, this pair of siblings, were only 11 years old. They were also very talented, and they were also very serious. They had already adapted to the life in the heavenly village. As for the last one, Tainita, he was purely a child. Little Kay was only a little over 1 year old. She held a pacifier in her mouth, hobbling as she walked. Her little hands moved about randomly as she cried out, "Ha, ha, ha." Her childish voice was really funny. They were the future hope of the celestial court. Even if the others had all fallen and only these 4 little things were left, perhaps they could still support a flourishing godly dynasty and rule over the world. Woof, woof, woof. On the other side, the Black Emperor stuck out his bright red tongue and opened his bloody mouth. He was like a 10,000-year-old demon that had come into being, madly running, chasing after Wang Shu and Dumbo. To put it nicely, it was a special hellish training to force out the true potential of the silver-blooded imperial family. If they fell behind, they would be beaten. His mouth full of cold dog teeth could definitely tear their bodies apart. Too weak. How can they be called uncrowned emperors like this? The two of you, carry that mountain and run. The large black dog shouted. His special training was really very ruthless, squeezing out their potential with all his might. He made the two of them carry a stone mountain to walk, eat, and sleep. Ao. In the end, Wang Shu and Dumbo's miserable cries didn't even sound like a human's. Just hearing them was enough to make one's hair stand on end. It could be imagined how much they had suffered. However, the Black Emperor said that this was the return of their wildness, the recovery of their royal blood, and the awakening of their ancestral power. Everyone rolled their eyes when they heard this. Humph, aha. Little Kay fell to the ground with the pacifier in her mouth. She stayed there and refused to get up. Her large eyes blinked as she watched with great interest as the large black dog chased after the two pitiful fellows. The other 3 children were painstakingly cultivating. Essence energy flowed in and out of every pore of their bodies, making them sparkling and translucent. This was a very loving scene that made people feel full of vitality. It's good to be young. Chi Luo sighed. He squinted his single eye and had an envious look on his face. He was lying on an ancient pine tree that extended out of the cliff, facing the morning glow. He grabbed a purple gold gourd and poured wine into his mouth. He was very satisfied. Yi Fan passed on the Xing formula to him. This old man was getting more and more mysterious. If the celestial court wanted to rise, it needed him to become a saint. Otherwise, how could it fight against the killing saints of hell and the human world? On the other side, Yan Ishi was playing chess with an old man from the heavenly village. They had been playing for 3 days and 3 nights, and they hadn't moved a single step. As for Li Tian, he was both in pain and happiness as he carried out a game of assassination with the young girls from the heavenly village. He had tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex, but the beauties from the celestial court were each more ruthless than the last. The heavenly sword had almost left a bloody hole on his body several times. "Brother Monkey, let's have a spar." Yi Fan finished breathing and stood up. The monkey was on the opposite mountain. Under the morning glow, the golden fur on his body was dazzling. When he heard this, he loudly agreed and rushed over like a bolt of golden lightning. Boom! Once these 2 people with physiques that were rarely seen throughout the ages started to fight, it was truly like a comet colliding with the Emperor star. The children all fell to the ground on their butts. Son of God! Son of God! Little Kay cried out while biting on her pacifier, waving her pink little hands. "You 2 destructive maniacs, don't fight here." Chi Luo forcefully chased them away and teleported them far away. The celestial court had just been built, and it was becoming more and more prosperous with each passing day. This kind of atmosphere made people happy. There was endless hope in front of them, and once they rose up in the future, even the sky wouldn't be able to cover them. "This place of yours is truly desolate." Half a month later, Ji Ziyue came with a large pile of information, all of which were related to hell and the human world. These were all top-secret documents that were stolen from the Ji family scripture pavilion. There were many secrets that were not known to others, and they were exceptionally valuable. "The family head is going to retire soon, and now he wants to support my brother to become the Ji family head, so he can't casually come out." Ji Ziyue's words caused Yi Fan, Li Heishui, and the others to be a little stunned. "You guys are too uninformed." Ji Ziyue teased little Kay, while revealing some earth-shattering news. The Alcade's sacred leader had half-abdicated and started to delegate power to the Alcade's sacred son. In a few years, he would officially rule the Alcade's sacred leader. The water flows east, the curtains of the older generation are about to fall, and a great era of kings has finally arrived. Yi Fan sighed. Once upon a time, he needed to look up to the sacred leaders, and now, the younger generation had also risen to such heights. The Alcade's sacred son used only one hand to suppress the joint attacks of the sacred children of the past 2,000 years, and easily took the position. The first thing he did was to resonate with the black gold dragon pattern cauldron, and he stood in front of the most unimaginable emperor weapon in the world for 9 days and 9 nights. There were too many legends about the birth of the black gold dragon pattern cauldron, and it was the most unimaginable miracle in the world. 50,000 years of praying, 50,000 years of kowtowing, and the painstaking efforts of the predecessors still couldn't make it reach the Tao. In that night of thunder and lightning, no one knew what happened. It became an emperor weapon in a single night. The mystery of the ages remained unsolved. The most unimaginable weapon was not weaker than any ancient imperial weapon or great emperor weapon, and it even had a unique advantage. Time flies, the Alcade's sacred son is about to become the ruler of the generation. He will control the black gold dragon pattern cauldron, and from then on, he will look down on the world. Li Heishui sighed. Not long after, news came from Middle Ground that the Xia imperial prince had ascended to the throne and officially became the ruler of Xia, successfully winning over his brothers. Then, the news that Yao Yuekong had become the ruler of Sky Demon Palace also spread throughout the world. Almost at the same time, news came from the southern mountains that Nan Yao had entered the Demon Imperial Palace and became one of the rulers, officially standing at the peak of power. A few days later, news came from Middle Ground that Middle Emperor had successfully severed the Tao, and on the day of success, a purple sun appeared in the sky, clouds of 9 tribulations descended, and divine milk gushed out from the earth. Once this news came out, the world was shocked. This was the scene of an ancient emperor when he severed the Tao at a young age. Everyone was shocked, and it could even be called a blowout. Another rumor said that a young Buddha from the western desert had cultivated half of the 6 syllables incantation. He walked among the famous mountains and ancient temples, and he had the aura of a Buddha. I'm getting old. The rise of the younger generation makes me feel like the sun is setting in the west. The scenery is still there, but the people are going to die. An old man from Heavenly Village sighed. Over the past few days, Yanishi had been playing chess with him. She had learned quite a number of mental Tao laws from him and had benefited greatly. Kay has to grow up faster. Little Kay, sucked on her pacifier and clenched her fists. She could finally speak more clearly. From then on, Ji Ziyue would often come and cross the void happily. Sometimes, she would laugh craftily, sometimes she would laugh heartlessly, and sometimes she would laugh until she cried. Ji Haoyue, who was about to become the Divine Lord, came personally and completely flipped out. He wanted to kill Yi Fan, but he was stopped by others. He talked with Yi Fan for a night, and then he pulled Ji Ziyue away. "Brother, what are you doing?" Ji Ziyue was unhappy. Divine Diviner predicted that in the near future, he will leave this world and return to the other side of the starry sky. It will be different from the last time. Ji Haoyue said. Yi Fan might not be able to stay in this world for long. He might disappear completely one day, so he didn't want to leave a sad memory for others. Do you want to leave with him? If you have the determination, I won't object. Ji Haoyue said. Ji Ziyue cried. Her parents, brother, and the people closest to her were all in this world, so how could she leave? From then on, Ji Ziyue would still come often. She would smile brightly, but sometimes she would cry while smiling, which made one's heart ache. Yi Fan would often stroll with her, either facing the morning glow or stepping on the moon and stars. Divine Diviner's prediction made him feel so abrupt, and there was too much reluctance in his heart. The starry sky was too far. Once he set foot on the way back, there was nothing left to talk about. Yi Fan wanted to go more easily and leave more joy for others. He talked about many things of the past, and Ji Ziyue's smile widened after listening to him, but she couldn't hide her disappointment. She said that when she became a saint, she would definitely follow his footsteps to the other side of the starry sky. She smiled and shed tears. She wanted to see what kind of magnificent and incredible world that was. Half a month later, little Tingting, who had been separated for many years, appeared. She came out from the Jiang clan and found her way here. Now, she was already a slender and elegant young lady. Extreme in body. Qi Luo's eyes widened. He rubbed his hands and walked forward. There was no need to mention the warmth he felt. He was just short of recognizing her as his adopted granddaughter. Sister. Sister. Little Kay, swayed and hugged her leg, unwilling to let go. Not far away, Tong Tong was also shocked. His blood had returned to its ancestral state and was exactly the same as the Sun Saint Emperor's physique. Now, he felt an indescribable reaction when facing the extreme in body. Yi Fan sighed. The little girl from the past had grown up. In the past, she and Uncle Jiang depended on each other for survival and were bullied. Little Tingting, who was only a few years old, was very pitiful. She wore old patched clothes and cried constantly, protecting the old man from those bullies. "Brother, you're finally back." Tingting cried loudly and threw herself forward. She truly regarded Yi Fan as her closest family. Yi Fan comforted her with a smile. He ruffled her hair and asked, "Is Uncle Jiang doing well?" Tingting replied that he was fine, but she often talked about him. She really wanted to see him again and drink a few cups of old wine together. She regarded him as her biological grandson who had left home for many years. Yi Fan was absent-minded. Back then, it was Uncle Jiang and little Tingting who made him feel at home for the first time in this world. It was a very warm memory that was worth cherishing forever. "I'll go and visit him," he said with a smile. Extreme Een body. "Little girl, I only have one good-for-nothing grandson. I really hope to have a granddaughter." Shi Luo ran back and forth and finally revealed his fox's tail. It was obvious that he wanted to pull Tingting into the sect. Now, little Tingting had already grown up and become a woman of peerless beauty. Her cultivation was also extremely high. The extreme Een body allowed her to cultivate at lightning speed and was already a powerhouse. Yi Fan thought of something and passed the remnant of the ancient extreme Een scripture to her. Then, he gave her the sparkling and translucent skull of the saint. This was seized from the divine son of extreme Een. Perhaps it contained the secret of the entire ancient scripture because this saint's resentment had never disappeared. Brother Ife defeated the divine physique of the clan and will become the divine lord soon. Little Tingting's news shocked many people. The divine king physique of the Jiang clan was defeated and Jiang Ife actually became the divine lord. This was truly out of everyone's expectations. Yi Fan wasn't too surprised. Among the people he knew, there were 3 people that gave him a very special impression. They were Hua Yunfei, Yao Guang's saint child, and Jiang Ife. They were all very refined and otherworldly. They were all unfathomable and couldn't be seen through with a single glance. Brother Ife told me to remind you to be careful of Hua Yunfei. He is even more terrifying than you imagine. Little Tingting brought this news. When Jiang Ife went out to train, he had once seen Hua Yunfei in a barren mountain. He broke open an ancient saint's tomb and dissolved the remaining part of its origin. For the sake of becoming stronger and keeping a low profile, he entered the ancient tomb and stole the origin left behind by the saint. How terrifying is he now? Li Heishui was astonished. It won't work if it's not him. I hope to meet him, Yi Fan said. He reminded Shi Luo to operate and develop the celestial court now and treat it as if he had already left. That was because that day might come very suddenly. Chapter 845. God Diviner had said that in the near future, Yi Fan would be able to return to the other side of the starry sky. However, he had no idea how far away that was, or how long it would take. Would it be a few months, a few years, or even a few decades? Cultivators could live for hundreds of years. A few years was a short time, and a few decades wasn't a long time. But how could he wait that long? He had been here for more than 20 years. How long could his gray-haired parents wait? The saddest thing in life was to lose one's son in old age. In the hearts of the elderly, their children were their only hope. For them to die before them was the greatest blow. Yi Fan couldn't imagine the grief his parents must have felt when he disappeared from Mount Tai. Thinking of his gray-haired parents murmuring to themselves in their old age, trembling as they caressed his picture, he felt as if a knife was twisting in his heart. He had always been afraid that by the time he returned, things would be different. All these years, he had been desperately cultivating, all for the sake of returning. Even if it was just a glance, sitting together and having a reunion meal, it would make the white-haired parents smile like they used to in the past through muddy tears. When he had left, his parents had already aged. Now that more than 20 years had passed, he was afraid that they would be sad, and their health would deteriorate. Or even, every time he thought of this, Yi Fan's heart would ache, and his eyes would blur. The greatest kindness in the world was the kindness his parents had shown him. In the final moments of their lives, when they missed him the most, he was in a foreign land, unable to return. It was hard to bear. Having lost their only son in their old age, the two of them were in a miserable state of mind. His father's back was no longer straight, and his mother's hair was even whiter. How could they bear it? Other people cultivated to prove their Tao, but Yi Fan's greatest goal had always been to go back and see his parents again. Longevity? Great Emperor? Immortality? To him, nothing was more important than being able to see his parents again. This was human emotion. A stubborn rock was immortal. So what if it existed forever? It was still cold. What did it know about human emotion? Cold and wooden for all eternity. If he abandoned his parents just to live longer in this world, then what was the point? To be as cold as a rock? To abandon one's true nature? Ever since he came to this world, he had only been quietly working towards his goal. He had never made a vow or said anything. Now that he found out that he might really be able to go back in the near future, he wouldn't give up no matter what, because he wasn't a cold and detached stone. He had a filial and pure heart. In order not to make his aged parents cry, in order not to make the white-haired old man sad, in order not to make the two old people wake up from their dreams, even if his body was crushed, he would go back, just so that they would no longer be lonely and sad in their old age. He was also reluctant to part with this world. There were friends who could go through life and death with him, beauties who could topple the world with him, a future that could inspire him to work hard, and a great secret that was worth exploring. Everything was so tempting, but he had no choice but to make a choice. Just like how he could not bear to part with his parents, Ji Ziyue could not bear to part with her father, mother, and brother. She could not bear to part with this world and wanted to pursue his footsteps when their fate was over. Even though the Black Emperor had no relatives or friends, he was not willing to leave his own world. He missed Wu Shi the Great and was willing to stay in his homeland, even if he could only guard his tomb in the end. Everyone had their own perseverance and hope, because this was the true nature of people. The greatest motivation for Yi Fan's cultivation in this world was to return home and persevere, not to prove his Tao. There wasn't much time left. His parents couldn't wait any longer, but his friends in this world still had a long lifespan. His departure would make his old friends sad, but they could still continue their original path of life. But if he didn't go back, his parents would be sad and desperate, and they would die. Although he struggled and felt helpless, he had to make a choice. Filial piety was the most important of all virtues. He was just an ordinary person with flesh and blood. He could not forget the kindness of his parents for raising him. Blood was thicker than water. He would not be narcissistic to think that the world would stop without him. Even without him, his friends would still live on. He was just someone who had yet to sever the Tao. He was not a supreme existence that could suppress the 9 skies and 10 lands. His friends and lovers did not live under his protection. It could even be said that the background of these people was far stronger than his. Victorious fighting Buddha, the great emperor family, the peerless white-robed god king, Qi Luo who was about to become a killing saint, the top bandit of the North region who had successfully become a saint. They were far more powerful than him. Monkey, Ji Ziyue, Tingting, Li Heishui, and the others had people who were stronger than him. He had never been their protector. As for Ji Ziyue, if they could not be together, he did not know if they could meet again. What could he use to promise her? He might as well give her blessings and let her go further. He would enlighten her. She should have her own dazzling starry sky. Although Yi Fan was sad, he could not cry. He could only do it silently and let these people walk on their original path. They should not change their path because of him. Are you really going back? Li Heishui asked. He sat on the cliff. I am going back. Yi Fan nodded. You have to think it through. More than 20 years have passed. Perhaps things have already changed, and that's not the outcome you want to see, the monkey said as he sat on an ancient tree branch that extended beyond the cliff. Even if there is only a sliver of hope, I have to go back. Even if I have to face the cruelest outcome. Yi Fan said in a low voice. Honestly speaking, I understand your feelings. If I have a chance to return to the primordial era, I would rather give up everything and return. Sadly, I don't even have a sliver of hope. Monkey sighed. You have to be mentally prepared. Yen Ishi said. He sat on a huge rock at the side of the cliff. Yi Fan did not hide anything from them. He told them about his past. They could guess some of the things that might have happened during these years. This is my obsession. If I cannot return, I might go crazy one day or even suffer from chi deviation. Yi Fan said. This is human emotion. Li Heishui sighed. Some people spend their entire lives in seclusion for cultivation, some are trapped by love, some are stubborn until old age, and some are peaceful until the end of their lives. This is human nature and emotion. They all have their own pursuits and perseverance. They all have their own sustenance, Yi Fan said. The few of them sighed. There was no reason for them to stop him from leaving. The monkey grabbed a purple gold gourd and drank a mouthful of it. He handed it over to the few of them one by one. The gourd contained 1,000-year-old divine wine, and it was obvious that it was stolen from Qi Luo. Goddamn monkey, you stole my wine again. That was my last bottle of 1,000-year-old wine. I will kill you. Qi Luo's heart-wrenching screams came from afar. The few people on the cliff immediately jumped like chickens and dogs, like rabbits leaping and falcons descending, fleeing into the distance. The large black dog was the last to leave. He gulped down the wine gourd on the ground until there was not a drop left. He burped and created a formation platform, passing through the void and leaving. Ah ah ah. Qi Luo screamed miserably. He reached the cliff and picked up the wine gourd. He was heartbroken and cursed continuously. Ancestor, K, wants to drink too. A little guy with a pacifier in his mouth shook his trouser leg. It's so fragrant. Tong Tong, Gu Fei, and Gu Lin also sniffed with their perky little noses, their faces full of desire. Let me tell you, this is poison. You are not allowed to touch it in the future. Qi Luo warned. He was really afraid that before he could suppress the big drunkard, a group of small drunkards would grow up again. If that happened, there would not be a single bottle left in his collection. The future of the celestial court was infinitely bright. Anyone could see that as long as these children grew up, as long as people with the extreme Yin physique and the son of the Emperor of Fighting were roped in, it would become an invincible divine court in the future. The large black dog was especially valued by Qi Luo. He was almost worshipped just so that he could carve the formation patterns of the great Emperor Wu Shi to protect the mountain gate. However, the Black Emperor currently lacked interest. He always felt that training 2 members of the Silver Blood imperial family would give him a greater sense of accomplishment. He said that he would train 2 Silver Blood emperors, the Heaven-Destroying Prince and Yuan Gu, in the future. Can you guys not look at me like that? It's as if I'm going to leave. Although the godly diviner said that, it might still take a few years, Yi Fan said. One look is one less look. Hurry up and take a few more looks, the large black dog said. Damned dog, do you know how to speak? It's not like I'm going to die. Yi Fan kicked him. The Black Emperor shamelessly walked over, and said, in any case, you're going to leave. Just give me the immortal Kirin herb and the myriad energy cauldron. You're really heartless. You're not feeling conflicted because I'm going to leave, but because you're thinking about the things I have. I'll strangle you to death. Yi Fan strangled his neck. Woof, I'm just afraid that you'll die on the way and lose these celestial treasures. Beat this damned dog. A group of people walked up and beat the Black Emperor together. Waves of dog barks rang out, and the somewhat sorrowful atmosphere was somewhat washed away by this. This time, I'm going to leave, and the time is uncertain. I want to kill a group of people before I leave. Who do you have in mind? Yi Fan asked. Wang Teng, Yuan Gu, Hua Yunfei and Li Xiaoman. The mysterious people who ambushed us, we only know that there's a crippled 9 orifices stone golem among them. His identity is unknown. They casually mentioned a few people they wanted to kill, and then they all shook their heads, saying that there was no need for him to do anything. They would deal with them themselves in the future. This was especially so for the monkey, who was even more vehement in his refusal. He wanted to kill everyone himself. Yet he had the right to say this. As the sacred prince, he himself had already severed his Tao. Looking out, if not saints, who could contend against him? Brother Monkey, let's compete and see who can kill more people. Yi Fan said. The world was stained with blood, and some people were destined to fall. He reminded Li Heishui, Li Tian, and the others not to make a move. This time, they just had to watch quietly and use this period of time to cultivate. The monkey's uncle was now confirmed to be still alive. He sat on Mount Meru and overlooked the entire land. The sacred prince went to take revenge, and no one dared to find trouble with him. My grandfather has passed away, and the old fart is finally willing to accept me as a disciple, Li Heishui said. I'll go cultivate after this period of time, but I'll often come to the celestial court to take a look. This time, even if Yi Fan left, he would be very at ease. Other than Li Tian and Yan Ishi, almost everyone else had the shadow of a saint behind them. The victorious fighting Buddha, the Southern Mountains barbarian war god, the Ji clan, the peerless white-robed divine king, the #1 bandit old fart, Chi Luo, and the others were all pressuring them to the point where they couldn't breathe. Let me introduce you to a saint master. Yi Fan smiled at Li Tian and the others.